Hello and welcome. This is your host, Gabriel Marrero, and I'm glad you could join me. I am recording on May 25th, 2025. It's been a pretty interesting last couple weeks, last month or so, since I last recorded. Not just, with news and geopolitics, but also, just my personal life. I just moved into my new apartment, as I sort of hinted at before. It's adjusting. I'm adjusting pretty well right now. I got a roommate. They seem to be pretty chill. Although it feels kind of weird now recording and having like another person nearby. Although I'm like recording in my room, so maybe the sound will sort of muffle itself. I don't know. And I don't know if you can hear my cat. I'm trying to not have her in the same room as me as I'm recording because she will mess around. So hopefully I can at least try to edit out her crying outside the door. But but yeah, we'll soldier on. So she won't cry forever. But yeah, so this is a new setup here, new living situation. It's just some adjustments that I've had to make. But hey, we gotta work and survive, and at least here with the cheaper rent situation, I can actually start to save and maybe buy a new car. We'll see how long that takes, but yeah, that's just what I have to do right now. But yeah, there's still so much to talk about. And again, before we dive into the show, and I will try to make this I'm going to make this the regular program with the different segments. But before we go in there, I would implore y'all to check out my Patreon. If you want to support the show, early access, ad-free access, and also, this is another factor that I keep forgetting to mention, reviewing the show. I have pretty good reviews, at least, for a small scale podcast, but again, I would appreciate just leaving a little review. And again, if you want to leave a comment saying like, oh, this guy's full of shit, go ahead. I don't really care. Just anything constructive, there's a lot of improvement that needs to be made. Don't get me wrong. But yeah, that's at least here. I got other social media platforms that I don't really use, but mainly I'm on Twitter, just shit posting. So if you want to check me out there, that's something. And I also have the YouTube that I want to start expanding my content. But again, I gotta work, and I sometimes when I get home, I'm so tired, like I don't really want to do anything else. So yeah, and that's sort of like what I'm like looking forward to, at least living in this new situation, is that there could possibly, so long as I start actually saving, I can start upgrading my computer systems, and maybe I can get into streaming. I mean, who knows if I can accomplish that within the next year, because that's really like, I would say, if I were to take this full time, that's where I would have to take it, is to streaming. Because again, recording every month or so, that's, I'm okay with that, don't get me wrong. But if I'm going to do it full time professionally, that's the streaming aspect is where this program has to go. Of course, I'll still try to do the podcast. Again, I'm just trying to think and expand on things. It's just, with the last living situation that I was in, it just wasn't as tenable. So maybe now, at least financially, I can actually start to save up and upgrade and start taking this to the next level. So that's, something that will come within the next months, maybe year or so. Of course, first and foremost, I need a car, a new car. But anyway, I'm just trying to fill y'all in on my situation. But yeah, with that being said, there's a lot to discuss. And as I work on this program, I divide my segments into 3 segments. So there's the first segment, which is the U.S. Domestic news, domestic politics, especially now with the new Trump regime. It's just such again, I try not to be surprised by anything, but still there's just moments where I'm like, oh my God, they're really doing it. So we'll talk about that. And then there is also geopolitical news, especially within the last couple of weeks. And I'll try to highlight on India and Pakistan. Of course, Israel and the Gaza genocide is other, especially now with this new phase of ethnic cleansing, just saying it bluntly. yeah, it's quite brutal. But with the India-Pakistan like recent conflict, first there was the terror attack, and then there's recent skirmishes that happened. It's sort of like kind of like out of left field. And these are two nuclear armed powers, so it's like there's pretty big stakes. There were reports of the air battle that took place, and there's many analyses of the equipment that was used. There's talks of the Pakistani using Chinese technologies versus India using more Western. I think specifically they're talking about the Rafale. Rafale, I don't know how to say it. It's like a French fighter jet, so it's like sort of like a little preview of the technical capabilities of China, and how it's actually, at least militarily, on par with the West. So that's another consideration to be made. But again, that will be, because first I got to talk about the U.S. So any comments that I have about India, Pakistan will be later. And then also my third segment, which is natural events, natural disasters, climate change, pandemic news. So yeah, so there's a lot to discuss, and as I record, it usually takes a couple days to actually get those full episodes in. So just at least bear with me, and also bear with the cat crying outside my door. Okay, but yeah, so that's at least what I'll say here. But I wanted to open up first, just to warm things up about, I guess, just pop culture comments, specifically because I do like to talk about entertainment, and I've talked about video games on this show, and I also wanted to talk about another show that I've seen. Of course, I was like really popular and popping off, which was Andor. I didn't really talk about it before because I didn't watch the first season as it was releasing. I didn't have Disney Plus, but with season 2 coming out and all the rave reviews, I bought Disney Plus, and then I watched the final season unfold, and man, what a show. I'm just like, and I'm a big Star Wars fan. I mean, I don't think I talk too much about Star Wars, but I'm a big Star Wars fan. I love it. And it's sort of sad to see where Star Wars has been heading, because, and I don't want to be on like a culture war, like, diatribe, right? Like just like talking about like, oh, it's woke, Star Wars has become woke now. It's like, shut up. Like, yeah, it's so weird. Like, I have some criticisms of the sequel series, but again, I don't really take Star Wars that seriously anymore. It's a kid's thing, Like, yeah, I get it. That's what I like about it. It's a kid's fantasy, space, adventure. Sure, yeah, fuck it. It's cool. I like it. We're just having fun, right? But also, there's deeper subtext and deeper commentary, political commentary. I mean, George Lucas says himself that the Empire is explicitly based off American imperialism, militarism, and low-key like Nazi, iconography and Nazi like just aesthetics, right? The stormtroopers, and you also have the Rebel Alliance. And again, we're talking about like the original trilogy, the Rebel Alliance, which is supposed to like mirror the Viet Cong. I mean, he said so explicitly. The Viet Cong and other leftist resistance groups that have had to resist in right-wing dictatorships, military dictatorships. So that's what he said, and that was just for the original trilogy. And then you watch the prequel trilogy, which you have to understand the context, that not just like of the trilogy, the prequels, and like what it leads into for that franchise, but also the times that it came out, that it was released on. That it was coming out, like Attack of the Clones and Revenge of the Sith were coming out during the opening years of the Iraq War. And there's that deeper subtext of like a war being used to further a state of emergency, that a certain figurehead can use that to strengthen their executive powers, right? You got Chancellor Palpatine, who's secretly Darth Sidious, and yeah, and then how that slides deeper and deeper into authoritarianism. So that prequel trilogy, and again, there's a lot to say about the prequel trilogy, and I'm not gonna talk about certain writing decisions that happen. I just do appreciate that political commentary in it. Now, that's what I like about Star Wars, because it does have that, sort of storytelling about politics and democracy and how a republic can slide into authoritarianism out of the belief of of security and emergency powers. So yeah, that's what I appreciate. And of course, you have Star Wars and the Force and the Jedi, and those are cool. Don't get me wrong. I appreciate those. I will say that with Andor, it's a whole different level. I mean, this is just it's actually quite fascinating that through most of the seasons, there's really no mention of the Jedi or the Force, except for season 2, they sort of slightly touch on it. But for the most part, there's really no mysticism with the show. It's just the straight, brutal reality of the people who have to survive under the Empire. And then, of course, you have Cassian Andor, and you see his transformation from some cynical, some cynic who is out for himself, who's, sort of a bit of a gangster, but then you see him so slowly change into a revolutionary, into a believer for the cause. And, just from his personal experiences and the loss and the tragedy of his life and just trying to protect the people he loves. And of course, Andor is supposed to lead into, it literally leads into Rogue One. So it's sort of that connective tissue. And Rogue One is actually my favorite Star Wars movie. Which is, some people get kind of sensitive about that. Don't get me wrong, I appreciate the trilogies, the prequels, and the original trilogy. In the sequels, there's some things I like about it, but it doesn't really do it for me. But I don't want to get too deep into that. But yeah, the Andor and the Rogue One show, or the show and movie, is good because, well, I like it because it shows that boots on the ground reality of, the revolution, the rebellion, is fought and won by these nameless soldiers who are just surviving and scraping by, they look like guerrilla fighters, you look at Saw Gerrera's partisans, and it's these guys are in caves and they're dirty and and Saw Gerrera is huffing on Rito, he's great. I love him. He's great. But that's, Andor really takes this universe, Star Wars universe, and it's here's this ain't your daddy Star Wars, this is, a dirty world, and it's brutal, and people backstab each other, people kill each other, right? They really I think the first 10 minutes of the pilot episode of season 1, Andor just straight up just shoots a security, corporal security guard in the face. They just straight execute him. It's just whoa. And it's also an interesting analysis of how a fascist system rules, and not just that, the people who are part of that administration, because they're regular people, right? But they're, after their own careers, and they're having to deal with office politics and such. You have the Dedra Miro story arc, and the Cyril story arc as well. You have this ISB agent who's basically a Gestapo security, officer, and how she's trying to navigate and climb her way up, because that's all that's all these fascist systems is just composed of careerists and bureaucrats who want to one-up each other and who want to climb a ladder. So you see Dedra always just trying to cozy up to somebody and just be hey, can you help me with this, or I'll help you, and it's give and take, quid pro quo, and yeah, it's great. And you also see with Cyril as well, because the whole thing with Cyril is that he works as a corporate security officer, so he's not part of the state, right, the imperial state apparatus or the imperial intelligence like agencies. He is sort of like the offshoot private contractor, right, security officer. He wants to be a part of it, but he's not there. So yeah, it's very fascinating. So that's at least season 1, and then season 2 is explicitly highlighting, and I don't mean to be spoiling anything if you haven't seen it, so there are some spoilers, but I'm not going to say too badly what happens. But of course, season 2 centers around Gorman and the sort of manufactured consent that happens where you have, because the whole point of the Gorman plot is that they want the Calcite for the Death Star. And of course, the Calcite mining that will happen will basically destroy the planet, which the Empire is totally okay with, but they just need to find a way to build that public consent. And then, of course, you see in that meeting where you have like the media guys are just saying, oh, these Gormans, they're so stuck up. They're so uptight. They think they're better. Like, yeah, they're making it up on the spot. It just goes to show that when you're dealing with like an imperialist war machine, that it is just like all consuming, and it will take anybody. Like Gorman, like when you're seeing the portrayal of Gorman, like this is like a highly cultured society, a very wealthy society. This is not some backwater, yeah, like say like Ferrix, right? Because Ferrix in the first season was more of an industrialized town, very working class blue collar town. So, when you see the eventual like crackdown on it, it sort of makes sense because like these are people who are resilient and who are, very independent minded. And of course you have Marva in that first season who inspires people to revolt. But then in the second season, when you have Gorman, you have this society that is very prideful, that is very, like resourceful, again, very cultured and developed, and somehow, because of the encroaching state stepping down on them, they have to resist. The Gormans, they're just not fully understanding why the state is stepping down on them, but they just know that they have to resist. And then eventually it turns out it's for the Calcite. Like even Cyril, who was like an enthusiastic supporter of the state, the imperial state, he's starting to realize that there's just something wrong here, because it's like these are not like, I guess for him, like he's all about the public safety and the public security. So of course, for him, he views the Gormans as imperial citizens, and then he sees the state turn on these otherwise pretty innocent people who are just resisting and defending their homes, not understanding that there's a greater, colonial, I mean, straight up, it's colonial, it's, resource extraction for the war machine. So anyway, that's just at least something in there that I found very interesting. And then, of course, it leads directly into Rogue One, which is about taking the Death Star plans. Yeah, man, it's crazy. It's a great show. It's a great show. I highly recommend it. I would say I highly recommend it, but like what really is helpful is having an understanding of the universe and having an understanding of the dynamics of the politics and like what the Empire really represents, what they're capable of. Like there's a real sense, especially because the Jedi are effectively destroyed, that there's like a decay and a decline. That's like the sense that you get watching an Andor, that these are people that are surviving and living under the boot of this regime that rules the universe. So I should say the galaxy. Yeah. And then of course there's the Mon Mothma arc and other characters, side characters that are also very compelling. It's a great show. I'll probably try to do some sort of like review of it and like release it on my own time. I don't want to spend too much time talking about it. That was just something that I like really enjoyed because it's such a mature show. It's a very mature show, and it's not often when you see like sci-fi, not just Star Wars, but any sci-fi show that really delves into what it means to have a revolution, a rebellion. Okay, of course I talk about revolutions and whatever, but again, I'm just a podcaster. I'm not doing anything. Okay, that's probably why I haven't had any feds show up, because I don't do shit. I just talk shit on the internet, and that's that. I don't organize anything. But yeah, that would be like, I don't know, man. It's just like, because you see it in this show, in Andor, what it really means to actually have a revolution. And yeah, and sometimes it means you have to kill people. Sometimes you have to like rob banks, you know, you have to, yeah, it's dirty. It's very dirty. Sometimes like there's a specific character who's like very like skilled soldier, and then she ends up dying for like the stupidest reasons. It's like, yeah, that's what war is. Yeah, like sometimes you have very skilled soldiers die for the dumbest reasons, and it's sad. Yeah, so that's at least there. And the show also highlights, you know, infighting, right? Like leftist infighting. Gosh, it's great. Like I'm just thinking of Saw Gerrera. It's like, they're lost, all of them. Like, but it's true. Like that's just the way it is. But that's what needs to happen, is you have these other factions who otherwise are bickering with one another and saying, hey, look, we have a common enemy, which is the Empire, and this needs to be defeated first before we can have any like discussions of like how we're going to organize and develop a new republic. You know, it's, yeah. Anyway, so that's just something that I wanted to highlight on. And as I said, I will try to release my own video in due time on Andor and its portrayal of a fascist society, but also like a guerrilla resistance. And yeah, it's a very deep show, which is crazy that like, because I haven't watched like anything like I'm trying to watch the Clone Wars. I know people really like that one. Again, you know, there's like other shows that like with Star Wars I can't really keep up with and aren't as like well written and mature. But yeah. Anyway, if you like Star Wars, like just go ahead and enjoy it. I'm not saying that you should feel bad for liking Star Wars. It's just, you know, when people start saying like it's for kids, it's like, yeah, it is. Fuck off. Like that's why I like it. I want to feel like a kid again. That's not so bad, you know. It's just when people like make it their whole personality, and then like when they see like, you know, the sequels or something, and then it's like they're losing like a part of themselves. It's like, that's, you know, you create this parasocial relationship with a fictional universe that was never yours to begin with, and then now you're seeing changes that you didn't want. But it's like, yeah, man, like that wasn't yours. Like it never was. It's a product. That's all it is. It's Disney, right? Well, first it was Lucas, right? Lucas did his own commercialization with it, but Disney, of course, it's like Disney is a machine. So of course they're going to churn out show after show, regardless of how it's written or how it sort of balances with the universe, right? Like when Disney bought Star Wars, they basically retcon the expanded universe, all the books that were written beforehand. So it's like there's like two separate timelines for Star Wars, you know. So that'll be interesting. Maybe I should get into like the books, but yeah, we'll see. So that's what I'll say for now. Check out Andor, great show, and then also check out Rogue One. That's a great movie. And then you can watch A New Hope and Empire Strikes Back. Like I was like watching A New Hope and Empire Strikes Back, and I'm just like, man, this is this is very campy, you know, which is fine. Like that's why people watch it. That's why people love it, you know. Anyway, so that's what I wanted to open with. Now we'll talk about actual you know, issues here. You know, because it's the U.S. and we're turning into the Third Reich. So yeah, you know, it's not doing good. Yeah, it's kind of scary. Just how openly like authoritarian and just like white nationalist things are becoming. much quicker than expected. It's crazy. But today, as I had said, I'm recording on May 25th. It's a very somber occasion to reflect on because May 25th, we're recording, is the 5-year anniversary of the death and lynching of George Floyd, which then led to widespread protests and riots, very, very racially charged discourse. Also, there's the backdrop of the coronavirus pandemic and lockdown. So it's just like, the George Floyd, protest and sort of nationwide movement was sort of like a breaking point. There was already so much boiling, and this killing, this lynching, again, just blew up everything. And there was a very real concern for wider unrest. But yeah, it's one thing to reflect on his killing and the legacy of that, and also just like reflecting on George Floyd, as a symbol. I mean, he's effectively a martyr, right? He was killed by the state, by these cops, and it's just like the images when you see it, still today, it's so bone chilling. It's like, wow, it's crazy. They just, like, again, that image of the cop kneeling on George Floyd, that's going to stand as like one of the most powerful images of the 21st century. Like, it's truly like such a horrifying and dark image. And it's ridiculous too, because like, had that recording not taken place, then it would just continue like business as usual. Because like, this happens every day in America, where people are being killed by the police. Still, like, the police killings have increased since 2020. It's ridiculous. Their budget has increased. Like, that's the thing too. Like, you see these nationwide protests against the police for Black Lives Matter, right? And then you see this bipartisan support for greater police resources and funding, because it's the machine. It's the police state machine that both parties are complicit in, that is just reflexively stepping down. Like, that's like stepping down on the people. Like, it's not here when we talk about the police. It's not for us. It's not to stop crime. It's to suppress protests, wider protests, and as we also saw with the campus protests for Palestine, like, they just sent these riot cops in. It's ridiculous, man, ridiculous. So nothing has really fundamentally changed. Actually, it's sort of gotten worse. The police state repression has gotten worse, especially now with this Trump administration. It's going to get so much worse. Oh my goodness. Oh my God. It's very dark and very scary. And I was actually reading some highlights or some headlines that supposedly they're flirting with the idea of pardoning Derek Chauvin. It's ridiculous. Like, you read about this guy's rap sheet. Like, he has so many like misconduct charges and so many reports of abuse and violence, and like, yeah, man, it's ridiculous. And they might pardon him. Like, they might really go through with it. And also reading about the Department of Justice. Just recently, they're like suspending certain probes and certain partnerships for, I think, St. Louis and Minneapolis, precisely because of these killings and abuses. Like, it's sort of like a monitoring partnership, right? So they're going to suspend that as well, because they want the police to be fully, unchained, and like, they just want to give them full license to go out and just like crack heads, especially against perceived leftist infiltrators, college students, black people, perceived undocumented immigrants, right? Like, there's like Latino American citizens being harassed and rounded up. Like, that's what they want. That's what they want to do. And it's ridiculous too, because, it's easy to see how Trump, because like Trump and the Republicans are obviously pro-police. Okay. There's no question about that. But then you have to consider, say, Biden, right? And the police budget increases that occurred under him. Yeah, it's like, The Democrats haven't really done anything. You don't see any major Democratic candidates ever talking about BLM. BLM is non-existent on the Democratic platform, right? Yeah, Nancy Pelosi kneeling in the Kinte clause, right? But she doesn't talk about it. Chuck Schumer doesn't talk about it. AOC and Bernie Sanders don't really hear BLM anymore. You know, it's ridiculous. It's a sham. You know, it's sad, really. You know, and to also see like the killings of George Floyd, and like instead of just like especially when you see like the conservative reaction, and still today, like George Floyd is like turned into like a meme for certain like right-wing figures. Like, I don't understand it. It's so weird because like he died so horribly. Okay, like he died so horribly. He a knee to his neck. Okay, just like asphyxiated, and still to them it's like a joke because like he had like a troubled history. Drug charges. Apparently he did assault. Not apparently, he did assault a pregnant woman. Like, those are obviously bad, don't get me wrong, and he did do his time for that, but it's like all these details that they try to dig up just to like justify this execution on the streets. It's like when he's handcuffed. I mean, it's crazy, and all because he used a $20 counterfeit bill, right? Which, granted, of course, you shouldn't use a counterfeit bill. It just goes to show that getting the police involved just like escalates things, and like anyway, I need to get on track. So just considering the 5 years that have passed since these events and the nationwide protest that came from that, I mean, in Minneapolis, they burned down a police precinct. Like, that's crazy. Those are crazy images. It's fucking cool also, but you know, it's like it's like crazy to think about like what could have transpired. It's like the same way that people talk about the Rodney King riots. Like the legacy of that is perceived of like, oh, these black people went around burning and looting, instead of like reflecting the cops almost killed Rodney King like in the street, and the only reason anybody knew about it was because there was a recording, and then even then the officers got acquitted. Like, that's what led to that. But they don't see the institutional police violence beforehand. They just see black people rioting, and it's like, oh, well, these blacks, they can't clean up their communities. Like, that's the attitude, you know? It's ridiculous, man. God, this country's so racist, man. Like, still, you know, like, there's just some moments where I'm like, wow, this country's fucking racist. And I'll also highlight on, especially now with, say, like, the South Afrikaners, right? The Boers that were transported over here. It's just like, what the fuck is happening, man? It's just, again, the cloak is coming off. The clan hood is coming off. Or at least it's being put on. I don't know what the analogy is, but you get what I'm saying. Like, they're becoming more and more comfortable. Like, you see all the Nazi propaganda on Twitter. People are becoming too comfortable now. It's fucking crazy. But again, you know, it's something to reflect on. And as we're going to see down the line, we're going to see greater police activity, police state activity, police surveillance, greater investments in, say, like cop cities, right? Like, I think the cop city in Atlanta opened up actually. But yeah, you're going to see greater training facilities for cops, especially in, like, you know, these like makeshift like urban training centers for urban combat. Like, that's what they're going to train for. And also like riot control tactics. And another aspect of that is that a lot of the training, just between you and me, right? Just a lot of that training is going to be done by Israelis. You know, man, who could have seen that imperial boomerang, right? It's fucking crazy. Again, you know, you talk to liberals and they treat Palestine like it's a separate issue, but it has direct effects, okay? Like, there are direct scenes like this of George Floyd, right? George Floyd having his head being kneeled on. You see that all the time in the West Bank. That happens all the fucking time. Like, how many videos, I believe, like, during the Intifada, the first Intifada, like, it was very notorious of, like, these Israeli soldiers were break the bones of children. Like, that's what they would do. And there's documentation of it. And still today, it's just like, oh no, but the terrorists. He threw, this 12-year-old threw a rock at the Merkava tank, so we had to like kneecap him. Like, it's just like, oh my goodness, man. I mean, dude, it's just so many things are connected. And then like, you see liberals who pretend to be so like enlightened and like, oh, so concerned about human rights. But they don't want to cherry pick and choose, okay? Like, they pick and choose with Palestine. Like, oh, I don't know enough about it. Or, oh, well, Israel, I think Israel has a right to exist, but I think, they just want to cherry pick and pick. They want to fence it. And you can see here, obviously, like, it, and this is what I tell certain liberal, like, friends and family who, of course, now they got an attitude with me. But like, I tell them all the time, like, if you're going to pick and choose which, social justice issue to be in support of, say like Palestine, then it calls into question everything else. Your solidarity with BLM is suspect. Your solidarity for trans people and LGBTQ issues becomes suspect, because now it's like you obviously you're going to throw Palestinians under the bus because it's politically inconvenient for you. Well, eventually your support for BLM is going to become inconvenient, and your support for trans people and queer people is going to become inconvenient. And of course, people are going to be more concerned about their career path, right? They're going to be concerned about certain connections. Again, it's all, so much has changed in the past 5 years. So much has changed, and not for the better. And with this administration, it's going to get so much worse. And especially with recent events in Washington, D.C., that I'll touch on, there's going to be a real crackdown. Like, there is going to be a very serious crackdown eventually. Yeah, anyway. But that's what I wanted to speak on, the George Floyd sort of legacy, 5-year commemoration of his death. And eventually, not just his death, but the shockwaves that led to. Because it wasn't just the U.S., it was a global movement. Like, you see, like, there was, like, Black Lives Matter in, like, the UK. Like, there was protests and riots there. Other areas, too. I think, like, even, like, Australia. Like, they actually have, like, a Black Lives Matters movement in Australia. But, like, blackness in Australia is different because it's not based on, like, African-American, identity, right? Or just African identity, right? It's based on the Aboriginals, who are called black. Again, it's interesting that I want to read up on, but it just goes to show that, like, the BLM movement that started in the U.S., that started because of Trayvon Martin and Ferguson, it has grown into a nationwide movement, right? And then into a global movement, and then now it's not really spoken on. Of course, there's like a lot of controversy with like the BLM organization. So I guess that, caused that sort of decline in support. But, we got to bring it back. We got to be saying it more. Black Lives Matters, because like these Nazis, frankly, they're getting out of control, and they're really trying to take things to a boiling point. And that's what we're going to see here. Because there's talk about South Africa. It's so weird that they're talking about South Africa. That really shows that like Elon Musk was like really in there, like showing Trump all these like weird videos, and he's like, oh wow, that's terrible. They're killing all the farmers, all the white farmers. It's like an apartheid, but the opposite. Oh my god, like Elon Musk really is the Rasputin of like of our collapse, right? It's just so funny. And of course now like Doge apparently is his role in Doge is coming to an end, so that's something that's interesting to see. I mean, he didn't really accomplish anything. He just like he fired all these like workers, and then like of course maximizing his subsidies, contracts. Like that's all it really was. Like he talks about Social Security being a Ponzi scheme, and meanwhile like he goes in there to loot the treasury, right, and take people's like information, data information, social security. Like he wanted to get everything. It's crazy. Anyway, okay. So that's what I want to say about George Floyd and BLM, but also like it's has very real connections to the Israel-Palestine conflict, and as we'll see here, it's leading now to very real violence on the street. So in Washington, D.C., 2 embassy staff members were killed. They were walking out of a Jewish museum, and they were shot in the street, and the suspect surrendered himself. And then he also released a manifesto that Ken Klippenstein released, and he actually got a visit from the FBI. But like, you're really going to see now, especially on the issue of Palestine, in support of Palestine, they're going to reference this and try to say that like, oh well, you're in support of terrorism. You know, you played a role in killing these 2 totally innocent diplomats who want peace. And we'll actually highlight certain details, at least about one of them. It's like Yaron Lashinsky, because you can look up his Twitter, and this guy was a real piece of shit. But yeah, so I'll speak on here. Yeah, I'll speak on here from the Associated Press. And they're reading here about the suspect and his motives and his very clear and explicit motivation, saying that, quote, "I did it for Palestine, I did it for Gaza," end quote. And of course, there's the video of him being arrested, him saying free Palestine. So there's no mistake about this. So we'll see here. And this is the headline. So from the Associated Press, court papers say suspect in embassy killings declared, quote, "I did it for Palestine, I did it for Gaza," end quote. So here is the article. The man accused of fatally shooting 2 staff members of the Israeli embassy in Washington outside a Jewish museum told police after his arrest, quote, "I did it for Palestine, I did it for Gaza," end quote. Federal authorities said Thursday in announcing charges in the killings they called a targeted act of terrorism. Elias Rodriguez, 31, shouted "Free Palestine" as he was led away from after his arrest, according to charging documents that provided chilling new details of the Wednesday night shooting in the nation's capital that killed an American woman and an Israeli man who had just left an event at the museum, and they were set to become engaged. So, just side note, the man, Yaron, he's German. They're calling him Israeli. He's a German Christian man. He's not Jewish. So, just again, making that absolutely clear. I don't know why the AP News is not clarifying that. Or maybe they'll clarify it later. So here, it's just so funny seeing this, like language and like certain, pieces about this. Like, it's just like a shocking event. So, the stunning attack prompted Israeli missions to beef up their security and lower their flags to half-staff. It came as Israel pursues another major offensive in the Gaza Strip in the war with Hamas that has heightened tensions across the Middle East and internationally, and that law enforcement officials have repeatedly warned could inspire violence in the U.S. Okay, again, I wanted to just highlight this paragraph that they had. It's not a major offensive to target Hamas, it's an ethnic cleansing campaign. That's what it is. So, again, it's just fascinating to see how the media writes about this. So Rodriguez faces charges of murder of foreign officials and other crimes and did not enter a plea deal during a perfunctory court appearance. Additional charges are likely, prosecutors said, as authorities continue to investigate the killings as both a hate crime against the Jewish community and terrorism. Again, Yaron is literally Christian. He's a Christian. The other lady, probably Jewish, whatever. But again, he said very explicitly, "I did it for Palestine and Gaza." He's not targeting them because of the Jewishness, but again, you're not, anything that's against Israel is anti-Semitic. Quote, "Violence against anyone based on their religion is an act of cowardice. It is not an act of a hero," said Janine Pirro, an interim U.S. attorney for the District of Columbia. Quote, "Anti-Semitism will not be tolerated, especially in the nation's capital," end quote. Again, it's not anti-Semitism. It's not. No, it's not. But it's just so ridiculous how they're going to change this up. Wow, man. Crazy. And then here they're going to talk about the couple here. So here the couple planned to become engaged. The 2 people killed were identified as Yaron Lashinsky, an Israeli citizen, formerly from Germany. Like he's a German. He's not Israeli. And Sarah Milgram, an American. They were a young couple about to be engaged, according to Yeshel Leiter, the Israeli ambassador to the U.S. Those who knew them paid tribute to the pair Thursday as warm, vibrant, and curious, dedicated to promoting peace and aspiring to bridge cultural and religious divides. Like, this is just so ridiculous, man. So ridiculous, man. Let me actually show you here. I'm just going to read some tweets from Yaron Lashinsky's Twitter. Literally his last retweet, okay? And this was, his last retweet was of the ambassador, Amir Weisbrod, whatever. His last retweet is of the ambassador declaring that the 14,000 babies at risk of dying of starvation because of this new offensive, the ambassador is declaring that as blood libel. And that's what Yaron, whatever, retweeted. That was his last retweet. Let me see what else. Let me try to actually get his official tweet here. Because like he makes some comments about the Houthis, but I want to hear him say something specifically. Okay, so he's talking about the ICC, because ICC, of course, has arrest warrants for Netanyahu and Yoav Gallant. And he says here, quote, and this is his tweet from May 13th, the ICC is utterly corrupt and worthy of contempt. Okay? Again, he's a promoter of peace. Let me see here. Okay, he's a big Trump supporter also. Okay, here's another tweet. This week marked Israel's 77th Independence Day, a day filled with deep personal national meaning. On Independence Day, we celebrate the miracle of the Jewish people returning to their ancestral homeland after 2,000 years. Again, this is a Christian man. He's not Jewish. He's a Christian man. And again, this is like the Independence Day, meaning the Nakba and the forced displacement of like hundreds of thousands of Palestinians. It's just crazy. Like, this dude is dead. Like, he's dead, which is like, they're trying to pay tribute to him. And then you can just see like his comments and like the people he's retweeting. Like, just, he's retweeting Trump. He's retweeting Netanyahu. Like, all these different, like, really right-wing, like, Zionists. Promoter of peace. I'm gonna go one more. Just one more from him, and then I'll move on. Okay. And then this is here from April 3rd. The IDF continues to decimate Hamas operatives at a phenomenal pace, making use of the ceasefire period to improve intelligence and update its targets list. Looks like those efforts are paying off. Make no mistake, Hamas has no future in Gaza. And this is in reference to the elimination of 4 major terrorists. Yeah, four major like so-called terrorists. I mean, any Palestinian for them is a terrorist, but yeah, it's just like this guy's a real piece of shit. Fuck him. Like, really, like crazy. Like, and they're like, oh, they were just trying to promote peace. These two Nazi embassy workers were promoters of peace and aspired to bridge cultural and religious divides. Okay, so let me continue with this AP article. Quote, Sarah and Yaron were stolen from us, end quote, said Ted Deutsch, chief executive of the American Jewish Committee, which organized the event. Quote, moments before they were murdered, they were smiling, laughing, and enjoying the event with colleagues and friends. We are in shock and heartbroken as we attempt to process this immense tragedy, end quote. They just wanted to dance. They were just young people in love, and they were stolen from us. So stupid. Okay, here. So, an FBI affidavit made public Thursday presents the killing as calculated and planned, with authorities alleging that Rodriguez flew to the Washington region from Chicago on Tuesday with a handgun in his checked luggage. He purchased a ticket for the event about 3 hours before it started, the affidavit said. That's actually crazy that he flew with a handgun. Like, huh? Like, did nobody stop to think, why are you flying to DC with a gun? Like, anyway, and of course there's a lot of talks of this being like, oh, is this a false flag? I'm not going to go into that territory, but yeah. Here, the couple were leaving the Capitol Jewish Museum when the suspect who witnesses said had been behaving suspiciously by pacing outside, approached a group of 4 people and opened fire. Surveillance video showed Rodriguez advancing closer to the 2 victims as they fell on the ground, leaning over them and firing additional shots. He even appeared to reload before jogging off, the FBI said. Affidavit says the suspect declared that he did it. After the shooting, the suspect went inside the museum and stated that he did it. He was no longer armed by the time he was taken into custody, according to the affidavit. Quote, I did it for Palestine, I did it for Gaza, I am unarmed, end quote, he spontaneously said. He also told detectives that he admired an active duty Air Force member who set himself on fire. You mean Aaron Bushnell? Say that. Say his name, Aaron Bushnell, who set himself on fire outside of the Israeli embassy in February 2024, describing the man as courageous and a martyr, court documents said. Damn. Oh, just an active duty Air Force member, Aaron Bushnell, okay? Investigators said they were still working to corroborate the authenticities of writings purported to be authored by Rodriguez, an apparent reference to a document circulating online that expressed outrage over Israel's conduct in the war. The FBI is also contacting associates, family members, and co-workers. Rodriguez appeared in federal court in Washington in a white jail suit and listened impassively as the charges and possible punishments, which include the death penalty, were read. At a home listed in public records for Rodriguez's mother in suburban Chicago, a sign taped on the door Thursday afternoon asked for privacy. The shooting followed the Jewish advocacy group's annual Young Diplomats reception at the museum, which the couple had attended. Yoni Kalin and Katie Kalisher were inside the museum when they heard gunshots, and a man came inside looking distressed. Kalin said people came to his aid and brought him water thinking he needed help without realizing he was the suspect. When people arrived, he pulled out a red keffiyeh, the Palestinian headscarf, and repeatedly yelled, "Free Palestine," Kalin said. Quote, this event was about humanitarian aid. Kalin said, quote, how can we actually help both the people in Gaza and the people in Israel? How can we bring together Muslims and Jews and Christians who work together to actually help innocent people? And then here he is just murdering 2 people in cold blood. Like, shut up. Like, that is such a joke. Well, actually, we're about humanitarian aid. We're talking about humanitarian aid. It's just fucking ridiculous, man. Unbelievable. These people have no self-awareness. Like, apparently, like, the plans that they're having is they want to establish these, like, security zones. So the idea that I've read is that they want to establish a security zone where the perimeter is guarded by IDF, personnel, and it's somewhere where the Palestinians can enter to get aid, right? Food and resources. But then what happens is that once they're entered the zone, they can't get out. And actually, like, internally, it's the security is like private contractors and mercenaries. And the idea behind these security zones is to basically corral all the people and just keep them there. This concentrated zone, right? Densely concentrated zone. And I don't know, they have plans to, like, deport them or, transport them somewhere else. I don't, like, it's ethnic cleansing. Like, it's just straight up ethnic cleansing. That's what it is. It's just like, oh, we're just gonna... It's fucking ridiculous. It's like ethnic cleansing, like, it's not about just, like, killing them and putting them in gas chambers. It's just straight up removing them from the area. Like, that's still ethnic cleansing. It's just unbelievable. Crazy. The sort of, like, mental gymnastics and, like, the contortions that people go through to be like, actually, it's not ethnic cleansing. Actually, it's not a genocide. It hasn't reached that criteria. Even though genocide isn't just like, it's intent. It's not just like the actual act of it. It's the intention. So if your intention is to forcibly displace the people or just wholesale slaughter them, even if it isn't completed, it's still a genocide, okay? Because if we use that logic, technically, the Holocaust wasn't a genocide because Hitler didn't kill all the Jews. he can get all of them, so it's not a like, you see, like, it's fucked up. Like, the reasoning behind it. Anyway, so let me continue, because, like, I get worked up when I talk about this issue. So the victims praised for their commitments and compassion. Milgram from Overland Park, Kansas, was, quote, warm and compassionate, committing to peace building and passionate about sustainability and people-to-people relations, Deutsch said. is it Deutsch or Duth? I don't know, whatever. A former youth director at Congregation Beth Torah recalled her as a brilliant girl with a perpetual smile and a sense of purpose. Quote, she has a passion for Judaism and for Israel, and she wanted to do some good, end quote, said Marcia Rittmaster, the former youth director. She recommended Milgram for a Jewish leadership internship upon the young woman's graduation from high school. Leshinsky grew up partly in the German city of Nuremberg and moved to Israel at 16. Again, they just casually mention now that he grew up in Germany, and it's just fascinating. He grew up in Nuremberg, of all places. Yeah. Quote, he was a Christian, a true lover of Israel, served in the IDF, and chose to dedicate his life to the state of Israel and the Zionist cause. Again, like, and they're saying this, like, just totally, like, unironic also. Like, he was a Christian, so not even Jewish. They're trying to say this is an anti-Semitic attack. Not even Jewish. And he just went there because he just really loves Israel. It's fucking crazy. This fucking guy, like, what? Unbelievable. And as I just read some quotes from his Twitter, like, he was a committed Zionist. Like, really. He really believed in that shit. Not even Jewish. Unbelievable. Said Ron Prosser, who taught Leshinsky at Israel's Reichman University. What the fuck kind of names are this? Grew up in Nuremberg, went to Reichman University. What? Leshinsky earned a master's degree in government, diplomacy, and strategy there. Quote, he embodied the Judeo-Christian values and set an example for young people worldwide. Just fucking ridiculous. Yeah, last retweet saying that 14,000 children, reports of 14,000 children starving to death was blood libel. Yeah, fuck this guy. Of course, for legal reasons, I have to say that I don't condone political violence. You know, it's funny actually, like, Hassan, right, he just got banned because he read the manifesto, critically read it, and they banned him. He's read manifestos from other terrorists and other, like, lone wolf shooters before, but because this manifesto was anti-Zionist and anti-Israeli, he got banned. So, yeah. So for legal reasons, I must say political violence is bad. It's not effective. Like, I was just talking right now, about Andor. And of course, this is a show that actually depicts some very brutal acts of violence and very, like, clandestine activities, but, like, the thing about it is that it's not just some, like, random guy who's, like, writing a manifesto. I mean, they kind of highlight on that, the lone wolf aspect of it, but, when Andor goes out on a mission, he's getting that mission from a command structure that is, actually, like, based in some, like, sort of organization. So he's a piece in a greater effort, a greater machine, right? Yeah, it's just like, again, I don't want to bring Star Wars into this, but it's just like, you see stuff like this where you have this guy who is, I mean, who knows what really inspired him to go out and do this? Who knows if he was, like, specifically targeting these individuals, or he just decided to target whoever first came out? Who knows? But yeah, this is in many respects adventurous, and of course it's not going to accomplish much. It's actually going to cause more damage. Like, at the very least, if, say, like, an Andor or something like this were to happen, there's, like, a greater cause for it, right? There's a greater effect that they want to have that will influence and sort of inspire greater, like, national resistance, right? Greater support from the population, right? Like, when you see about, when you read about, say season 1, right, the Aldani heist, the purpose of that was to go in there, steal the payroll, to fund the revolution, right? Or, if they try to assassinate certain figureheads, it's specifically because it's a targeted attack, a targeted mission, and if as a result of that, there's greater imperial crackdown, then at the very least, it will show, the regular people that, hey, like, you're not safe here either. Anyway, I'm trying to, like, make sense of this, because I don't think this was productive at all, and I mean, you shouldn't obviously shoot anybody in the street, even if they are Zionist Nazis, but it's like, they try to act like this is, like, some shock, like, attack, right? Like I was reading like certain comments like AOC, right? It's fucking ridiculous reading her comments because she's like, I'm devastated. I'm like, oh, whoa, like relax. Like you're devastated? Like relax, you know? So you see that sort of lockstep, and also like Zohran in New York, candidate, New York mayor candidate. He of course has to make his comments as well. Because again, if you're gonna run in the American political system, you gotta stay in line. You know, you're not gonna really see anybody say like, "Hey, these are two diplomats for a state that is actively committing a genocide, and this is not a targeted attack based on Judaism. This is attack. This was an attack. I mean, it was. It's an act of political violence, but it is anti-genocide in nature, not anti-Semitic. So we have to properly contextualize that. But of course, we're not going to allow that. And, you know, even these comments that I'm making now could probably get me in trouble, because now they're really going to try to like crack down on people saying free Palestine, or people wearing keffiyehs. Anyway, let me finish this article. So here, a friend, David Bosky, recalled Leszczynski as someone unafraid to broach hard questions in order to interrogate his own convictions. He met Leszczynski in 2017 in Jerusalem at a Messianic Jewish congregation, where they would often end up talking together about life and faith, Bosky said. Quote, he was looking to see where he was going to go in life, asking questions about calling and about identity and about what he was going to study and where he was going to work, Bosky said. On Instagram, his bio included a yellow ribbon symbolizing the struggle to free hostages taken by Hamas during its October 7th, 2023 attack on southern Israel that ignited the war in the Gaza Strip. So yeah. So that's just at least something there to highlight on. Yeah. But yeah, that is the AP, and they're reporting on just this incident. These two diplomats, these lovers of peace. Oh, we're lovers of peace. They're so young and they were in love, and now they were taken away from us for no reason at all. Just, yeah. You know, Crimea River, right? They're supposed to feel bad about, you know, the logical endpoint of just complete unaccountability, just complete impunity, committing a genocide in front of the world. Like, that's not going to like lead to violence on your part, right? It's like the same attitude when October 7th happened. It's like, how could this have happened? And just totally like brushing aside 70 plus years of ethnic cleansing and apartheid is just ridiculous. But again, you know, it's like anything that we do is good, and then anything that happens, like any violence that we experience, we're the victims perpetually. And it's ridiculous. But yeah, we'll touch up more on some Israel Gaza news. I just want to speak on this specifically because this is going to have very real like domestic ramifications, especially for like, say, college campuses. You know, they really want to send cops into these schools to like crack heads, and also not just against the students, but also the administration, and start cracking down on that. Like I was just reading actually, in Texas, they passed a bill to have like greater political control of public universities. And I would imagine that part of that is due to the Palestine protests that have broken out in certain Texas schools. Just again, like the legislative session that I've read in Texas is crazy. They're going to ban Delta 8 THC. It's fucking ridiculous. I'm like, bro, like this place fucking sucks, man. I really don't like it here. And of course, my family has no plans to leave. So if I leave, they're going to feel some type of way. But it's like, this place is falling apart. Anyway, yeah. So yeah, there's going to be a crackdown. I mean, as we saw Hassan, you know, you had Ethan Klein like crying about Hassan for like months now, trying to get him banned. And of course, you know, now he is banned. Of course, I don't know when they're going to reinstate him, but it just goes to show that like there's a real like reflexive repression that's happening here. Yeah, you know, it's going to get worse. It's going to get so much worse. Man, ridiculous, man. Anyway, so we'll continue from that. again, lovers of peace, right? They just wanted to dance. Oh, they're just taken away from us for no reason. But fuck them. I don't give a shit. Fuck him. Anyway, so here, now that we spoke about, that incident of political violence, we can talk at least here about certain events transpiring. I should say, because I was touching up on South Africa and just like the weird fixation that Trump has on this, because he just had the president of South Africa, Cyril Ramaphosa, I hope I said that right, who was there to speak with the president and trying to be on good terms with him, trying to it's the president of the United States, you gotta show some respect, right? And then Trump is just there like, the whites, there's a white genocide, you gotta do something about it. Like, it's such a, what is happening? It's such a cartoon, really. I mean, we had like the Zelensky episode there where they're just arguing with each other. You haven't said thank you once. That's just like what is this? This is such a joke. I mean, I don't really have much respect for the presidency to begin with, but you would expect some decorum, right? And that's just completely out of the window. It's just so stupid. So stupid. And then you've got these heads of states who are just trying to save face and trying to work with the president, just trying to be like, hey, I'm not the enemy. I'm not the bad guy. I don't have any issues. But anyway, it's just so strange, especially with this fixation of white genocide in South Africa. And again, there's this very specific strain of right-wing white nationalism that South Africa has that is just so strange. It's so weird. So we'll touch up at least on this meeting that he had with Cyril Ramaphosa. So yeah, we'll speak on that. So here I'm reading from NPR, and they're talking about these specific videos that he had where he showed a burial site supposedly of white farmers. They're trying to act like white farmers are being mass murdered, and it's maybe a handful. Black farm workers are killed far more in Africa, South Africa. But again, genocide against white people, 10 white farmers were killed. It's so weird. So yeah, so here from NPR, and they're writing from Johannesburg. So President Trump claims a genocide of white people, particularly Afrikaner farmers, is taking place in South Africa. When he met the country's president, Cyril Ramaphosa, in the Oval Office on Wednesday, Trump played him a video previously shared at least twice on social media by his advisor, Elon Musk, that he said was evidence of this. Quote, this is Trump. Quote, now this is very bad. Those are burial sites right there. Burial sites, over 1,000 of white farmers, Trump said. Quote, I've never seen anything like it. The video showed a road lined with either side with scores of white crosses and a procession of cars carrying mourners paying their respects. A startled Ramaphosa asked Trump where the location was, saying he'd never seen the video before. South Africa, somewhere in South Africa, Trump replied. So yeah, it was indeed a video taken in South Africa in KwaZulu-Natal province, but it was not a burial site. And here's a quote from an actual South Afrikaner. Here, quote, my parents, Glenn and Vida Rafferty, were murdered or gunned down by 6 men on their farm in 2020. So those crosses were erected as a memorial on the day of their funeral. End quote. Nathan Rafferty told NPR. So all these crosses, it wasn't thousands of people being murdered. No, it was just specifically a burial for these two farmers. Rafferty, a white South African who now lives in Brisbane, Australia, explained the, quote, local community used it as a means of protest and to pay tribute, end quote. Contrary to Trump's claims, no bodies were ever buried along that road, and the white crosses don't mark graves. Asked on Thursday if the president got it wrong, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt gave this explanation, quote, what's unsubstantiated about the video? The video shows crosses that represent the dead bodies of people who were racially persecuted by their government, end quote, she said. It's fucking ridiculous. It's you have some criminals who kill some white farmers and suddenly it's the South African government Like, it's so ridiculous. Racial persecution of white people. But of course, any sort of like racial persecution of black or Hispanic people in America doesn't exist. Doesn't exist. I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, so yeah, again, reiterating, the crosses don't represent a specific number of farm murder victims. They were a symbolic tribute to a murdered couple. During the meeting, Trump also held up a printout of a blog post showing a photo taken by Reuters from the Democratic Republic of the Congo, mistakenly claiming it was taken in South Africa. Rafferty said he was shocked when he saw the video shown in the Oval Office meeting. Quote, "The last thing you expect to see are some of the most traumatic parts of your life shown on international television, so it was totally unexpected," he said. Quote, "It obviously opened several new wounds." The assailants had been planning to rob his parents, according to the news reports at the time, though they had aimed to get into the safe, and in the end they only stole a car and a few items of little value. While many murders in South Africa remain unsolved, 3 of the Rafferty's murderers were tried and 2 of them were sentenced to life imprisonment. NPR asked Rafferty what he thought about the white genocide suggestion from the Trump administration. Quote, "Do I think there's a targeted genocide program of some sort?" he said. "No, I don't." End quote. However, Rafferty said he thinks much more needs to be done to prevent and condemn what are sometimes brutal attacks. Quote, "I never went farming because I was fearful of the tinderbox that it is, despite having 4 generations of farmers in my family." End quote, he added. South Africa's government doesn't deny the country suffers the highest crime rates in the world. Some of the highest crime rates in the world. Members of Ramaphosa's delegation to Washington were frank about this being a huge problem. On Friday, South Africa releases quarterly crime statistics. These are not usually broken down by race, but given Trump's attack, police said they were making an exception. So from January to March 2025, 6 people were killed on farms in South Africa, police said. Out of those 6, 1 was white. Quote, "The history of farm murders in the country has always been distorted and reported in an unbalanced way. The truth is that farm murders have always included African people in more numbers," said Police Minister Senzo Mchunu, referring to black Africans. Mchunu also spoke about the Rafferty case, during which the couples were sadly murdered by criminals in their home. The incident sparked a very strong protest by the farming community in the area. Crosses symbolizing killings on farms over the years. They are not great, Mchunu said. And it was unfortunate that those facts got twisted to fit a false narrative about crime in South Africa, end quote. So, it just goes to show whenever these conservatives or right-wing people, they try to like pay tribute to victims of said violence, right? White genocide. It's very clear that they don't actually care about like the sensitivity of, say, the relatives or say like, the actual facts on the ground of what happened. They just want to use it for their own ends and their own purposes, right? So as they said here, those crosses that were on the road, they weren't for like thousands of white Afrikaners being murdered. It was for 2 people. So it was just a tribute. They were buried along the side of the road. I've never seen anything like it. Just white genocide. White people kill whitey. Unbelievable. And of course you had like the president, you can tell that he wasn't fully expecting that. Like he knew it was going to be a weird interaction, but this is just like, what the hell? And it really just goes to show that like Elon Musk really was in his ear, like telling him, but they're killing all of the white people in South Africa. It's a genocide, Mr. President. Like he was really in there. He was really like, Trump wouldn't have any fixation on this issue. Like he has a very weird fixation on this issue, which just goes to show that Elon Musk very much has some sway. Like he's very much in his ear. And then they also showed the videos of Julius Malema, the EFF. So the EFF is Economic Freedom Fighters. It's a communist party in South Africa. Like African communism, really. And of course, like they're constantly accused of being racist towards white people, even though they have white members, white Afrikaners, like as party members. and they sing like the songs, right? Kill the boa. It's honestly pretty lit. But kill the farmer. Brpa. Kill the boa. It's awesome. But Trump was really in this meeting with the president, Cyril, really like showing him videos, and he's just like, what is this? This is white genocide. This is genocidal language. He's calling for the extermination of white people in South Africa. It's crazy. And of course, like, Ramaphosa's just like, okay, but he's just one political party. Like, he doesn't represent the government. He's not even like the ruling party. Like, he had like 9% of the vote, I think, last election. But again, like, it's just a weird fixation that they have. And it's like, what are you going to do? You're going to invade South Africa? Like, what is this? Of course, you know, they want to call it white genocide because, like, these, like, farmlands are being repatriated back to the native population because South Africa was a colony of, you know, white people ruling over the land. Of course, you know, that has changed, and of course they, you know, ended apartheid, but there's still that economic, like, disparity, because, like, the white Afrikaners, like, they own, like, they're 10% of the population, but they own 90% of the land. Like, doesn't make any sense. Like, and of course, like, that Rafferty guy that they interviewed, who was talking about, like, I don't feel safe being a farmer in South Africa because, like, but, like, yeah, man, your ancestors stole this land. Like, it's unfortunate what happened to his parents, but it's like, that's sort of what happens when you steal people's land and then, like, for generations, like, sort of, like, hide it away from the native population. You become a target. Same thing with Israel. In fact, apartheid Israel and apartheid South Africa were very close friends, very, very close allies. They developed nukes together. So, you know, there's very obvious, like, connections here. And of course, with the U.S., you know, there's constant talks about reparations, and land back, right? And you're going to see it too. You're going to see, like, that sort of, like, line of, like, argument, you know, becoming more mainstream, where it's going to be like, oh, you want white people to give up their land? Isn't that genocidal? You want a white genocide? Like, that's just what it's going to turn into. It's so ridiculous, man. These right-wing assholes, they spend so much time, you know, trying to discredit the genocide of Native Americans, or the enslavement and the, you know, segregation of black people, right? You know, they want to, like, constantly discredit, say, the drug war, or the military policing, or, you know, the prison slavery industry, right? The school to jail pipeline. Like, they just, like, these things, they just constantly, you know, talk down on it, right? They, you know, they were trying to target Haiti, right? Just anything that's, like, just constantly anti-black, constantly trying to portray black people as just being stupid or just being, like, violent. But then, like, but of course, you know, it's white genocide. So all the other genocides that happen in the world don't exist, but white people having to, you know, maybe have less land than before, you know, instead of owning, like, thousands of acres, you own maybe a couple hundred acres. It's a white genocide. Like, that's just, that's what it is. Like, you're still going to be economically on top. Like, you know, it's ridiculous. But of course, yeah. And of course, we just had, like, something like 50 something, like, South Afrikaners, like, come to the US, and they made a whole, like, press, you know, tour about it. They had, like, the Homeland Security, like, I think the deputy head of Homeland Security come to visit them, and it's just like, oh, well, welcome to America. And of course, like, those Afrikaners, they're going to be in for a rude awakening. Like, I think they're going to try to go back because I don't know what they expect to find in America. Yeah, man, it's weird. It's strange what's going on, this fixation. And it really just goes to show that, like, they're going to become more comfortable with this sort of white nationalism. I mean, they are white nationalists, but they have to, like, have that deniability. But we're getting to a point where they're going to get a bit too comfortable. and they're gonna, start to really, start talking about, like, I feel like what's gonna happen later, because they want to talk about the fertility rate, right? Like there was like supposedly proposals of saying like, oh, we're going to give $5,000 to new mothers for having babies or something, because like they have concerns about the declining fertility rate. But you're going to see now a greater push, or like greater like talking points, right? They're going to say, oh, there's these demographic changes, right? Or that's really what's at the heart of like this like illegal immigrant like hysteria. They're concerned about demographic changes and white people being outbred, right? It's so weird. These guys are fucking weird. I'm sorry. Very, very like eugenics and like breeder fetish type people, right? Like Elon Musk, like he has like a breeding fetish cult, I guess, and that's where he finds all these like new brood mares, right? That he has like IVF impregnations. Anyway, but yeah, it's this like fixation of white genocide. It's going to become more and more apparent. Of course, they're talking about South Africa, but it's going to eventually start becoming more internal. And you're going to start having like Republicans talking about how white people are going to become a minority. We're not even going to be the majority anymore. We're going to be yeah. It's gonna get weird, and it especially sucks being like a person of color. Just like the perceptions that you have to deal with, the perceptions, and also just like, I don't know, because I've never dealt with any serious like racial discrimination or harassment, but it's gonna come. I live in small town Texas, so like it's gonna come eventually, either by police or some like right wing dickhead. It's not looking good, and of course, we have ICE like rounding up people. Like there was a talk about this Mississippi construction worker who had his ID on him, and he still got arrested and detained. So that's some real shit that we're gonna have to deal with. But again, it's just strange to see this little episode where Trump has this weird fixation about South Africa and white genocide, which really goes to show that he has like the weirdest people in his ear, like Elon Musk, Stephen Miller, like the weirdest like right-wing neo-Nazis in his ear, talking to him about white genocide. And here's the thing too. Because I don't really think Trump, like, is actually, like, a white nationalist. Like, I think he's just doing that because it's like, oh, okay, whatever. Like, I think he's too much of a narcissist to, like, identify with whiteness, right? I mean, of course, he is a racist, and I do think that he believes that white people are better than other races. But he's such a massive narcissist that, like, he can't really, like, he's not going to look at, like, other white people and be like, oh, well, we're one and the same. We got to stand together. He's just like, he'll say that, right? But frankly, it's just a tactic to dupe people to further his own agenda. Yeah, man. Anyway, it's crazy to see how things are unfolding and like all the weird topics. It's so weird. This is so weird. Like, what is happening here? And like, you got Ramaphosa here just like, I'm trying to I'm trying to be on your side, man. Like, relax. Anyway. And of course you have like Malema and the EFF. The EFF! So funny. Anyway, so that is happening, I guess. And like, where's this even gonna go? Like, I don't even know what this is gonna accomplish. Like, I think they also did this, I guess, because of the ICJ trial that's happening that South Africa is heading. So I think that's another factor as well. Anyway, so we'll touch on that. So I did want to highlight next on certain tax proposals that are being passed, or certain bill proposals, because it's a bit odd to read about. I mean, there's supposedly, like, there's one proposal where it's like no tax on tips. I don't really know what that is trying to accomplish. I mean, again, these weird Senate bills, House bills, it's just like, I mean, there's only so much you can keep up with. So I at least wanted to touch up here on the tax cut plans here, which is really just like, it's a tax cut, but really it's like a wealth transfer to the richest 1%, or I should say the richest 0.01%. So like literally like the top 5 richest people on the planet. Yeah, anyway. So here, I'm reading from MSNBC. Their title here, Trump's tax cut plan will be cripplingly expensive for most Americans. So here is at least just what they're highlighting here for this proposal. So here, over the past decade, Washington has enacted President Donald Trump's $1.5 trillion Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, the TCJA, a bipartisan $1.7 trillion Pandemic Response CARES Act, and President Joe Biden's $1.8 trillion American Rescue Plan. Yet the cost of the House-passed Republican tax cut will likely exceed all 3 of these expensive laws combined. So here, the Congressional Budget Office, the CBO, officially scores the GOP tax cuts included in the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. That is the official name. Just unbelievable. What a cartoon we live in. So yeah, the One Big Beautiful Bill Act as costing $3.8 trillion over the next decade. But the tab rises to $5.3 trillion when removing the deceptive expiration dates included to cover up the bill's exorbitant long-term costs. Add in the additional tax savings added at the last minute to win more Republican votes, as well as the resulting interest costs, and the 10-year tax cut cost likely approaches $6.5 trillion. The House bill would offset just $1.3 trillion with savings from programs such as Medicaid, SNAP, and student loans, and the Senate is likely to strip many of those offsets. The 2017 tax cuts were drafted against a backdrop of $585 billion annual budget deficits. Deficits have since tripled to $1.8 trillion, and Republicans have responded by passing the most expensive legislation since the 1960s. The combination of tax cuts, escalating Social Security and Medicare shortfalls, and soaring interest costs will push annual deficits towards $4 trillion within the decade. Rather than reduce this unfathomable cost, GOP leaders are trying to hide it from voters to circumvent Congress's anti-deficit rules. Senate Republicans have suggested simply deleting the CBO score of the TCJA renewals and writing in zero cost. They claim that those original TCJA expiration dates were never real anyway, even as GOP dutifully adds expiration dates into the new legislation. House Republicans have been seen carrying talking points from Newt Gingrich attacking the CBO for acknowledging that tax relief adds to deficits. Another stale Washington gimmick has Republicans claiming that tax relief will unleash roughly $13 trillion in additional economic growth over the next decade, in turn producing $2.5 trillion of additional tax revenues. However, most of the bill's cost derives from extending the current TCJA, which leaves unanswered how continuing the same tax policies would suddenly cause economic growth rates to spike to their highest sustained level since the 1990s. Moreover, the tax legislation undermines any potential economic expansion in several ways. It adds an additional expiration date to its most pro-growth provisions, encouraging business investment. Businesses will not undertake expensive and risky long-term investments based on temporary tax provisions, even if those provisions are expected to eventually be renewed, nor do the bill's populist giveaway, such as eliminating some taxes on tips, overtime, and car loan interest, boost economic growth. Instead, they will clutter the tax code, inviting taxpayer gaming and weigh down the economy in more government red ink. Even the Conservative Tax Foundation modeled the tax provisions and found virtually no long-term increase in national income or wages. The economists at the Penn Wharton budget model found only minuscule long-term economic benefits. The modest growth effects of tax relief are swallowed by the economic drag of adding tens of trillions of dollars to the long-term federal debt, which in turn diverts national savings away from the investments that could start businesses, create jobs, and raise incomes. Economic growth is mathematically the product of labor force growth times workers' productivity growth. With the labor force already set to stop growing due to low fertility, baby boomer retirements, and Trump's immigration restrictions, meeting the GOP's economic targets will require nearly doubling the growth rate of workers' productivity. Such an outcome would be quite unlikely even in the absence of White House-induced trade war devastating key industries and starving the economy of foreign investments. Delivering economic expansion to pay for tax cuts requires more than populist pandering and unrestrained government debt. Rather than reduce the cost of the budget buster, House Republicans passed their bill by buying off colleagues with even more debt finance benefits. Coastal state Republicans demanded a last-minute evisceration of the TCJA's cap on state and local tax SALT deductions, with nearly all benefits going to high earners. The bill scales back low-income welfare while providing a $52 billion corporate welfare bailout for farmers. A key GOP constituency, Republicans are correct that escalating spending is the leading long-term deficit driver, yet the refusal to rein in spending growth gives them no business cutting taxes by trillions of dollars. While Democrats have blasted the cost of the GOP tax legislation, it must be pointed out that their sudden concern over runaway deficits reeks of partisan opportunism rather than principle. After all, Biden signed legislation and executive orders adding nearly $5 trillion to 10-year deficits. Democratic lawmakers refuse to address the Social Security and Medicare shortfalls that will quadruple to $2.2 trillion annually over the decade and impose nearly all spending offsets in the GOP bill. They have also endorsed renewing the TCJA for all but the highest earning 5% taxpayers, plus an additional $1 trillion child tax cut expansion and full SALT cap repeal. Senate Democrats this week voted unanimously to stop taxing tips. A $36 trillion federal debt provides enough blame to go around, and both parties must reevaluate the refusal to confront a debt headed toward $200 trillion over the next 3 decades. They can begin by ending the $1 trillion legislation. This month, Moody's became the latest credit ratings agency to downgrade Washington's credit rating, and a terrified bond market is pushing up interest rates to levels that could add $500 billion more to annual interest costs. As a fiscal conservative, I prefer low taxes, but recognize that tax cuts without spending cuts are just tax deferrals with interest. If extending the 2017 tax relief is truly worth doing, and this includes the expanded child tax credit, higher standard deduction, and business investment incentives, then it is also worth paying for. So yeah, that is the article here. And this is from Jessica Rydell, a senior fellow at the Manhattan Institute. Yeah, so that's just at least a quick rundown of these tax plans. I mean, again, when it comes to like fiscal policy and the budget and all this bullshit, I don't fully know it. But I'm just like, I don't care. I don't fucking give a shit. It's just so pointless. I mean, it's not pointless. It's very serious, like policy, monetary and fiscal policy. But, dude, it's just like these Republicans are like, we're the fiscally conservative party. And then you read their tax plans, and it's literally just like whatever money goes to the top 1%, that's just where it goes. That's fiscal responsibility. Like, it's hilarious to talk about trickle-down economics, right? Because the idea behind it is, we'll have the elites, they'll take up that money and then they'll have the wealth trickle down by developing jobs or creating businesses or whatever. Like, it's just some weird shit. But then, of course, like, when it actually comes time for those elites who have accumulated all that wealth to actually start, actually trickling down that wealth, it becomes a handout. Oh, you're just constantly asking for a handout. It's just, it makes no sense. Then, again, it's not supposed to make sense. It's just supposed to make money for the top 1%. Unbelievable. Yeah, Trump and his, country club buddies. And it's crazy too. Again, you look back at the inauguration. Like, look at all the different companies that went to show support. All the CEOs, right? Like, they're all in the same club, man. That's all it is. It's a big club and you ain't in it. We're not in it, you know? So yeah. So that's just at least, some tax proposals that are in effect or being proposed. But yeah, I just wanted to at least highlight here, because there was that talk about the tax code and different proposals for the budget. But here now I also wanted to highlight on like trade talks with the United States and the EU, because of course we had these like tariff trade disputes that are happening. And of course that has very real implications for the economy. I think even with China, they had it initially like at like 140 something, and then they made a deal. So now it's down to not 140, but like either 30-40% tariffs. It's just so strange. Again, like Trump is just like, we're doing a tariff on, we're doing a tariff on the EU now, for whatever reason. Just yeah, and they also like I think threatened tariffs if iPhones were made in India. Like he wants like, it's like these iPhones, they got to be made in America, or like say like I was talking about like toys and dolls. It's like, well, instead of $30, maybe your kid can have 2. Like it's just like, it's so funny, like just the way he treats it. My goodness, man. Again, like it's crazy because like Trump is so funny. He's so funny, but it's so terrible. There's very real implications here, man. Like, oh my god. So here I'm reading from Politico, and they're highlighting here the German finance chief urges serious talks with the EU and the US after Trump threatens tariffs. So reading here and this is actually like the EU Politico here. So German finance minister Lars Klingbeil on Sunday called for, quote, serious negotiations, end quote, with the United States after U.S. President Donald Trump threatened to impose 50% tariffs on European goods starting June 1st. Quote, we don't need further provocation now, but serious negotiations, end quote, Klingbeil said in an interview with German newspaper Bild, that's B-I-L-D, Bild, published Sunday. Quote, this is precisely what I discussed with U.S. Quote, this is precisely what I discussed with U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, end quote, Klingbeil told Bild, which is owned by Axel Springer, Politico's parent company. Quote, the U.S. tariffs endanger the American economy at least as much as the German and European economies, end quote, he said. Quote, this trade conflict is damaging everyone and must be ended quickly, end quote, Klingbeil said. Klingbeil met Bessent at last week's summit of G7 finance ministers in Canada. In the Bild interview, the German minister stressed the need to de-escalate tensions and find a political solution, while at the same time also adding, quote, as Europeans, we are united and determined to represent our interests, end quote. Trump's threat to slap 50% tariffs on European goods sent shockwaves the European stock markets. The U.S. president had initially imposed a 20% tariff on April 2nd, later cutting it to 10% and giving 90 days to strike a deal. Friday's ultimatum landed just hours before a call by EU Trade Commissioner Maros Šefčovič. It's a very Slavic name, sorry. With U.S. Trade Representative Jameson Greer and U.S. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, seen as a last-ditch bid to avoid a full-blown trade war. After the call, Šefčovič, urged, quote, mutual respect, not threats, between the two sides. The European Commission, quote, remains ready to work in good faith, Šefčovič said in a post on social media. At the same time, quote, we stand ready to defend our interests, he said. So that's just, some weird, like, back and forth that's happening here, at least with, like, EU trade. It's very odd. Like, it's just so schizophrenic sometimes. yeah, anyway, so that's just at least what I want to see, because I think what's happening, and I'm going to read this here, about China specifically with the trade tariff sort of back and forth, because he had to like sort of concede with China because China actually has like very real manufacturing capabilities. So like, of course, they can like leverage, with these tariff negotiations versus like Europe, where it's like they're subservient to the U.S. I mean, really, the EU is like very much a vassal state towards the U.S. So, and I don't specifically know why he's targeting the EU. It's just odd. But I'm going to read here from CNN about the recent sort of truce that came to pass with these trade negotiations. So let me see here. So from CNN Business, they're reading here, the title here, Beijing sees a victory with the U.S. tariff truce. What is it aiming for next? So here from CNN, a surprise truce in the spiraling tariff war between the U.S. and China last week was hailed by Chinese pundits as a success for the country, but Beijing is gearing up for a rocky path in relations and negotiations ahead. Already, in the days immediately following the May 12th agreement between American and Chinese negotiators in Geneva, Beijing has been lashing out at Washington. On Monday, China's Commerce Ministry accuses the U.S. of, quote, undermining the Geneva talks between Trump administration foreign companies against using AI chips made by national tech company Huawei. 2 days later, it said Washington was, quote, abusing export controls to suppress and contain China, end quote, referring again to Trump's guidelines on AI chips. Beijing has also stuck to its stance on fentanyl, calling the drug scourge, quote, the U.S.'s problem, not China, even as further collaboration with Washington on curbing the production of chemicals that can be used to make the drug could help Beijing whittle down remaining U.S. tariffs on its goods. China's tough talk sends a clear signal ahead of expected negotiations that even as Beijing stands to face major economic pain from trade frictions, it's in no mood for quick concessions at the expense of its own image or interests. It's also a reminder that despite the temporary dial down, an entrenched U.S.-China strategic rivalry will cast a heavy shadow over those talks. Washington now views an increasingly assertive China as a threat and has moved to tighten controls on Chinese access to American tech and investments while shoring up its Asian alliances, acts China views as, quote, containment. The clock is already ticking on trade negotiations, as the truce agreed by American and Chinese officials earlier this month lasts only 90 days. Under that deal, the two sides agreed to reduce by 150% point tariffs that had amounted to a de facto trade embargo between two highly integrated economies, leaving assembly lines stalled, ports quieted, and companies on both sides reeling with how to cope. There have been no announcements of further trade talks between the U.S. and China, though U.S. Trade Representatives Jamieson Greer and Chinese Trade Envoy Li Chenggang met on the sidelines of a gathering of APEC trade ministers in South Korea last week, Reuters reported. On Friday, China's Ministry of Foreign Affairs said Vice Minister Ma Zhaozhu spoke with U.S. State Department Deputy Secretary for Management and Resources Richard Verma on China-U.S. relations. Quote, the revival of U.S.-China trade ties benefits both sides and the global economy, China's state broadcaster CCTV said amicably on May 14th when the reductions went into effect, taking a more modest tone than pundits like Hu Jinjing, the former editor of a state-linked nationalist tabloid who had called the outcome a huge victory for China. But CCTV added the U.S. must completely correct its, quote, wrongdoing of making excuses to recklessly impose tariffs. Dialogue can begin, but hegemony must end. So here, the next paragraph, no delusions. When Trump announced so-called reciprocal duties on trade partners around the world last month, China took a different approach to most countries, swiftly retaliating with its own measures. And it didn't back down even when the U.S. president then paused most duties on other countries but raised them on China, with Beijing projecting itself as a global leader standing up to a bully as their tit-for-tat tariffs spiraled higher. Now Chinese leaders likely feel, quote, reassured that their U.S. strategy is on the right track, according to geopolitical strategist Brian Wong, an assistant professor at the University of Hong Kong. But the question for Beijing is how to spin that into a lasting victory for its economy and its narrative, despite a deep mutual mistrust and mounting U.S.-China competition in tech, military prowess, and global influence, not to mention a president known for his brash policymaking. Quote, there is absolutely no delusion on the part of China's senior decision makers concerning an easing of Sino-American tensions, end quote, said Wong. The stakes are high for China to make sure tariffs are reduced for its single largest export market and don't ratchet back up. If the current reduced duties remain in place, U.S.-China trade could be cut by half, reducing China's growth by 1.6, leading to 46 million job losses, according to Chief Asia-Pacific economist Alicia Garcia-Herrero at Natixis, an investment bank. The Trump administration has yet to lay out a clear set of demands for negotiations with China, but the president has long railed against the U.S. roughly $300 billion trade deficit with China and blamed the country for the offshoring of American jobs and the decline of U.S. manufacturing. Here, the next paragraph, weathering the storm. Despite its tough talk, observers say Beijing is likely prepared to make some concessions that could include returning to or expanding on a trade agreement to buy more U.S. goods reached during Trump's first trade war, which was never fully implemented. Law enforcement collaboration or tighter controls on the productions of precursor chemicals used to make fentanyl could be another. Quote, the Chinese are willing to make deals in order to weather the storm, called Trump, said Yun Sun, director of the China program at the Stimson Center think tank in Washington. Quote, if there is a way they can minimize the costs and stabilize bilateral relations, that is preferred, but they want U.S. to be practical and reasonable, end quote. There are clear friction points. Beijing would likely want to work toward closing the trade gap by buying high-end American technology, much of which is now banned for sale there. Chinese officials may also be wary of negotiating too broadly with Trump's team and giving concessions connected to opening its economic system, which Western countries have long been calling for. But Beijing also has its own leverage, as it appears to continue to keep tight control over its rare earth exports that are critical to automobile, aerospace, and military industries. And observers see China as more able to withstand economic pain than the U.S. That's partly because Chinese leader Xi Jinping, a strong man atop a tightly controlled Communist Party system, isn't vulnerable in the same way as Trump to public backlash over economic pain and tanking stock prices. Quote, although the effects of the tariffs on the Chinese economy will become sharper, Beijing believes that it can endure the trade war longer than the United States can, end quote. Former Chinese diplomat Zhao Xiaoming wrote in an online analysis earlier this month ahead of the Geneva talks. Where negotiations land by August 12th, when the 90-day window closes, will have a major impact on the broader trajectory of relations between rival global powers. But in the meantime, Beijing is continuing to prepare for a long-term rupture with the U.S. Trade tensions have added urgency to China's twin drives to boost domestic consumption and expand other export markets as the government looks for ways to offset the potential loss of American customers. Xi and his officials have launched a flurry of diplomacy targeting partners from Latin America to Europe and Southeast Asia, projecting China as a responsible partner and offering to bolster cooperation or expand free trade. Beijing has done brilliantly in this regard, according to Suisheng Zhao, director of the Center of China-U.S. Cooperation at Joseph Corbell School of International Studies in Denver. Quote, if Trump continues this global tariff war, that will give a lot of strategic advantage to China, end quote. And that's important for Beijing, he added, because regardless of what happens in the next 90 days, the broader U.S.-China rivalry means both hope to become less resilient on the other. And that's important for Beijing, he added, because regardless of what happens in the next 90 days, the broader U.S.-China rivalry means both hope to become less reliant on the other. Quote, it doesn't matter what they talk about in negotiations, they'd each rather reduce their trade with the other, and that's the trend, he said. So, yeah, that is just some observations there. So a bit of a pause in the, tariff fight that's happening between the U.S. and China. And of course, the U.S. is also just like blanket, like tariffs, has placed blanket tariffs on, the rest of the world, right? Just like whatever, like, because the idea behind it is a trade deficit, which is ridiculous, right? Like you put like a trade deficit on like Peleliu or some like random island in the Pacific. It's just like, it's ridiculous. But, China is going to come out of this looking more reasonable. And as they said, they're approaching places like Africa and Latin America and Southeast Asia, because like they're again, it's like, it's all about business, and business needs stability. And Trump is not stable at all. America is not a stable place economically anymore. The American dollar is no longer stable. So there's some real shakeups happening. Tariffs, I mean, it's just ridiculous to think about. It's just like they want to bring jobs back to America, or they want to bring manufacturing back into America. But then, like, for starters, a lot of that's going to be automated. So not even like real jobs. But also, like, they're going to bring back those jobs, or the manufacturing. And then, like, okay, and then what's going to happen with those workers? Like, they're going to start to unionize. Like, there's going to be a lot of problems, like I was talking about last time, the coal industry. They want to revitalize the coal industry, which historically has never been a militant labor movement. No, never. It's just ridiculous. But yeah, I mean, I don't know what his plan is with this. I mean, it's to art of the deal, just shake up the global trade markets and then make your rival look like the reasonable partner. I don't understand what's happening. So yeah, so here at least, with this last bit, I wanted to touch up on just a quick overview of Trump and his like speech with West Point cadets. I mean, because again, like he wants a war somewhere, so of course he's gonna like speak and try to like saber rattle and like it's odd. He needs a war, like he does, like that's what they're gonna try to gear towards. The question is where, because like you say with like Yemen, like they just negotiated a ceasefire there, like they have hinted at military activity in Mexico. They even tried pressuring Mexico to have more involvement of U.S. military. I've said before, I think Venezuela might be his target. I think like he's going to try to use this like migrant crisis and say that like, oh, these Venezuelan criminals, they're invading our country. I think that's one thing that could happen. I mean, it could be anywhere. Honestly, it really could be anywhere. Maybe South Africa. I don't fucking know. Like anything could happen. So here I wanted to at least, highlight his comments with the West Point cadet graduation commencement. Because, like, I mean, he is the president. He's the commander-in-chief. And, these West Point cadets are going to be the new generation of Army officers. So, yeah, I mean, imagine that. It's like you go to West Point and then, like, you get Trump speaking at your rally, speaking at your graduation. Of all the presidents you could have, I mean, there was like what Joe Biden, like didn't he like trip at one of his commencement speeches? Like, anyway, it's just so odd. And then of course there's like reports that like Trump wants to do a military parade in Washington D.C., which he's so weird, man. Like, I don't know what's happening. So anyway, I'm gonna read here from CBS. So here from West Point, President Trump used his first military commencement address since returning to office to congratulate the cadets at West Point for their achievements and take credit for the United States military power. Quote, "You will become officers in the greatest and most powerful army the world has ever known," end quote, Mr. President said. Quote, "And I know because I rebuilt the army and I rebuilt the military and we rebuilt it like nobody's ever rebuilt it before." Oh my God, dude, this is so corny. Oh my God. It was all thanks to me. I'm a military genius. Oh my God. It's straight up like Hitler. He's just like talking about like, I conquered Europe. Like I just rewatched Downfall actually. And like there's this scene where he's like, Steiner isn't attacking. And he's like, you're all cowards. I conquered Europe alone. And he's like, no, you didn't, dude. Like, anyway. So yeah, I rebuilt the military. I rebuilt it like nobody has ever rebuilt it before. You're the president of the United States. Like, come on. Okay. So right, wearing a red MAGA hat. Like he wore a MAGA hat to a West Point graduation ceremony. My goodness. The Republican president also detailed the shift in U.S. foreign policy and military intervention, something he previously addressed during his trip to the Middle East earlier this month. Quote, for at least 2 decades, political leaders from both parties have dragged our military into missions, Mr. President said, accusing leaders in the past of sending soldiers into, quote, nation-building crusades to nations that want nothing to do with us, end quote. Quote, it was never meant to be, it wasn't meant to be, end quote. The last time the president gave a speech at the U.S. Military Academy came amid nationwide reckoning following the police killing of George Floyd in 2020. In that address, Mr. Trump focused his speech on thanking the National Guard for, quote, ensuring peace, safety, and the constitutional rule of law on our streets, end quote. He urged the class to never forget the soldiers who fought to, quote, extinguish the evil of slavery, end quote. 9 graduates in 2020 wrote a letter to administrators asking for anti-racism training to be part of the curriculum at West Point, saying the institution was failing to produce leaders equipped to lead diverse organizations. 5 years later, West Point is complying with the second Trump administration's executive order banning diversity, equity, and inclusion, or DEI programs in the military. In February, the U.S. Military Academy disbanded a dozen cadet clubs formed around race and gender, including the Asian Pacific Forum Club, the National Society of Black Engineers Club, and the Society of Women Engineers Club. The order bans race or sex-based preference in any part of the U.S. military and directs Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth to conduct internal reviews of DEI initiatives. The president vowed during the campaign to get rid of, quote, woke military generals and reestablish a merit-based system. Yeah, man, we're going to have the Moscow trials. We're going to purge all these, like, woke generals. so dumb. Okay. On Saturday, Mr. Trump touted that critical race theory will no longer be taught at military academies. Quote, we're getting rid of the distractions and we're focusing our military on its core mission, crushing America's adversaries, killing America's enemies, and defending our great American flag like it's never been defended before, end quote. This guy is the president. I just remember, this guy is the fucking president. Just, oh my God. Oh my God, dude. It's so crazy, man. Right, Mr. Trump also said that his administration achieved a new record in peacetime recruiting records. Quote, today, morale in the armed forces is soaring to the highest levels in many decades after years of recruiting shortfalls. And we had years and years of recruiting shortfalls. And just last year was the worst of all, the last year of the Biden administration, Mr. Trump said, quote, and right now, just less than a year later, we just set a brand new peacetime recruiting record, end quote. I just love that he just can't skip an opportunity to shit on Joe Biden. It's just so funny. Especially at this graduation ceremony. Like, what do these cadets feel like? Like, what? This is your boss. Yeah. Like, it's just like some, like, corporate, like, onboarding, training. And the CEO comes in. And then you're just like, oh, man, this guy's a fucking weirdo. Like, so, right. So, CBS News has found that military records show enlistments began rebounding from a pandemic slump long before Election Day. While numbers have continued to rise under President Mr. Trump, experts say the so-called Trump bump, a term used by Hegseth, is most likely the result of recruiting reforms introduced during former President Joe Biden's term. Mr. Trump's address comes a day after Vice President J.D. Vance, a Marine veteran, spoke at the U.S. Naval Academy and emphasized the administration's shift in foreign policy against forever wars and open-ended conflicts. No longer would the U.S. send the military on missions unless there was a specific set of goals in mind, he told the graduates. Ahead of Memorial Day, Vance also reflected on the sacrifice of service members. He shared the story of Major Megan McClung, 34, who served alongside him in Iraq and was killed by a roadside bomb. Quote, she was an officer I served with who was bright, tough, and incredible incredibly dedicated to her job, Vance said. He acknowledged that while not all graduates shared his beliefs, he was still rooting for them. Of the 1,002 cadets graduating from the U.S. Military Academy, 14 are international cadets coming from across the globe, including Kosovo, Qatar, and Poland. Former President Joe Biden gave the commencement speech at West Point last year, during which he focused on foreign policy challenges that are still facing the U.S. He pledged continuous support for Ukraine, called for a ceasefire between Israel and Hamas, and reminded graduates that their oaths to the Constitution, not a particular party. So that was just a quick little aside that Trump had. It's just so funny to see like these little side quests that he goes on, and then just like the way he talks. And again, he can't just for one moment just have some decorum and have like a proper speech of just like, like you would expect some like decorum or some sort of like respectability. No, he's just like, dude, this is our big, beautiful military. I have rebuilt it alone myself, and we got rid of the woke generals. We got rid of the trans generals. We have no longer a woke military. Like, unbelievable. And of course, like you see, like especially with like Pete Hegseth, like this like sort of black rifle coffee like mentality of like military propaganda. And again, just like the weird posts that are coming out of like the White House account, the Pentagon, right? Just like they're shit posting, like straight up. It's so weird, man. Like this is the first like actual like Groyper administration. Like you see like the first Trump administration, at least they had some sort of decorum to it, some sort of respectability. I mean, it was still a clown show, but now it's like full on like right-wing 4chan Groyper posting. Like it's so weird. My goodness, man. And I mean, it's just fascinating, especially to see now, because Trump is going to need a war somewhere. He's going to need some sort of military action somewhere. He needs a win. It's just going to be interesting to see where he shifts his focus, I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. It's so strange. But that's at least, his comments and his little speech to, welcome aboard the new generation of American military officers. Yeah, man. Wow. So weird. But that's what I wanted to at least touch up on for this first segment, domestic news and just highlighting different updates on Trump specifically with these tariffs. And, it's just wild. And also to see like with the assassination of those Israeli diplomats and the ramifications that will come from that, the internal crackdown, and of course the trade tariffs, those negotiations that are transpiring, the tax bills and budget bills that are being proposed that are really just funneling money to the top 1%, so making life more difficult and more expensive for us. Yeah, man. It's just it's all a sham, all of it. I don't know how to. Again, like sometimes I'm out of the loop, and then I read stuff like this, and I'm just like, what is going on? Like we live in a simulation, we live in a movie, and then you read about the Democrats, and it's like they're not really doing much either. Like they had like Jerry Connolly just died. Yeah, Jerry Connolly, who was like the oversight committee chair that was supposed to go to AOC, and then like she got overstepped for this young, bright, virile young man, 75-year-old young man dying of cancer. And he just died like this week. And actually multiple Democratic members of Congress have died in office. And then just now, Joe Biden, it was just released that he has prostate cancer, which, I don't want to say anybody deserves cancer, but Joe Biden is a real piece of work, a real piece of shit. So I really have no tears for him. Yeah, man. And then just also considering because it's advanced now, it's gone to the bone, which is not that I'm any sort of expert on cancer, but prostate cancer is one of those cancers that it's sort of slow. It's like, you have to have regular checkups on it, because if you don't, then of course it's gonna go, it's gonna spread. So it's like they're saying here that he most definitely had it, like when he was first elected. So like the simple fact that they hid this health details about him, and also like his cognitive health is very clear, senility. Am I saying it right? Whatever. Like very, very clearly, like his brain is melting in front of us, and then you have all his staffers, these fucking sycophants, just brushing it aside and pretending it's not real. And then now suddenly, oh yeah, by the way, his ass is melting away, and he doesn't even recognize like his like closest associates, like his friends. My goodness, man. Again, that's why I couldn't vote for Joe Biden the first time. And that's why I couldn't vote for Kamala Harris, because they're careerists and they're liars. And like they put us in this situation. It's ridiculous when still today, if I as a leftist talk about how I didn't vote for either Joe Biden or Kamala Harris, it's, oh, you're to blame for this, and not the Democrats who lied. They lied about his health status, and we're just going to force it down our throat. Like, they didn't even do primaries. They didn't have any primaries for Joe Biden, the second term. And then when it became clear with the debate that he was very clearly declining, they just switched to Kamala Harris. And like, yeah, man, it's just a joke, man. Just a fucking joke. And yeah, and of course you see with the media, like apparently Jake Tapper, like releasing a book highlighting the behind the scenes sort of like cover-ups that are happening. It's just like, they knew what they were doing. They knew what they were doing, and they still lied to the American people. And now we got Trump. So again, it's just fascinating how like the Democrats and like other liberals will get mad at the left because we didn't vote along. But it's like, man, you recognize that you need our vote, and instead of like actually like, making some compromises and concessions to win our vote, you're just saying, shut up and vote for Kamala Harris. Or if you don't vote for her, you hate black women. Or, it's just like some weird shit. Yeah, man, it's just so bad. We're really heading to a very dark period. Everybody's losing their mind. Everybody's going crazy. I don't know what to say about it. But at least I'll just wrap up with that, So yeah, Joe Biden dying with ass cancer. I don't really care. I don't give a shit. Couldn't happen to a more evil person. And of course, when he goes, everybody's gonna try to pay respects. Oh, he was such a good president. Oh. Or like, if you even voice any criticisms, now's not the time. You can't speak ill of the dead. Man, fuck him. I don't give a shit. Fuck him. Some are saying that he might even die within the summer, because like that's how advanced the cancer is. So it's like, so even if they hadn't switched out Kamala Harris, like, so like even if they hadn't switched out Kamala Harris, he'd still be dead. Like, I don't know what they're thinking, man. Oh my god. Anyway, so that's at least what I wanted to touch up on this first segment, just domestic news and just like highlighting different developments. Big deal news concerning trade and budget proposals, tax codes, but then also with acts of violence, political violence, and the boomerang effect that's going to happen, the repression of that. Just wow, man, what a month. It's just like every time I record, it's just some big news happening. But yeah, so from that, I will now jump into international geopolitical news, and as I said, I will highlight on a little more specifically on military events between India and Pakistan, because there's a lot to uncover. I mean, they just casually had like the largest air battle since World War II, and like nobody really talks about it. But I'll highlight it here. But yeah, pretty significant flashpoint that occurred. And so in this segment on the recent geopolitical developments, this segment will primarily highlight like military developments. There's just a lot of skirmishes and different developments, especially with, well, of course, I'll be speaking on the Israel-Gaza conflict, the genocide that's happening there. That's starting to really ramp up, and I mean, you think you've seen the worst of it, and then it just keeps getting worse and worse, and there's just no end in sight, it seems. And then also with developments in the Ukraine conflict as well, different negotiations that are happening because Trump is trying to bring an end to it, but it's not exactly panning out as he's expecting, and yeah, it doesn't seem to be going anywhere. Although, like, there's the diplomatic negotiations that are happening, and then there's the actual, like, strategic and tactical developments on the ground, because, like, it's a real war. Like, there's real violence that's happening, and real, like, battles. And just recently, actually, in the Ukraine conflict, they had their largest drone strike from Russia. Waves of drones and missiles. So I'll touch on that also. And then there is, as I had talked about earlier, the India-Pakistan skirmishes that are happening, particularly with Kashmir. There was the terrorist attack, and India placing the blame on the Pakistani military junta, and then that leading to certain skirmishes and just a straight up air battle, like a dogfight. The largest, they're saying the largest air battle since World War II, and it has a lot of implications about certain military technologies, especially from China, and what that could bode for the future as this like multipolar Cold War heats up. So there's a lot. So this is going to be very military heavy. Very heavy military focus on this geopolitical segment. We'll just highlight on that. So first we'll speak about Israel and Gaza. Get the worst of it out of the way, because like when I talk about Israel, Gaza, I get very heated about it because these people are so, like, when I read about like Russia and Ukraine, like I'm not as emotionally invested in it. I mean, of course, it's a terrible conflict, and of course I want it to be over, and I want the Ukrainians and the Russians to not, kill each other at the behest of the United States, NATO, and Putin's ambitions. I mean, this is just, again, it's an imperial proxy war, and all these innocent people are caught in between. Same thing with the Pakistani-India conflict. I'm not as emotionally invested. I mean, it is interesting to follow, and of course, these are nuclear armed powers, so it's very big consequences here, very very serious consequences that could unfold from this. But again, it's just one of those things where you have the Indian, of course, with Modi's, Hindutva nationalist government, and then the military junta dictatorship that is in Pakistan that overthrew Imran Khan. So it's just bad guys versus bad guys, and innocent people caught in between, particularly the inhabitants of Kashmir, which is another occupied area that is getting a lot of its notes from Israel and Gaza and the occupation of West Bank. So again, that's what they try to act like things aren't connected. It's very much connected, and many states are learning from Israel the different tactics of occupation and apartheid and ethnic cleansing. So I'm going to get this out of the way first. The developments in Gaza, especially with recent developments like last night, they had bombed a school turned shelter, and basically like burned these people alive, women and children alive. It's just insanity, pure insanity, and you can't talk about it, especially in the wake of these diplomats, so-called peace-loving diplomats, being executed. Like, not now more than ever. If you're critical of Israel, now it's you're part of the deaths of these beautiful young people. That's the attitude of it. So, of course, there are the comments that we can make on that. I did want to at least touch on certain negotiations that are happening, because supposedly they had reached a deal for like a 60-day ceasefire, so aid can start flowing in. Again, it's all bullshit, because Israel does not want a ceasefire, and they want total annihilation of the Palestinians in Gaza. So it's just like they're forestalling what they see as the inevitable ethnic cleansing holocaust of Gaza. So I'm going to read here from CNN, just at least, the end voice, because what's happening actually, and this is what's like causing some, tension, at least with the Trump administration in Israel, it seems as though that the United States is directly negotiating with Hamas. So it's just like, it's interesting to see that unfold, because I remember when Trump got elected, so many Israelis and Zionists were happy about Trump winning, even though like Biden was also a committed Zionist and the Democrats are committed to support Israel. It's just like, but you know, it's just crazy to see like they don't want that liberal Zionism of just like, oh, well, you know, we have to be sensitive to Palestinians, even though we're still going to give you every weapon and every like bullet that you need, every bomb that you need, like no questions asked, you know, like they again, there was that recent report that came out where the Biden administration was attempting to say, oh, our hands are tied. The president, you know, what can he do? You know, oh, Netanyahu, he's just going behind him. And the reality was, it's just that Biden was fully committed. Like, he didn't want a ceasefire. He didn't want to, you know, yeah, he's always been a committed Zionist. Biden has always been, especially with, when you read about the 80s, the invasion of Lebanon, like, he was full throttle. Like, yeah, go ahead. Like, do it. So, again, it's just crazy to see how, like, these Zionists who were trying to make the liberals and the Democrats appear as though they're anti-Semitic. These anti-Semite, woke leftists, the Democrats. But they're learning the hard way now that Trump, he's not a Zionist either. Like, he doesn't really care. Like, you know, Biden is a committed Zionist ideologically. Trump does not give a shit. Like, if he can gain something by appealing towards the Zionist lobby, then he'll obviously, you know, cozy up to them, right? There's like the Adelsons, right, that he like made deals with and recognized the Golani Heights, and then he released like the spy, right, that like stole uranium, also recognizing Jerusalem as the capital. So there's a lot of things that he's done that has been pro-Israeli, pro-Zionist, but he's not doing it because he loves Israel and he loves the dream, the Zionist dream. He doesn't care about that. So, as we're seeing here, because Israel's fucking up the bag, right? Because Trump wants greater normalization in the Middle East, especially with Saudi Arabia. That's his main priority, not Israel. Israel doesn't really, like, it's at least good in terms of like winning certain support, especially from like evangelicals and the Zionist lobbies. But it's going to get a point where it's going to be unsustainable. And Trump, he's about the bag. So like, if Israel keeps fucking up the bag, he's going to, you know, go around them. And I certainly feel that because he's such a massive narcissist, and Netanyahu's also a massive narcissist, that they're going to butt heads. Because, like, if there's one thing narcissists hate is another narcissist. Anyway, so I'm going to talk here right from CNN, just at least these ceasefire negotiations that are supposedly in the works, but Israel, of course, is saying no, there's no ceasefire, and they're preparing a new offensive. It's muddy. So right, so here from CNN, a U.S. envoy says Gaza ceasefire is on the table as Israel prepares for, quote, an unprecedented attack, end quote. So this is from Jerusalem, and this was written by Jeremy Diamond, Abir Salam, and Oren Lieberman. So here, U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff has told CNN that a ceasefire hostage deal for Gaza is currently on the table with a pathway to end the war, and urged Hamas to accept it. The proposal would see the release of half of the living hostages and half of those who have died in exchange for a temporary ceasefire before negotiations begin for a comprehensive agreement to end the war. He declined to specify how long the temporary truce would last, which has been a key issue in the negotiations. Quote, Israel will agree to a temporary ceasefire hostage deal that would see half of the living and half of the deceased return and lead to substantive negotiations to find a path to a permanent ceasefire, which I have agreed to preside over. End quote, Witkoff told CNN on Monday, quote, that deal's on the table, Hamas should take it, end quote. He said Hamas has yet to accept the deal. Reuters reported earlier on Monday that Hamas had agreed to a proposal that would see the release of 10 hostages in two groups in exchange for a 70-day truce. Witkoff told CNN that was not his proposal. Quote, what I have seen is completely unacceptable, end quote, Witkoff said, referring to the report. Meanwhile, a Palestinian official close to negotiations also told CNN that Hamas has agreed to Witkoff's proposal, but did not provide additional details about what the deal entailed. A U.S. official told CNN Witkoff has not met directly with Hamas, according to a source familiar with the matter. Palestinian-American businessman Bishara Baba met with Hamas in Doha about the proposal. Baba, who led the group Arab Americans for Trump during the 2024 presidential campaign, has been working on behalf of the administration. So, I mean, they're still negotiating with Hamas, but it's through like a third party. So it's not the direct State Department negotiations. Anyway, yeah, so here, Witkoff's comments to CNN marked the first time he has said he would preside over negotiations for an end to the war during the temporary ceasefire. Hamas has sought long assurances that Israel seriously engages in negotiations to end the war if it agrees to another temporary ceasefire after Israel refused to do so during the last truce. Witkoff's involvement in negotiating a permanent ceasefire appears to be aimed at providing Hamas with assurances from Washington that Israel will engage in negotiations in the future. CNN has reached out to the Israeli government for comment. In a video message posted to social media on Monday night, Netanyahu said getting the hostages released is a top priority. Quote, I very much hope we'll have something to announce on that front, end quote. He said, quote, and if not today, then tomorrow, we are not giving up, end quote. Two Israeli officials later clarified that there was no progress in the negotiations for a ceasefire and hostage release deal, and that, quote, Hamas continued to hold firm its refusal, end quote. Quote, the prime minister meant that a breakthrough could happen only if Hamas aligns with the Israeli position, end quote, one of the officials said. And here they're, talking about the planned offensive, in reality, ethnic cleansing campaign. So here, the proposal comes at a crucial point in the war as the Israeli military issued evacuation orders for most of southern Gaza ahead of what its spokesman said would be an unprecedented attack on the territory. The order covers the city of Khan Yunis, much of the surrounding areas, include, according to the IDF, Arabic language spokesman Avichai Adri. He described the Khan Yunis government as a, quote, dangerous fighting zone that has been warned several times, end quote. The evacuation zone goes all the way south to the Gaza-Egypt border, where Israeli forces have occupied the Philadelphia corridor, a 14-kilometer, 8-mile strip along the frontier. It appears to include the entirety of Khan Yunis, a densely packed city with many displaced Palestinians. The order instructs Palestinians to move to the Al-Mawasi area, a narrow strip of land along the Mediterranean Sea. So, I mean, they're literally just pushing them into the sea. It's ridiculous. And if you look at this map here, I mean, they have a map and they're having it color-coded. So, basically, there's like two main areas that are open to the civilian population, but it's just a thin strip. It truly is like, I mean, the Gaza Strip is already a narrow piece of land, and then they just cut it in two. So there's the Gaza City, like a little pocket that they have. And then they have the Deir al-Balah and the Khan Yunis, like sort of pocket. And yeah, like Rafah is completely again, they've just completely demolished these areas. Like there was like one story reel of Israelis. Again, these Israelis, they're just like posting on social media, just like completely out of control. But they said that, that these Israelis, they're just like posting and like, scanning the horizon, and it's just rubble. It's just pure rubble. They've turned it into a wasteland. It's unbelievable what they've done. It's just unbelievable. And again, any criticism of this is anti-Semitism. You're a terrorist. Unbelievable. And they get to post this so openly because they know that they're going to get away with this. Like, again, it's so crazy when you see Israelis on social media. They're just like openly bragging about this. And I bet that they're still sort of like having like this sense of shock of like, oh my God, like the moment has come and we're actually getting away with it, because this is what they've always wanted. And so that's why they're having this sort of psychosis of like, oh my God, we're doing it. We're actually doing it. We're getting away with it. Or at least that's how they feel. They're not going to get away with it. And this is not going to be as successful as they think it is. But wow, it's just crazy to see the arrogance and the hubris of Israel, even as like the whole world is like in horror and shock over these actions. Yeah, it's crazy. Here, right, so continuing. Earlier Monday, the IDF said 3 rockets were fired from southern Gaza, 2 of which landed within the Gazan territory and 1 of which that was intercepted. That order, which also covers parts of eastern Gaza, comes after the military laid out its strategy to take control of the territory, where it has been fighting since October 2023 to eradicate Hamas following the militant group's attack on Israel. An Israeli military official told CNN on Monday that Israel plans to occupy 75% of Gaza within 2 months as part of its new offensive. If carried out, the plan would force more than 2 million Palestinians into a quarter of the coastal enclave. Again, they're going to shove, at this point it's more likely like 1.5 million. Like just the utter devastation and decimation of the population. Who knows? But they're really trying to push them into the sea. Like this is just utterly insane. Utter insanity. Like these people are truly evil. Yeah. And they want to turn it into like beachside properties. Anyway, so Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said this month the entire population would be displaced to southern Gaza. The IDF now has 5 divisions operating in Gaza, the military said, totaling tens of thousands of troops. On a visit to troops in Khan Yunis Sunday, IDF Chief of Staff Eyal Zamir said, quote, "You are fighting on the central front of the state of Israel. This is a prolonged multi-arena war," end quote. On Monday, Hamas's government media offices said Israel already effectively controls 77% of Gaza through heavy firepower that prevents Palestinian civilians from accessing their homes, areas, lands, and properties, or through oppressive forced evacuation policies. Israel is under growing international pressure, including from its long-standing allies, over its decision to expand the war and, in the words of one Israeli minister, conquer the territory. The United Kingdom has paused trade talks and sanctioned extremist settlers in the West Bank. Canada and France have threatened sanctions, and the European Union, Israel's biggest trade partner, is reviewing its landmark association agreement with the country. German Chancellor Friedrich Merz told German broadcaster ARD on Monday that the actions of the Israeli military in Gaza can no longer be justified on the grounds of a fight against Hamas terrorism. U.S. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem, however, reiterated U.S. support for Israel on Sunday. She met with Netanyahu and expressed appreciation for the Prime Minister's conduct of the war, according to a statement from the Israeli government press office. So, of course, you have Europe just saying we're in total support of Israel, but you're actually committing a Holocaust, and you're not even being subtle about it. And of course, the U.S. is just like, great work, great job. Oh my God, dude, unbelievable, just crazy. But, that's at least the rumors of the negotiations that are unfolding. Whether or not this is going to come to pass, who knows? But again, it's going to be a temporary 60-day ceasefire. And as we saw from the earlier ceasefire that happened, Israel just didn't respect it. They didn't want to follow through. They're just like, nope, we're going to make a deal and negotiate. And then once we get our hostages back, it's business as usual. That's just the reality. And of course, they're already making plans for a military offensive. And then there's also talks of the humanitarian efforts, so-called humanitarian efforts, to just round up the population. In fact, that the Gaza humanitarian organization that was the front for the Israeli government, the head organizer, mercenary really, because it's supposed to be like a security detail, they resigned because they realized, this is a Holocaust. So, yeah, that's happening. Again, they'll find people who are committed for this, but it's going to be the most openly genocidal, Nazi mercenaries you can find. So, yeah, that's just fun. But here, at least, we'll go over the more tactical and strategic details of Operation Gideon's Chariots. Again, with these stupid biblical names, it's just so corny. Israel's so fucking corny. My God. Anyway, so here, and I'm reading from Al Jazeera, just details of the ground offensive here. So here, and this is from, as I said, Al Jazeera. So Israel's military has launched an intensive ground offensive in the besieged Gaza Strip. The offensive comes in the back of a more than 2-month total blockade on Gaza after Israel decided to unilaterally end the ceasefire with Hamas in March. Israel has come under increasing international pressure, including from its staunch allies in the United States government, to agree to a ceasefire and allowed aid into Gaza. Meanwhile, Hamas and Israeli negotiators are in Doha for new indirect talks. Here's everything you need to know about Israel's latest ground assault. So what is Operation Gideon's Chariots and why did it begin now? Operation Gideon's Chariots is a major ground offensive launched by Israel on the Gaza Strip that comes after air attacks killed hundreds of Palestinians in recent days and further debilitated Gaza's healthcare network. With the backing of Israel's lethal air force, the operation is targeting both southern and northern Gaza. The assault began as the second day of ceasefire talks between Israel and Hamas ended on Saturday in Doha. Israel tends to intense operations and attacks during such negotiations. It said the latest offensive is exerting, quote, tremendous pressure, end quote, on Hamas. Again, this is why you can't talk to Israel. It's like, oh, we're going to negotiate a ceasefire, and then we're also going to launch a new offensive. It's just ridiculous, man. They're thugs. They're just absolute thugs. Yeah, so here, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu launched this latest assault as U.S. President Donald Trump concluded his Middle East tour of Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the United Arab Emirates, but did not stop in Israel. What are Israel's stated objectives for this assault? The Israeli military said the offensive was launched to expand operational control in the Gaza Strip. Israel says its campaign also aims to free the remaining captives held in Gaza and defeat Hamas. However, Netanyahu has been repeatedly criticized by segments of Israeli society, including captives' families, for failing to prioritize the return, and has also rejected Hamas's offers to end the war and free the captives. A week before the start of the operation, quotes were leaked of Netanyahu speaking about the forced displacement of Palestinians in Gaza outside the Gaza Strip. Quote, "We are destroying more and more homes. They have nowhere to return to," Netanyahu said in closed-door testimony made to the Knesset, Foreign Affairs and Defense Committee. Quote, "The only inevitable outcome will be the desire of Gazans to emigrate outside of Gaza Strip." So again, it's forced displacement. Like, this is what they're just saying outright, which is still genocide. Like, they want to make that area unlivable. And I'll even highlight further about, the actual, like, ecological damage that they're doing. They just want to make this strip of land completely uninhabitable so that the population can leave. Unbelievable. Just total barbarians, really. Right, so next paragraph. What has happened in Gaza since the offensive began? Since Sunday, the day Israel confirmed the operation, at least 144 people have been killed in a relentless wave of strikes. At least 44 people died in the heavily bombarded northern part of the Strip, according to medical sources. 5 of those killed were journalists. In southern Gaza, at least 36 people were killed and more than 100 wounded in Israeli airstrikes on a tent encampment of displaced Palestinians in the Al-Mawasi area of Khan Yunis government, according to medical sources. But the lead up to the operation also included heavy attacks. In the past week, Israel has attacked more than 670 places in Gaza and claimed all were Hamas targets, located both above and beneath the ground. Israel has been accused of disproportionately targeting civilians in Gaza, including displaced families. At least 370 Palestinians were killed over 5 days. Man, I don't have the words. I'm just, wow. Unbelievable. And every target they strike is Hamas terrorists. Every tent, every school, every hospital. Unreal. Unfucking real. Since the start of the war in October 2023, at least 53,339 Palestinians have been killed and 121,034 wounded, according to Gaza's health ministry. And again, those are just the confirmed bodies that they found. Okay? Like, just unreal. The severity of the recent attacks has many Palestinians expressing fears on social media that their latest post may be their last. On Monday, the Israeli military issued forced evacuation orders for Khan Yunis, Gaza's second largest city, warning of an unprecedented attack. Yeah, that's crazy. And then, here are the hospitals actually that they bombed. They bombed the Al Auda hospital, the Indonesian hospital, the European Gaza hospital, and the Nasser hospital. And actually, the Al Ahli hospital has just been completely decommissioned, out of service. The one, you remember that one where they bombed it and then they said, oh no, it's actually a misfired rocket. It's just fucking crazy, man. Absolutely crazy. Actually, the Al Ahli hospital, which is a Baptist hospital, was founded in 1882. So these hospitals have been older, more like almost twice the age of Israel. And then they're just completely raised it. Unreal, man. Just fucking unreal. God, I hate these motherfuckers, man. And again, it's not because they're Jewish. Oh, you hate Jewish people? Fuck off. Like, it's just so corny, man. And it's actually really disrespectful to people who actually experience real anti-Semitism. It's just unreal, man. Unfucking real. So here, next paragraph, what is Israel targeting? Israel said it is targeting Hamas targets, a claim that has been increasingly challenged by human rights groups as its more than 19-month war on Gaza continues. Among the sites hit are hospitals, a recurring target for the Israeli military in Gaza. Mohammed Zakut, the Director General of Hospitals in Gaza, described the tactic as part of, quote, Israel's systemic measures against hospitals, end quote. On Sunday, the Indonesian hospital in northern Gaza was rendered non-operational after it was besieged by Israeli forces. Medical professionals said it could lead to the death of thousands of sick and wounded people. The situation was described as catastrophic by Marwan al-Sultan, the director of the facility, who also called on international organizations to push for the safety of medical teams. Al-Awda Hospital in northern Gaza's Jabalia and European Gaza Hospital in southern Gaza have also been bombed. In recent days, Israel said it has killed Hamas's leader in the Gaza Strip, Mohammed Sinwar, the brother and successor of the late Yahya Sinwar. It also reportedly killed another brother of Sinwar, Zakaria Sinwar, university lecturer, and 3 of his children in an airstrike on central Gaza. So, like, are these even, like, actual, like, combatants? I mean, they said here, Mohammed Sinwar was the successor, but then it's like, oh, we also targeted Zakaria, a university lecturer. Like, was he actually part of Hamas? I don't know. And 3 of his children. Like, they don't just go after the targets, they go after their entire bloodline. You know, same thing with Hania. They kill his children and his grandchildren. They're just wiping out entire bloodlines. If you're associated, boom, your grandchildren, children targeted. It's just crazy, man. Crazy. Right, so how has Hamas responded? On Sunday, Hamas released a statement calling the attacks on displaced Palestinians in Khan Yunis a brutal crime and a flagrant violation of international laws and norms. The group also placed blame on the U.S. for backing Israel, quote, by granting the terrorist occupation government political and military cover. The United States administration bears direct responsibility for this insane escalation in the targeting of innocent civilians in the Gaza Strip, including children, women, and the elderly, end quote, Hamas said. What is the current humanitarian situation inside Gaza? The entire strip is at risk of famine. Basic humanitarian supplies, including food, fuel, medical aid, and vaccines for children, have been blocked by Israel from entering the strip. More than 90% of the population have been displaced since the war began on October 7, 2023. Many Palestinians have been displaced multiple times, with some people being forced to relocate 10 times or more. Israel has refused entry of any aid since March 2nd. International actors and agencies have been pressing hard for Israel to resume the distribution of aid to Gaza, to little effect. Quote, 2 months into the latest blockade, 2 million people are starving, while 116,000 tons of food is blockaded at the border just minutes away, end quote, said World Health Organization Chief Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, speaking at the opening of the annual World Health Assembly. Again, I hope I didn't slaughter his name. 1 in 5 Palestinians in Gaza is currently facing starvation, while 9,000 children, who are the most vulnerable to Israel's continued food blockade, have been hospitalized for acute malnutrition since the start of the war, according to the United Nations. Late on Sunday, Netanyahu announced that some food would be allowed into the Gaza Strip in a much-needed reprieve for the local population. Quote, Israel will allow a basic amount of food for the population to enter to ensure that a hunger crisis does not develop in the Gaza Strip, end quote. Netanyahu's office said in the statement. Yeah, like maybe like 5 trucks for a population like over 1 million people starving. Jesus Christ, man. Unreal. These people are so fucking evil. Netanyahu said on Monday that the move was motivated by pressure from Israel's allies. So again, they only do it out of pressure. And then it's not even like It's just like a little like, oh, here's 5 trucks, and then like the Western allies are like, okay, good job, and then that's it. And they're just doing it because they're getting pressure because they want the public to look the other way. Continuing. It is unclear when the borders will open to allow aid in, and then here's like a little stat that they have, like a little graphic here. So here, the entire population of Gaza, about 2.1 million people, is experiencing high levels of acute food insecurity. So here, and they divide it by different segments. So they have North Gaza, Gaza City, Deir el-Balah, Khan Yunis, and Rafah. So again, that's like north to south. Okay, and then they have a color-coded like different levels here. So they have 2, which is stressed. Households have just enough food but face challenges meeting other basic needs. Crisis, households experience food shortages that significantly affect their health and livelihoods. For emergency, households face severe food shortages, high malnutrition, and even death, requiring urgent intervention. And in the 5th level, health catastrophe, households experience extreme food shortages and starvation with high death rates. Immediate action is needed to save their lives. So here you have northern Gaza, which is a 45% emergency, 35% crisis, 15% catastrophe, and 5% stress. And then here Gaza, so Gaza City, 45% emergency, 35% crisis, 15% catastrophe, and 5% stress. Deir el-Balah, 40% emergency, 45% crisis, 5% catastrophe, and 10% stressed. Khan Yunis, 45% emergency, 35% crisis, 10% catastrophe, and 10% stressed. And then Rafah, which is the most severe case, just absolutely raised, right? Remember, all eyes on Rafah, the red line for Biden. This is like the worst place imaginable in all of Gaza Strip, which is saying a lot. I mean, this is this city has been around since ancient Egypt, and then just Israel just completely raised it. It's just crazy. So yeah, here Rafah, 60% emergency, 25% catastrophe, and 15% crisis. So it's just an utter killing zone that they've created in Rafah. And then of course people were posting, these AI images, all eyes on Rafah, but then they don't got anything to say about it. Like, yeah, it's crazy. So here, what's the status of the ceasefire talks? The latest round of talks started on Saturday, and by the end of Sunday, there had been little progress. Talks are set to continue this week. Israel and Hamas both claimed the talks began without conditions. Quote, the Hamas delegation outlined the position of the group and the necessity to end the war, swap prisoners, the Israeli withdrawal from Gaza, and allow humanitarian aid and all the needs of the people of Gaza back into the Strip. Tahir al-Nono, the media advisor for Hamas's leadership, told the Reuters news agency. And then next paragraph. How has the international community responded to Israel's latest offensive? The criticism of Israel is increasing. The UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres said he was, quote, alarmed by Israel's expanded offensive in Gaza and called for an immediate ceasefire. Germany, one of Israel's foremost backers, expressed deep concern over the offensive. Its Federal Foreign Office said in the statement, quote, a large-scale military offensive also entails the risk that the catastrophic humanitarian situation for the population in Gaza and the situation of the remaining hostages will continue to deteriorate, and that the prospect of an urgently needed long-term ceasefire fades, end quote. After the offensive was confirmed, French Foreign Minister Jean-Noël Barrot called for, quote, the immediate and massive and unhampered, end quote, resumption of aid into Gaza. Even before the offensive, international pressure on Israel was growing. 7 European nations urged Israel on Friday to, quote, reverse its current policy on Gaza, end quote. The leaders of Iceland, Ireland, Luxembourg, Malta, Slovenia, Spain, and Norway released a joint statement on what they called a, quote, man-made humanitarian catastrophe that is taking place before our eyes in Gaza, end quote. Tom Fletcher, the UN humanitarian chief, has called for decisive action to prevent genocide in Gaza. He criticized the U.S.-Israeli joint plan to replace international aid mechanisms in Gaza as a, quote, waste of time. More than 160,000 pallets of aid are ready to move at the border, he said, but are being blocked by Israel. Volker Turk, the UN's human rights chief, said on Friday that Israel's bombing campaign is intended to bring, quote, a permanent demographic shift in Gaza, end quote, and is a defiance of international law. So yeah, that is this offensive, this ethnic cleansing campaign, the final solution that they wish to carry out, and of course the international criticism to stop that, because it's, genocide, and it's just, and of course now that it's under Trump, they could actually follow through with it. I mean, as I said, because I'm not trying to sound as though like Trump cares at all about what's happening to the Palestinians. I feel like if Israel could do it without like fucking up the bag in the Middle East, Trump would let it happen. So it's really on, say, like Saudi Arabia and these other Gulf states, whether or not they're going to take a stand and say, well, we're not going to negotiate or normalize if you're going to completely ethnically cleanse Gaza. I mean, that could possibly happen, but I don't think so either. I mean, it's really dependent on the actual population, whether or not they're willing to, get out in the street and protest against this. So there's a lot of factors for this. But yeah, man, I mean, as they said, the negotiations were underway, and then Israel just launches a new offensive. Because there's no negotiating, okay? Like, again, what's that quote, right? Like, I think it's a Churchill quote, not to, celebrate Churchill, but, it's like you can't negotiate when you have your head in the mouth of a tiger. Like, you can't. Like, yeah. So, anyway, so I'm going to continue again with another Al Jazeera article. And this highlights more of the, like, ecological destruction that Israel is carrying out because they want to make this land just utterly unlivable and uninhabitable so that people cannot sustain themselves. And that goes with basically raising the land, poisoning the soil, just utter devastation towards the environment. Because, I mean, that's another factor of colonialism, the ecological damage that comes with it. Ecocide, right? And yeah, just the utter decimation of their agricultural capacity of the native population, right? Like you look at places like Africa and like this idea of like, oh, colonialism is going to bring civilization and agriculture, because these people are starving. And it's just like, no, man, like you came there and you took all the land that they were using before for farming. And then suddenly now they're starving. And it's like, oh, these poor Africans, these poor, children, like they don't know how to feed themselves. Like that's, the case here. Same thing here in Palestine. Same thing with the West Bank. There's repeated reports of, settlers just going into these farms and burning their crops or like cutting down their olive trees or poisoning their livestock. It's just ridiculous, man. Yeah. So yeah, it's just reading here from Al Jazeera, and they're reporting on the agricultural, like the arable land in Gaza. More than 95% of Gaza's agricultural land is unusable, the UN warns. So just a quick read here. Again, this is from Al Jazeera. Less than 5% of Gaza Strip's cropland is able to be cultivated, according to a new geospatial assessment from the Food and Agricultural Organization and the United Nations Satellite Center. The FAO described the situation as alarming on Monday, warning that the destruction of agricultural infrastructure amid Israel's war on Gaza is, quote, further deteriorating food production capacity and exacerbating the risk of famine. The joint assessment found that more than 80% of Gaza's total cropland has been damaged, while 77.8% of that land is now inaccessible to farmers. Only 688 hectares, 1,700 acres, or 4.6% of cropland remains available for cultivation. The destruction has extended to Gaza's greenhouses and water sources, with 71.2% of greenhouses and 82.8% of agricultural wells also damaged. Quote, This level of destruction is not just a loss of infrastructure, it is a collapse of Gaza's agri-food system and of lifelines, end quote, said Beth Bechtel, FAO's Deputy Director General. Quote, what once provided food, income, and stability for hundreds of thousands is now in ruins. With cropland, greenhouses, and wells destroyed, local food production has ground to a halt. Rebuilding will require massive investment and a sustained commitment to restore both livelihoods and hope. End quote. The findings follow the release of the Integrated Food Security Phase Classification Analysis earlier this month, which warned that Gaza's entire population is facing a critical risk of famine after 19 months of war, mass displacement, and severe restrictions on humanitarian aid. While Israel announced last week that it would allow minimal aid deliveries into Gaza, humanitarian organizations have warned that the trickle of supplies is failing to reach Gaza's starving population. Meanwhile, Israeli air attacks continue to kill dozens of Palestinians every day in Gaza. On Monday, Israeli forces bombed a school-turned-shelter in Gaza City, sparking a fire and killing at least 36 Palestinians, including several children. More than 50 people were killed in Israeli attacks across the enclave since dawn, according to health officials. So yeah, just a systemic, poisoning and destruction of the land and the food, the capacity for food production. Again, that's just a classic tactic of genocide. It's just reducing their capacity to, self-reliantly produce food. Yeah, that's a classic tactic. And also not just that, the control of it, right? You reduce their capacity to be self-reliant and produce their own food, and then you make them more reliant on your aid and your food capabilities. And again, that's part of the plan, is to create those safe zones, and then once those Palestinians enter it to get food, they just close the door behind them, and then they just round them up and put them on a ship to, I don't know, they're talking about putting them in Libya. It's fucking crazy. What? It's just, these people are so fucking evil, man. Yeah, man, I don't know. Sometimes I think I'm like, of course I don't want to be numb to it, but I just think okay, well, this is just the reality of it. And of course, over the years, I've been used to scenes of war and violence and conflict, but this is just a wholesale slaughter. This is just, again, there's just no words for it. And then to have to, in your day-to-day life, pretend oh yeah, Israel has a right to defend itself, especially work or something. I couldn't talk like this at work. And of course, I've mentioned before certain extended relatives who are Jewish and support Israel, and how that is creating conflict because, I'm not harassing anybody, but I'm just telling them straight up, this is wrong. This is bad, this is wrong, and you're on the wrong side of history. And that's it. And suddenly now you're blocked, and it's just, again, history will show, what people were saying, and not just the people who support it, but the people who defend the supporters, there's some people, especially liberals, who just want to keep the peace. Oh, well, I'm not going to break my relationships with my close friends. But it's okay, but they're Nazis. They support a genocide. And what does that say about you? If you were living in World War II and your best friend was a Nazi who supported the Holocaust, are you going to be oh, well, we just don't bring it up. We just don't talk about it, they're just too close. It's just again, that stains you. So again, I'm not telling anybody that you should break your relationships. In fact, you're not the one breaking that relationship. It's them doing that because they're fucking Nazis. All you have to say to them is listen, this is wrong. Okay, we don't have to talk about it, but I just want you to know this is wrong. I feel that Israel is committing the most horrible atrocity in recent memory, and I think that as a friend, because I'm not going to be sensitive to Zionist feelings. I don't give a shit. I don't care what their feelings are. So for people who are trying to keep the peace, so-called keep the peace, you can actually attempt to talk to them and be sensitive and try to say, look, I recognize that you feel sensitive about this issue, but it's wrong. And I just want you to know that I can't be in support of that. And then see their reaction. You're going to see just how much they value your friendship, which they don't at all. if they're willing to, throw it away in defense of this fucking Nazi colony, Israel. Like, again, it's just, you talk about, people talk about clean consciences. Like, I have a clean conscience. It's yeah. Again, this idea that you can separate politics from your personal relations, in a sense you can, but this is one of those moments where it's like, this is such an egregious human atrocity that it's just unacceptable. And anybody who's even remotely, like, in any sympathy towards it is not somebody that you should be associated with. So, again, that's just my 2 cents. But again, it's just so obvious what's happening. It's so open and obvious. But of course, if you're openly speaking on it, you're a terrorist and you're an anti-Semite, and, the FBI is going to come knocking on your door. It's just ridiculous. So here, at least, that was like the Israeli genocide, ethnic cleansing campaigns that are happening, the different negotiations and talks, and the international response. But here now, I'll speak on other negotiations that are happening with Iran. Of course, this is not to claim as though Iran is like the biggest ally of, this is not to claim as though Iran is like this huge ally of Gaza or Hamas. I mean, they see them as like practical allies for the moment, but again, like when Iran, say, does their missile strikes against Israel, it's usually for the direct assaults that Israel has made against, say, their embassy in Damascus, or killing Hamas officials in Tehran, using like explosives. I mean, it's crazy. And then, of course, there's also like conspiracies about the president that was that had died in like the helicopter accident in Azerbaijan, like, which is a close Israeli ally. So it's just like, I mean, I'm not going to go that far, but it's Israel we're talking about here. Like, they're capable of anything. So yeah. And then, of course, these negotiations over the nuclear capacities of Iran, whether they should be allowed to keep their nuclear, civil nuclear capabilities. It's just another further talks. Of course, Israel so desperately wants to launch a strike in Iran and just wipe out all their nuclear facilities. And of course, there's like little rumors of that happening, like that they're making preparations for that. So we'll see. But, they try to do it. They actually tried to do that last time under Trump, and Trump had to stop them. So, like, I don't know. I don't think Israel is that, blunt and brave to just go behind Trump's back, because they need the U.S. They really need the U.S. And, like, Trump, he will throw them under the bus if he has to. Like, he's going to try to, as I mentioned, he is going to try to, cozy up with the Zionist lobbies and evangelical, Zionists and such. But if Israel goes too far, he will throw them under the bus. Like, I can totally see that happening. Yeah. But anyway, so reading here from AP News. So Iran-U.S. talks made some but not conclusive progress, mediator Oman said. So these are just like the recent talks that have been happening. Who knows where they're going to go? So Associated Press here from John Gambrill and Giada Zampano. So here, Iran and the United States made, quote, some but not conclusive progress Friday in a fifth round of negotiations in Rome over Tehran's rapidly advancing nuclear program. The talks, Omani mediator said. The remarks by Badr al-Busaidi suggested the negotiations between the two longtime enemies would continue even as the talks run up against the toughest challenge, trying to find middle ground between American demands that Iran stop enriching uranium, while Tehran insists its program must continue. Quote, the fifth round of Iran-U.S. talks have concluded today in Rome with some but not conclusive progress, end quote. Al-Busaidi wrote on X, quote, we hope to clarify the remaining issues in the coming days to allow us to proceed towards the common goal of reaching a sustainable and honorable agreement, end quote. Iran's foreign minister, Abbas Araghchi, after the talks told Iranian state television that al-Busaidi presented ideas that will be conveyed to the two nations' capitals, quote, without creating any commitments for either side, end quote. These negotiations are too complex to be resolved in just 2 or 3 meetings. He said, quote, I am hopeful that in the next 1 or 2 rounds, especially given the better understanding of the Islamic Republic's position, we can reach solutions that allow the talks to progress. He added, quote, we are not there yet, but we are not discouraged either. The U.S. was again represented in the talks by Mideast envoy Steve Witkoff and Michael Anton, the State Department's policy planning director, at the negotiations in the Amani embassy in Rome's Camiluccia neighborhood. A senior U.S. official, speaking on condition of anonymity to discuss the closed-door talks, said the direct and indirect negotiations, quote, continue to be constructive, end quote. The talks continue to be constructive. We made further progress, but there is still work to be done, end quote, the official said. Our enrichment remains key in negotiations. The talks seek to limit Iran's nuclear program in exchange for the lifting of some of the crushing economic sanctions the U.S. has imposed on the Islamic Republic, closing in on half a century of anonymity. The President, Donald Trump, has repeatedly threatened to unleash airstrikes targeting Iran's program. If a deal isn't reached, Iranian officials increasingly warned they could pursue a nuclear weapon with their stockpile of enriched uranium to near weapons grade levels. Quote, Iran almost certainly is not producing nuclear weapons, but Iran has undertaken activities in recent years that better position it to produce them, if it chooses to do so, end quote. A new report from the U.S. Department of Intelligence Agency said, quote, these actions reduce the time required to produce sufficient weapon-grade uranium for a first nuclear device to probably less than 1 week, end quote. However, it likely still would take Iran months to make a working bomb, experts say. Enrichment remains the key point of contention. Witkoff at one point suggested Iran could enrich uranium at 3.67%. Then later began saying all Iranian enrichment must stop. That position on the American side has hardened over time. Asked about the negotiations, State Department spokesperson Tammy Bruce said, quote, we believe that we are going to succeed, end quote, in the talks and on Washington's push for no enrichment. Quote, the Iranians are at the table, so they also understand what our position is, and they continue to go, end quote, Bruce said Thursday. One idea floated so far that might allow Iran to stop enrichment in the Islamic Republic, but maintain a supply of uranium, could be a consortium in the Mideast backed by regional countries in the U.S. There also are multiple countries and the International Atomic Energy Agency offering low-enriched uranium that can be used for peaceful purposes by countries. However, Iran's foreign ministry has maintained enrichment must continue within the country's borders, and a similar fuel swap proposal failed to gain traction in negotiations in 2010. Meanwhile, Israel has threatened to strike Iran's nuclear facilities on their own if it feels threatened, further complicating tensions in the Mideast, already spiked by the Israel-Hamas war in the Gaza Strip. Araghchi warned Thursday that Iran would take special measures to defend its nuclear facilities if Israel continues to threaten them, while also warning the U.S. it would view it as being complicit in any Israeli attack. Authorities allowed a group of Iranian students to form a human chain Thursday at its underground enrichment site at Fordo, an area with incredibly tight security built into a mountain to defend against possible airstrikes. Talks come as U.S. pressure on Iran increases, yet despite the tough talk from Iran, the Islamic Republic needs a deal. Its internal politics are inflamed over the mandatory hijab or headscarf, with women still ignoring the law in the streets of Tehran. Rumors also persist over the government's potentially increasing costs of subsidized gasoline in the country, which has sparked nationwide protests in the past. Iran's rial currency plunged to over 1 million to a US dollar in April. The currency has improved with the talks, however, something Tehran hopes will continue as a further collapse in the rial could spark further economic unrest. Meanwhile, its self-described axis of resistance sits in tatters after Iran's regional allies in the region have faced repeated attacks by Israel during its war against Hamas in the Gaza Strip. The collapse of the Syrian President Bashar Assad's government during rebel events in December also stripped Iran of a key ally. The Trump administration also has continued to levy new sanctions on Iran, including this week, which saw the U.S. specifically target any sale of sodium perchlorate, to the Islamic Republic, Iran repeatedly received that chemical and shipments from China at its Sa'id Raiji port near Bandar Abbas. A major unexplained explosion there killed dozens and wounded over 1,000 in April during one round of the talks. That was crazy with the explosion, actually, because it's like the day before, like, Trump was just like, oh, Israel's not going to drag us into a war. And then, like, the next day, a port explodes in Iran under mysterious circumstances. And that also kind of ties into the Beirut explosion that happened, the port explosion that happened. It was basically like a mini nuclear explosion. Anyway, again, there's so much that you could say. I'm not going to go too far into like conspiracy theories, but this is Israel, and they move in shady ways. And again, because they're Jewish. Oh, you're saying they're shady because they're Jewish? No, they're just you can't trust them. Can't fully trust them. They again, you make negotiations with them. They start a new offensive. They'll assassinate the negotiators and kill their entire families. Also, just wipe out their bloodline. And then, as we're seeing here, negotiations with Iran. There's possibilities of them making a surprise airstrike on their nuclear facilities. I mean, again, it's just crazy, everything that's happening. So again, just getting the more emotionally invested, topics and analysis out of the way. Again, I didn't go too off the rails this time, but still, like, it's just, you read these things, you see these images of all these dead, burned children, and then you just see the behavior of Israelis and Zionists online, just like, I don't get it. I can't walk down the street and be a proud Jew anymore. It's just like, I hate you people so much. And not because you're Jewish. It's just so, oh my God. They're just massive narcissists. That's really what it is. And like, especially when you have this belief that you're God's chosen person, it's just like, it's just ridiculous, man. Like, it's like, I mean, it's a Nazi belief of like racial supremacy. But again, it's unbelievable. And it's also funny too when you see some of these like Zionists and like, they're very clearly like, like very clearly you can see like the facelifts or like the rhinoplasty, like nose job, or like, the very straightened hair, right? Blonde hair, like just totally like smoothing out those curls, or like just trying to make them as Aryan passing as possible. Totally like removing any sort of like Jewish physical features. Not to like, I don't believe in any of those like phenotypical like features, but still, like, you can see that, especially in a lot of these Zionists, they're not exactly proud of their Jewishness either. Like, they're just not exactly, they kind of try to mold themselves to fit a more white passing image, because that's ultimately who they're appealing towards. It's like Christian evangelicals, a lot of right-wing people who are straight up anti-Semitic, but they support Israel because, one, Israel kills Muslims, and also their prophecies of Revelations and whatnot. So it's crazy. It is ridiculous. So here just wanted to touch on other news happening. I was talking mainly on the Israel-Gaza conflict and those developments there. Now on to other conflicts that are occurring. There is, of course, here the Russia-Ukraine war that's underway. And certain developments on the ground, apparently like there's been like a major breakthrough in the front line, so Russian troops are moving forward. The Kursk so-called like pocket that they had, the Ukrainians had, that has just completely collapsed. So as expected. And then also the air war that's unfolding, with Russia hitting Ukraine with drone and missile attacks, just wave after wave of missile and drones. And this one, at least since May 25th, yesterday, the largest wave of drones and missiles. So it's fucked up. It's again, I'm not exactly pro-Ukraine in that sense. I recognize that they're a puppet of NATO, and I'm certainly not pro-Russia. But this war has to stop as soon as possible, because it's just mindless bloodshed. And of course, This is all at the behest of NATO and Western imperialism and military contractors. Yeah. And then the people in the way, the Ukrainians and the Russians, are caught in the middle of it, the regular people. So yeah. So we'll touch on here from NPR, their report on this missile and drone attack that occurred and just the devastation from it. Here, so from NPR, a massive drone and missile attack targeted the Ukrainian capital, Kiev, and other regions in the country for a second consecutive night, killing at least 12 and injuring dozens, officials said early Sunday. The scale of the onslaught was stunning. Russia hit Ukraine with 367 drones and missiles, making this the largest single attack of the more than 3 years long war, according to Yuri Ihnat, a spokesperson for Ukraine's Air Force. In all, Russia used 69 missiles of various types and 298 drones, including Iranian-designed Shahed missiles, or Shahed drones, he told the Associated Press. It was, quote, the most massive strike in terms of the number of air attack weapons on the territory of Ukraine since the beginning of the full-scale invasion in 2022, Ihnat said. There was no immediate comment from Moscow. So for Kiev, the day was particularly somber as the city observes Kiev Day, a national holiday that falls on the last Sunday of May, commemorating its founding in the 5th century. Quote, that's a bit somber also because, like, Kiev is essentially like the heart of not just Ukraine, but like Russian civilization. So, like, yeah, it's kind of sad, ironically, that Russia would be doing that. So here, deliberate strikes on ordinary cities. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said the Russian missiles and drones hit more than 30 cities and villages across Ukraine and urged Western partners to ramp up sanctions on Russia. That has been a long-standing demand of the Ukrainian leader, but one that, despite warnings to Moscow by the United States and Europe, have not materialized in ways to deter Russia. Zelensky wrote on X that Sunday's targets include Kiev, Zhytomyr, Khmelnytskyi. Okay, I'm not going to say that, but okay, just a basic rundown: Kiev, Zhytomyr, Chernihiv, Sumy, Odessa, Kharkiv, and the Cherkasy regions. Of course, there's more, but I just couldn't pronounce them. So here, these were deliberate strikes on ordinary cities. Ordinary residential buildings were destroyed and damaged, end quote, he said. Quote, without truly strong pressure on the Russian leadership, this brutality cannot be stopped. Sanctions will certainly help, end quote, Zelensky said. Quote, determination matters now, the determination of the United States, of European countries, and of all those around the world who seek peace. The attack came on the third day of a planned prisoner swap between Russia and Ukraine, the only tangible outcome from peace talks in Istanbul earlier this month that have so far failed to produce a ceasefire. The exchange amounted to a rare moment of cooperation between the warring sides. Meanwhile, Russia's defense ministry said its air defense shot down 110 Ukrainian drones overnight. The most massive Russian air attack. So here, sounds of explosions boomed throughout the night in Kiev and the surrounding area as Ukrainian air defense forces persisted for hours in efforts to shoot down enemy drones and missiles. At least 4 people were killed and 16 were injured in the capital itself, according to Ukraine's security service. Quote, a different Sunday morning in Ukraine after a sleepless night. The most massive Russian air attack in many weeks lasted all night, Ukrainian foreign minister said on X. Fires broke out in homes and businesses set off by falling drone debris. In the region of Zhytomyr, west of Kiev, 3 children were killed, aged 8, 12, and 17, according to the emergency services. 12 were injured in the attacks, the service said. At least 4 people were killed in the Khmelnytskyi region and western Ukraine. 1 man was killed in Mykolaiv region in southern Ukraine. I'm sorry, I can't fully pronounce these super Slavic names. I'm sorry. Kiev Mayor Vitaly Klitschko said a student dormitory was hit by a drone and one of the building's walls was on fire. In the Dnipropetrovsk district, a private house was destroyed, and in the Shevchensky I'm sorry. I really want to pay respects. Like, I like Slavic culture. In the Shevchenkivsky district, windows in a residential building were smashed. Okay, I'm sorry. The scale of Russia's use of aerial weapons, the attacks over the past 48 hours, have been among the most intense strikes on Ukraine since the February 2022 full-scale war. The last in a 3-day prisoner swap was expected to take place on Sunday. Here, and then the further details. So in the village of Markalivka, just outside of Kiev, where several homes were burned down in the overnight strikes, the Fedorenkos watched their ruined home in tears. Quote, "The streets look like Bakhmut, like Mariupol, it's just terrible," end quote, says 76-year-old Lyubov Fedorenko, comparing their village to some of Ukraine's most devastated cities in the war. She told the AP how grateful she was her daughter had not joined them for the weekend with her family. Again, that's just really sad to think about. Some 76-year-old babushka, like, living through, I mean, they would have been born at least around the end of World War II, and then watching the Soviet Union, like, the Soviet Union peak and then collapse, and then now you see this war unfold. It's just, I feel really bad, man, for these old folks, especially for Ukraine. Just, wow, man. You saw so much change, and then now your country is falling apart. Yeah. So here, quote, "I was trying to persuade my daughter to come to us," Fedorenko said, adding she told her daughter, quote, "After all, you live on the 8th floor in Kiev, and here it's the ground floor." End quote. Quote, "She said, 'No, Mom, I'm not coming,' and thank God she didn't come because the rocket hit the house on the side where the children's room were," end quote, Fedorenko said. Ivan Fedorenko, 80, said he regrets letting their 2 dogs into the house after the air raid siren went off. Quote, "They burned to death," he said, quote, "I want to bury them, but I'm not allowed to yet," end quote. Just sad, man. Again, that's just the reality of war. You got old people, children, just caught in the middle of it. You know, and it's just crazy. And of course you get pets and animals that die. It's just so sad, man. All of this is so devastating. Right, so here they're talking about here the details of this POW swap. So despite POW swaps no let up in the war, Zelensky and Russia's defense ministry said each side brought home 307 more soldiers the previous day. On Saturday, a day after each side released a total of 390 combatants and civilians. Once completed, the swap will amount to the largest exchange of prisoners in more than 3 years of war. Quote, "We expect more to come tomorrow," Zelensky said on his official Telegram channel on Saturday. Russia's defense ministry also said it expected the exchange to be continued, though it did not give details. The previous night, explosions and anti-aircraft fire were heard throughout Kiev, as many sought shelter in subway stations as Russian drones and missiles targeted the Ukrainian capital. The ongoing prisoner of war exchange, the latest of dozens of swaps since the war began, and the biggest involving Ukrainian civilians so far, did not bring a halt to the fighting. Battles have continued along the roughly 1,000-kilometer front line, where tens of thousands of soldiers have been killed, and neither country has relented in its deep strikes. So that's at least, just the details about this air attack that happened. But here at least, just wanted to highlight for the Institute of Study of War, just different details about the developments on the front lines, especially in the East. So, yeah, because they've been making major breakthroughs in the front lines. So, and of course, the Institute for Study of War has pretty long, in-depth analyses. So I'm just gonna pick and choose certain paragraphs where they assess the actual on the ground battle, the tactical and strategic developments on the front lines. So here, just reading about this portion from the tariffs region. So Russian forces have eliminated the Ukrainian pocket southwest of Tariffs after a 4-month-long offensive operation to level the front line south and southwest in order to set conditions to advance towards the settlement. So that's another development there. Just fighting along the front lines, just trying to even it out. Another assessment here. Russian forces would need roughly a century to seize Medvedev's proposed buffer zone at their current rate of advance, at the cost of nearly 50 million casualties at current loss rates. So it's interesting to see that assessment. Another statement here. The Kremlin is also using its bilateral engagements with Ukraine and the United States to maintain the appearance of being interested in peace and delay Western discussion of additional aid to Ukraine. Russia's only real hope of winning this war is to convince the West to abandon Ukraine. So again, they're assessing that, again, I'm reading certain reports that Russia's now starting to feel this attrition loss in terms of manpower and equipment. I mean, who knows how true that might be. I mean, again, it's a bloody war. It's a meat grinder for sure. But yeah, I think that what they're trying to say is that this is starting to, Russia's starting to have to tighten the belt in essence. And if this continues for much longer, at least in their assessment, Russia will have just like incalculable losses. So here are the key giveaways. Again, I'm not going to read the whole thing, but I'm just like trying to give you all like tidbits of what their assessments are. So here are key takeaways. The Russian President Vladimir Putin is leveraging long-range strikes against Ukrainian cities, aggressive rhetorical campaigns, and excessive pessimism in the West about the battlefield situation in Ukraine in a multi-pronged effort to degrade Ukrainian morale and convince the West that a Russian victory in Ukraine is inevitable and that supporting Ukraine is futile. Russian forces conducted the largest combined drone and missile strike of the war against Ukraine on one night of May 24th to 25th. Russian Security Council Deputy Chairperson Dmitry Medvedev suggested that Russia will occupy most of Ukraine if the West continues to aid Ukraine. The next point, the Kremlin is attempting to leverage large strike packages and increasingly aggressive rhetorical efforts to distract from the Russian military's poor performance during the current stage of the war. Russian forces have eliminated the Ukrainian pocket southwest of tariffs after a 4-month-long offensive operation to level the front line south and southwest. Yeah, and then Russian forces would roughly... Okay, those are the same points. So, again, that's just the main takeaways from this. Let me see what else they wrote. Yeah, as I mentioned also, the Kursk Oblast in Russia that was invaded and seized by Ukrainian forces has now been wrapped up. So that has been secured. Let me see some other points. And again, I'm not like entirely like dedicated towards like the day-to-day ground operations and situation. It's just more like a strategic overlook over the situation that I have. And again, it's hard for both sides, don't get me wrong, and it's easy for people to try to claim that, oh no, you're in support of Russia, you're like Putin. I'm just like, again, I just want this war to end. And this war should have been over in 2014. Like, it should have been done back then, but of course the US sort of pushed Ukraine into it, and now, as we're seeing, the war is unfolding. But yeah, those are just like the main developments and details. Again, like Russia's just making slow gains and making, openings in the front lines, and then, taking territory. And then, of course, like they can hold that territory better than Ukraine can. Because as, we saw in Kursk, they went into Kursk, and of course they tried to act like this was some great achievement. But then you look, you zoom out, and you actually have a greater strategic look at the map. And it's just like this small blue pocket. Meanwhile, like a fifth of Ukraine is under Russian control, and slowly but steadily they're making gains, and slowly just taking inch and inch. Just, yeah, man, it's just no end to it, man. And of course, as you see here, the operations, the air operations of drones and missiles. Again, it's not like Russia and Ukraine are having like dogfights in the air. Of course, there was like the Goes to Kiev that they try to talk about. But yeah, most of the airstrikes that are happening are either like bombers, right, or drones and missiles. It's really fascinating. I mean, it's terrible for the people on the ground, but yeah, you see some of these videos and you hear like the buzzing sound of the propeller, and it's like, and then like, just like suddenly a huge explosion. It's terrifying. It really is. This is not me saying that Russia is justified in their actions. It's just, these are the aims of Putin to make Russia great again, right? And asserting their regional dominance as a hegemon, right? So anyway, here I wanted to highlight, as I had mentioned, saving the last portion, geopolitical developments and military developments. just to highlight on India and Pakistan and how things have unfolded, because like this is one of the things that like I don't really talk about per se. Like, you know, again, I never really highlighted on India. I made some comments on them or Pakistan, but then, you know, now we actually see some skirmishes unfolding and you know, how that could lead into the future. And also just like the proxy, like Cold War that's happening between China and the rest of the region, you know, where their support is going, because Pakistan is closer with China. Meanwhile, India is obviously Western backed. So yeah, so we'll see here. So this is from AP News, and this is just like a rough timeline because there's a lot to unpack. So a timeline of events that led to this skirmish that occurred. So here is from AP News. A gun massacre of tourists on April 22nd in the Indian-controlled Kashmir pushed India and Pakistan a step closer to war, marking the biggest breakdown in relations since 2019. Conflict between India and Pakistan is not rare, with the two countries having periodically engaged in wars, clashes, and skirmishes since gaining independence from British colonial rule in 1947. The difference with this escalation was the frequency and intensity of strikes and retaliation. Although the United States previously said it would not step in, Secretary of State Marco Rubio said he and Vice President J.D. Vance talked to senior government and military officials on both sides, with the two countries agreeing to an immediate ceasefire. India and Pakistan accused each other of violating the ceasefire hours later. Here's a timeline of how the conflict unfolded and later de-escalated. So, yeah, just rough timeline. So, here, again, April 22nd, gunmen shoot and kill at least 26 tourists at the Pahalgam resort in the Indian-controlled Kashmir, a major shift in a regional conflict that has largely spared civilians. The unidentified gunmen also wounded 17 other people. A group called Kashmir Resistance, which India accuses Pakistan of backing, claimed the attack. Survivors tell the Associated Press that gunmen asked people if they were Hindu and then opened fire. And then, of course, there's actually a video of like a tourist like on a zip line, just like smiling, having this panoramic view of the Himalayan mountains. Oh, how pretty. And then you hear gunfire and people running in the background. So it's just kind of like, it's just so crazy. Like you would think like an American, you know, having something like that, right? Like, oh, on a zip line and then a mass shooting breaks out. Again, it's just crazy to think about that. Just a disconnect. So yeah, here, April 23rd, India downgrades diplomatic ties, closes the only functional land border crossing, and suspends a crucial water-sharing treaty that has survived 2 wars and a major border skirmish between the two countries. India launches a manhunt for the Pahalgam assailants. Pakistan denies involvement with the attack. So yeah, crazy. Yeah, they have like a water-sharing agreement, you know, with the Indus River, and they have never gone back on it, right? Even through 2 wars, and these have been big wars, 2 wars and border skirmishes. This is the first time they've done that. It is crazy. And I mean, in the Indus Valley is like pretty much all in Pakistan. It's crazy. Like India is named after the Indus River, but the Indus River is in Pakistan. It's funny, but that's the British, you know? Yeah. So here, April 24th, India and Pakistan canceled visas for each other's nationals, setting a deadline for them to leave. In retaliation, Pakistan shuts its airspace for all Indian-owned or Indian-operated airlines and suspends all trade with India, including to and from any third country. Government ministers on both sides hint the dispute could escalate to military action. Like, this was escalating pretty bad, like crazy. So right here, April 25th, India says its troops exchanged fire with Pakistani soldiers at the line of control, the de facto border dividing the disputed Kashmir region. Pakistan warns it could suspend an agreement that established the line of control in what would be a major and worrying step. The United Nations urges both sides to exercise maximum restraint. April 26, Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif vows his government will respond, quote, with full force and might, end quote, to Indian attempts to stop or divert the flow of water. Iran offers mediation, while Trump says he expects them to work out their differences. There's... Okay, I'm reading in... I have to do the voice. We love the voice, folks. We love it. Okay, so here,
quote, "There's great tension between Pakistan and India, but there always has been," end quote. He tells reporters aboard Air Force One. Like he was saying, like, they've had this conflict for thousands of years. Well, this is not America's fault. We shouldn't get involved. Oh my god, dude. This is just so funny. My god. And like, does he even know that they have nukes? Like, like I don't think he does. Who knows? So here, April 30th, authorities in Indian-controlled Kashmir temporarily closed dozens of resorts in the scenic Himalayan region after the deadly attack on tourists. Troops from both countries exchanged fire over the line of control for a fifth consecutive night. Pakistan's Information Minister Atullah Tahrar says his government has, quote, credible intelligence that India intends to carry out military action against Pakistan in the next 24 to 36 hours. May 1st, U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio called senior officials in India and Pakistan in an effort to defuse the crisis. U.S. State Department spokesperson Tammy Bruce says Rubio in his call with India expressed sorrow over the killings in Pahalgam and reaffirmed the U.S.'s commitment to cooperation with India against terrorism. Pakistan says Rubio emphasized the need for both sides to continue working together for peace and stability in South Asia. May 3rd, Pakistan test fires a ballistic missile with a range of 450 kilometers, 280 miles. Missiles are not fired toward the border area with India. They are normally fired into the Arabian Sea or the deserts of the southwest Balochistan province. India suspends the exchange of all mail from Pakistan through air and surface routes and bans the direct and indirect import of goods from its neighbors. It also bars Pakistani flagged ships from entering its ports and prohibits Indian flagged vessels from visiting Pakistani ports. So May 7th, this is where like the actual violence and fighting takes place. So here, India, May 7th, India fires missiles on Pakistan, which calls the strikes an act of war and vows to avenge those who died in the pre-dawn attack. The missiles kill 31 people, including women and children, in Pakistan-administered Kashmir, the country's Punjab province. The strikes targeted at least 9 sites, quote, where terrorist attacks against India have been planned, says India's defense ministry. Pakistan claims it downed several Indian fighter jets. May 8th, India fires attack drones into Pakistan, killing at least 2 civilians, the Pakistani military says. India, meanwhile, accuses its neighbors of attempting its own attack and acknowledges targeting its archrival's air defense systems. India evacuates thousands of people from villages near the highly militarized frontier in the Kashmir region. Flights remain suspended at over 24 airports across the northern and western regions of India. Pakistan's Punjab province announces the immediate closure of all schools and other educational institutions. May 9th, India suspends its biggest domestic cricket tournament for a week following the escalating military tensions with Pakistan. Pakistan initially says it will move its own domestic T20 tournament to the United Arab Emirates because of the crisis, but then says it will only postpone matches. Several northern and western Indian states shut schools and other educational institutions. U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance says a potential war between India and Pakistan would be, quote, none of our business. India's army says drones have been sighted in 26 locations across many areas in Indian states bordering Pakistan and Indian-controlled Kashmir, including the main city of Srinagar. The drones were tracked and engaged, it adds. The Group of 7 Nations, or G7, urged maximum restraint from both India and Pakistan, warning that further military escalation poses a serious threat to regional stability. May 10th, Pakistan says India has fired missiles at air bases inside the country and that retaliatory strikes are underway. The Indian missiles targeted Nur Khan Air Base in the garrison city of Rawalpindi, near the capital of Islamabad, Murid Air Base in Chakwal City, and Rafiki Air Base in the Jhang district of Eastern Punjab province, according to the Pakistani Army's chief spokesperson. Pakistan says it has fired missiles at Indian military positions. Residents in Indian-controlled Kashmir report hearing loud explosions at multiple places in the region. including Srinagar, Jammu, and the garrison town of Udhampur. Both countries indicate they are willing to de-escalate if the other side reciprocates. The first word of a truce comes from U.S. President Donald Trump, who posts on his Truth Social platform that India and Pakistan have agreed to a full and immediate ceasefire. Senior officials from both sides quickly confirmed the deal, which is expected to bring a swift conclusion to military escalation. Hours later, India and Pakistan accuse each other of violating the truce. May 11th, residents on both sides of the line of control, which separates India and Pakistan-controlled sections of Kashmir, say overnight gunfire subsided. People begin returning home after having fled days of shelling and drone strikes. According to India's military operations chief, Indian strikes into Pakistan last week killed more than 100 militants, including prominent leaders. Pakistan's military says it didn't ask for a ceasefire, as asserted by India, but rather that it was India that sought one. Each side has also given competing casualty claims. And then May 12th, no firing incidents overnight were reported, the first time in recent days that India and Pakistan have not shot at each other. Both countries reopened the airports, which were temporarily shut because of the conflict. So, again, just a pretty intense couple weeks. Just kind of crazy to see how quickly things escalated. And, luckily it, was like put to, I wouldn't say an end, because like there's still simmering tensions, but like you have like India and Pakistan having their own issues, and then of course the rest of the world, because again these are two nuclear powered countries, like like the rest of the world just being like, hey, chill out, we got enough going on. So we got enough going on. This is like straight up out of Hoi 4, just like +5 world tension, like just completely out of left field. And this is the last thing that we need right now. But damn, dude, that was just crazy to follow. And of course, when you consider the reasons for this conflict, where you're like, why does Pakistan and India hate each other? It's just like you can go in depth and you can talk about ethnic or religious conflicts and issues. But the easy answer and the real answer is the British Empire. It's just crazy, man. Just absolutely crazy. Like I was watching videos of like Pakistani and Indian like protesters in the UK, and I don't know if they were in front of the Buckingham Palace. That would be too obvious, but still, like, just imagine like the Indians and Pakistani fighting and yelling at each other in front of the Buckingham Palace, and just being like, "Hey, the real enemy is right behind you." Like, it's just ridiculous, man. Just utterly ridiculous, man. Fuck you, bloody bastard, you bloody bastard, you. No, but real talk, like, this is a very serious escalation that occurred, and of course, like, this isn't over. Like, they're gonna, go at it again for sure. Like, it's only a matter of time. But it's just like interesting to consider, like, not just like the Pakistani, Indian, like, military conflicts, but they're fighting over this territory, the Kashmir region, that is like under occupation. Like, these Kashmiri, like, this is a majority Muslim region. These Kashmiri people have been living under occupation, and I would imagine like there's certain villages that, like, they're just separated, where you got like families who haven't interacted in over like decades. They're like on the other side of like this, say like a hill or a mountain, but because there's a line of control, they can't get there. Yeah, man. So it's really just the sad fact of like innocent people living under occupation by these two, forces, military forces, just caught in the middle. And again, we're talking about India and Pakistan, so there's really no good guys here. Yeah, man, it's really messed up. But it's just interesting to see like the way that the Indian government just went quick, just being like, it's Pakistan, like, and like, you gotta be really on, like, you gotta be really crashing out to make the Pakistani military junta come out as the more reasonable, party, like, it was really interesting to see on Twitter, like, a lot of people were defending Pakistan. I was just like, what is happening? Like, I did not think people would be invested in this, like, so heavily for Pakistan. But yeah, it's just unfortunate because, again, there's innocent people caught in the middle. Same thing with the Russian conflict, Russian-Ukraine conflict. Innocent people, elderly couple, like,
having their house burned down and their dogs dying. They're just caught in the middle of this. It's sad, really sad. But that's the true cost of war, just innocent people caught in the way. And, families being torn apart. But yeah, that's at least, just a rough timeline of events that occurred. But here, more specifically, I wanted to make a more in-depth analysis on the air battle that took place, because there was reports that Pakistan had shot down some Indian jets. It's not fully confirmed, but, there's certain implications here, because India and Pakistan, they have different technologies from different powers. So Pakistan has Chinese weapons and air defense systems, and these jets that they have, they're Chinese jets. And then India, here they had the Rafale. I hope I'm saying that right, which is a French jet. And there's certain implications here. And they go even further because, supposedly with the radar capabilities in Pakistan, what they've had to do is they had to have these radar planes, which are integrated into the weapons defense system. So, the jets, because I think it's a J-10 jet, they have a limited range, right, compared to the Rafale. So the J-10 has a smaller missile range compared to the Rafale, but then with these radar, these radar, basically, it's like a Boeing 7, imagine like a Boeing jetliner with a huge radar dish on top, and then that is used as a supplementary radar system that locates the targets, sends that information to the J-10, and then they launch their missiles, which were also Chinese missiles. So again, I'm going to read more in depth here. This is from Air and Space Forces. So this is a Air Force magazine, and their analysis on this, because again, this is a big deal. This is one of the largest dogfights since World War II, and it's just crazy how nobody's talking about it. Anyway, so yeah. Again, I'm sort of a nerd for this sort of thing, so of course I'm going to speak on it. So here, the biggest news, again, as I said, Air and Space Forces.com, the biggest news from the India-Pakistan air battle, the kill chain. And this is by John A. Turpak. So here, the most important element of an air-to-air engagement in the recent India-Pakistan conflict may be how Pakistan integrated its Chinese-origin weapons and air defenses to shoot down at least one Indian Rafale fighter, an expert on the Chinese military said. The effectiveness of the kill chain may have been more important than the capabilities of the specific fighters, said Michael Dam, a senior fellow at AFA's Mitchell Institute for Aerospace Studies, who is an expert on Chinese military affairs. So I'm assuming that the kill chain is the chain of communication and technological linkage, right, to find a target, send that information to a jet or missile, and then that jet or missile actually firing and hitting the target. So that's what I would imagine a kill chain is described as. So here, Pakistan can, quote, integrate ground radars with fighter jets and airborne early warning aircraft, said Dam. Quote, the Pakistani Air Force deployed A, launched by B, and guided by C, and hit the target. He added, citing a May 12th report from Chinese Space News, a Chinese defense industry magazine. Speaking on a recent podcast, Dam said the chain may have started with a Pakistani ground radar, quote, maybe a surface-to-air missile system or some other type of radar system, end quote, which, quote, illuminated the Indian target, end quote. Then a Pakistani J-10C fighter, quote, launched its missiles, probably at range, and finally an airborne early warning and control aircraft used a mid-course data link to update and guide the missile to the Indian fighter, end quote. So again, it's just a whole integrated system here. The radar and early warning systems here. Just fascinating, really. Here, it was a, quote, long-range shot beyond visual range, end quote, likely using the export version of China's PL-15 air-to-air missile, which Dam said has an 80 nautical mile range. The kill chain is the same kind the U.S. is attempting to create within and between its services through the Combined Joint All-Domain Command and Control concept.
here. So yeah, quote, when and if we do find out more about the details of the engagement, this may tell a story more about systems integration and how well Pakistan has done systems integration versus how well India has done systems integration, end quote, Dom said. No details are available about where the Rafale was when it was hit, although Pakistani news agencies showed wreckage that may or may not have been the remains of an Indian Rafale on Pakistani territory. Pakistan claimed after the engagement that it had shot down 5 Indian aircraft, 4 fighters, and a drone, which conducted an airstrike in Pakistan. Pakistan seems to have very recently converted several Chinese airborne early warning and control aircraft into electronic war aircraft, Dom said, but it's unknown whether those aircraft were manipulating the electromagnetic environment. Pakistan's radar systems and the J-10 are also Chinese in origin. So again, this is just really showing that Chinese systems, they're on par with Western systems, and who knows what can happen in the next 20 or 30 years, like what those capabilities will turn into. Yeah, it's interesting. And I'm also interested to see if this is a sign of their, like, say, air warning systems. Imagine their anti-ship systems, right? Man, that's, man. So yeah, here, again, this has greater implications for, say, like Taiwan, right? So yeah, this is big. So yeah, here, what does this say about Chinese technology versus Western technology? Probably not a whole lot, but it probably says a lot more about systems of systems, about training, about tactics, about all those difficult to quantify things, end quote, rather than the relative capabilities of the J-10 versus the Rafale, Dam said. He also noted that while India's air force is bigger than Pakistan's, it includes a, quote, hodgepodge, end quote, of Western, Israeli, Russian, and Indian-produced technology, which makes system integration more difficult. Dom said that while many news outlets are paying up the angle of the 4th-generation J-10C shooting down a fourth and a half generation Rafale, the comparison of aircraft, quote, probably tells us absolutely nothing. It's not known whether the Rafale was departing the target area or whether it had fired any missiles at the Pakistani aircraft, he said. The Rafale was sold to India with the Meteor missile, which Dam described as a, quote, beast, end quote, a solid-fueled ramjet missile with a top speed of Mach 4 and a range of 108 nautical miles with a wicked no-escape zone, end quote. Continuing, but from the very, very limited reporting we have, there was no indication the Rafale was shot down with a Meteor missile still intact. They found the wreckage. There was a shorter-range infrared missile found in the wreckage, but there was no indication that the Meteor was there. Now, maybe the Rafale had a Meteor and it fired it. Maybe it wasn't carrying one at all. But I don't think this really tells us anything about how good the J-10 is compared to the Rafale, or how good the Chinese technology is compared to the Western tech, end quote. So yeah, that's just the main article, just quick analysis. But yeah, this air battle went through, and it's a little preview of the capabilities, and the integration, as they mentioned, of Chinese systems versus, Western systems. And as they mentioned, like, India has more of a diverse technology in terms of their air defense systems. So it's harder to integrate versus here with Pakistan as primarily Chinese. Yeah, so, and again, who knows what reports we can believe, whether they shot 5 or 1 down, who knows, but it's, certainly something to keep an eye out for. That's probably why they had to, agree to a ceasefire and actually hold it, because, they got a little taste of, Pakistan's capabilities, and India was not ready for it. I mean, again, I'm no expert on either capabilities, but I would imagine, Pakistan is, of course, smaller. It's a smaller country compared to India, but their military capabilities are more, I guess, concentrated, you could say. Because again, like India, I guess, India's military is more for internal use, because it's a big country. It's 1 billion people. So of course they're going to be more focused on internal security. So when it actually comes to facing against an actual conventional force, and probably isn't standing up to it. I mean, not to say that they can't do damage, but yeah, versus Pakistan, which again also has internal security issues. But because they're such a smaller country, and they have to be up against India, they have to have a much greater dedication and focus on capabilities and integration, air systems, right? And of course, like, you have China, that's also like sort of like the third party here. And again, China also has border disputes in the Himalayas, specifically with India. India and China, they constantly are having fights. I mean, I think they've made a deal now, so most of that skirmishing is done, but still, like, they made an agreement to only use like melee weapons, or like, no firearms. So they're out there in the mountains just having like straight up medieval battles, like, using like Roman tactics, like testudo tactics, or like they have like electrical weapons. Like, dude, it's crazy to read about like what the Chinese and military, the Chinese and Indian skirmishes that were happening. Just crazy. But yeah, so that's at least, what was breaking out. But like, what do you even say? Like, yeah, just like randomly, like these two nuclear armed powers, just like, taking pot shots at each other, shooting down jets, and then also just like a greater analysis of like, what do you say, like, the capabilities. Because again, when you're talking about like a Cold War, it's very much about like technological capabilities. So you have this technological Cold War between China and the West, and now you're seeing that they're like somewhat holding their own. And what does that say about the future of their capabilities? And of course, we're seeing here what their air capabilities, air defense, or integration, radar and air-to-air capabilities. But I'm also curious to see about the anti-ship capabilities, like naval capabilities. What's gonna grow from that? I think I mentioned in my like a couple podcasts before, like what was going to happen with like, say, India's naval capabilities and China's capabilities, and like how is the U.S. going to fit into that? Like, there's a lot to discuss and dissect from that. Luckily, there hasn't been any serious conflicts or serious skirmishing in that sense. But again, you read something like this, and the integration of Chinese air defense systems and the kill chain, as they said, and like what implications for Taiwan. What's going to happen there. Yeah. So that's at least what I want to highlight on. And again, this is a pretty long episode, or I should say segment, focusing mainly on military developments. You just have these different theaters of war that are like, it's like their own separate thing, but it's also connected to a wider, conflict. Again, we're in a Cold War. This is what it is. We're in a Cold War. And, certain areas of the country, it's slow and steady and, slow burning. And there's other aspects that are, hot and like actually like just human atrocities that are, just committing a Holocaust and ethnic cleansing. So anyway, that's what I wanted to touch on for this international geopolitical segment. Just those main military developments and theaters. And with this final segment, I'll touch on natural developments, natural disasters, climate news, certain pandemic developments, just fun stuff in general. But yeah, we'll get to that. Right, and so with recording here, the final segment that concerns natural events, climate news, sometimes like pandemics, just basically, Mother Nature basically trying to kill us because we destroyed the planet, I mean, as we deserve, right? So there's a lot to discuss, and also to discuss the role that the Trump administration now is playing, undermining science research, undermining climate warning systems, right? I mean, that's the whole point of researching the climate, is so we could predict when these natural events occur and how to protect the public from that. So that's a part of those Doge cuts, and we'll touch on here a tornado that actually broke out in St. Louis, or St. Louis, however y'all say it. And there's like reports here about the sirens, that they didn't sound on time, and that they also didn't get the notifications for tornado warnings on time. That actually killed some people. Yeah, pretty intense stuff. I mean, it's kind of crazy, we get like the tornado season
And then you read reports of like just whole cities being just basically swept away, and especially now with climate change, it's going to happen more often. And it's going to be interesting also because we're going to start seeing, I bet, these systems and these events occur in areas that aren't known for tornadoes, because that's mainly like a Midwestern phenomenon. But yeah, we're going to start seeing it in places, I would imagine, like in New York or something. Imagine a tornado in New York. That's because of the changing atmosphere and the weather systems. Again, it's fascinating. It's fascinating, also horrible for the people who have to actually live through it. Like, we've been lucky not to have any tornadoes in our area, but it could happen eventually because there have been warnings. And I've seen tornadoes break out in Katy, in like the Cypress, Houston area. Actually, there was one that hit like just down the street from my mother that like collapsed like a whole building. Actually, I think like an O'Reilly store or something. So yeah, like it can hit, and then if it hits in these like urban suburban areas, it causes a lot of damage. So it's something to keep an eye out. And then also, of course, because they happen so quickly and unexpectedly, you need to have the best weather data, climate data available to at least predict the certain atmospheric changes that occur. Again, there's a lot that goes into it. Obviously, I'm not a meteorologist, but still, it's like you need that research, and then they want to undermine it, and then people start dying. So it's, messed up. So here, I'm going to read from CBS News about this St. Louis storm tornado, and just like what had happened there, because some certain people were unprepared, and there's just like a whole chain of command of failure that led to this point. And a lot of it does have to do with Elon Musk and Doge and the president, because they want to cut weather research. That's their main goal. So here from CBS, their headline: St. Louis tornado siren didn't sound in deadly storm. Now a city commissioner has been placed on leave. So right here, CBS News. St. Louis emergency management chief has been placed on administrative leave, the city's mayor said, after sirens meant to sound during a tornado warning failed to be activated ahead of Friday's deadly twister. Sarah Russell, a commissioner of the City Emergency Management Agency in St. Louis, will remain on paid leave as an external investigation proceeds into what went wrong. The St. Louis mayor, Kara Spencer, already opened an internal probe in the immediate aftermath of the siren failure, when National Weather Service radar indicated that a tornado touched down between 2:30 and 2:50 p.m. local time. It initially struck near central St. Louis before ripping through the area, with officials estimating some 5,000 people were affected. And this is a big storm. I mean, this really knocked out some houses and buildings. Like, there's like the one video, because nowadays whenever they build, say like apartment complexes, it's basically just like, like a Lego set. Like, that's just how our building materials are. So like, you get this tornado just like blowing through, and then like the whole top floor, like basically like the roof just pops off, and then like all the panels just fall out. And that's, we don't exactly have those sturdy buildings that can handle a storm, like, a whole brick and mortar building. I mean, even that, of course, depending on the strength of the storm, can't withstand it, but still. So yeah, but again, central St. Louis, 5,000 people. It's a big city too, so that's crazy. 5 people in St. Louis were killed in the severe storm, officials said. Spencer described it as, quote, one of the worst storms, absolutely, end quote. There is a system of 60 outdoor sirens stationed around St. Louis, which are meant to be activated once the National Weather Service issues a tornado warning for the area, as it did on Friday. There are 2 places where they have been activated: the CEMA office and the fire department. According to Spencer's office, which announced Russell's leave Tuesday, the commissioner was attending an on-site workshop with other emergency management staff when the tornado warning came down, and that prevented them from activating the sirens from their agency's main building about a half-mile away. Russell instead contacted the fire department to activate the sirens, but the directive was ambiguous, the mayor said. Her office released the recording of Russell's call to the department, in which she confirms that they are aware of the NWS warning and briefly clarifies the timing of it before saying, okay, you got the sirens? The person in the fire department said, "Yes, ma'am," and the call ends. Quote, "The direction was not clear," end quote, Spencer said at a news conference Wednesday morning about the phone call. Russell did not clearly direct the person at the fire department to press the button to activate the sirens, she said, adding, quote, "It's my understanding that the button was not pushed," end quote. However, if someone had pressed the button at the fire department, city officials learned Tuesday the button was not working. Oh my god. It's just like so many, like, man, so many things just failed along the way. Wow, man. Miscommunication, and then the button doesn't work either. Work to repair the button began Tuesday afternoon and is expected to be completed within days, end quote, Spencer's office said. The button at the CEMA office was functioning, and the fire department personnel will be stationed there 24/7 to activate the sirens if needed, the office said. Spencer also signed an executive order Tuesday to change the siren activation protocol, putting the fire department solely in charge of activating the warning system, while the standard operating procedure for activating the sirens says the primary activation point is located at the fire department headquarters. The de facto protocol had been that the CEMA would activate the system at its office and contact the fire department if it could not. Quote, "With the mayor's executive order, the lack of clarity has now been eliminated," end quote, Spencer's office said. Until a permanent replacement for Russell is found, St. Louis Fire Captain John Walk will serve as the interim emergency management commissioner. So yeah, that is just the, yeah, how do you say it? Like, just cascading like effects that lead to these failures, miscommunications, and of course, they didn't have the button even working. So yeah, man, like they just weren't prepared. And you would think even in a place like St. Louis that does have hurricanes, I mean, it's not unheard of, that they would at least make sure that their buttons work. But no, it was even a failure then. So yeah, ridiculous, man. Ridiculous. But, yeah, it's not boding well for the cuts that are happening here. And, there's also the threat. So again, like, as I mentioned, right? So the weather system, the weather warning was issued from the NWS, but then, there was miscommunication at the city level. But I think also what we're going to see is that even from the NWS, like, they're going to be so short-staffed, because I read somewhere that they have like 20% vacancy. Like, they've just been making massive cuts, and it's just ridiculous, like, what sort of effects that could have on the local level, And then, of course, these are like Midwestern areas that are predominantly Trump, so it's like, nobody, of course, deserves to have their homes and their town blown away by a hurricane or a tornado, but like, it's just self-inflicted. And of course, they don't really realize that either. Like, what's it called? Like, these are the type of people that hate big government, right? And then, of course, when a hurricane blows through, then they're like, "Where's the government?" It's just, again. And even if you try to educate them, like, hey, like, this is why we have these services, and, like, again, like, you look at Texas. Imagine, like, because, Texas always talks about seceding, and then we always get hit by a hurricane or some natural disaster. Like, who's going to help if we get hit by a hurricane? And then, if we secede and we get hit by a hurricane, who's going to, we're just going to turn to the United States. Oh, can you help us? Like, that's just what's going to turn into. But again, man, even when Trump wins, like, you still have some guys that want to secede. It's silly. But that's like the St. Louis, again, I get hung up. It's like St. Louis or St. Louis. The sort of shortfalls that happened there, with the miscommunications, and then also certain setbacks in their equipment. Yeah, man. And of course, they said here, this is a metropolitan area of 5,000 people. And, luckily, there's still like a couple people who died. But yeah, it's a serious concern. They didn't mention anything about like the strength of the storm. I think it was supposed to be an EF3, which is still strong. Like, that's still pretty strong. But yeah, I mean, one of these days you're gonna see like a big hurricane hit, tornado hit, and it's gonna be wild to watch that. And of course, we have like storm chasers and all that. Anyway, because that's the thing about tornadoes, like they kind of just happen, like you can kind of predict at least like, okay, here's a front that's going to move through and there's going to be storm activity, so maybe possibility of tornadoes, but still, even then when you're waiting for it, it could be anywhere. And most people aren't really thinking about it. Like I would imagine most people who were, in St. Louis, they were thinking, oh, there might be some not tornadoes. There's going to be some rain and, thunder, but then like tornadoes maybe isn't like a genuine concern. And then, of course, if the warning systems are delayed, then they really don't know, so it's kind of lucky that more people didn't get hurt from this. At least with a hurricane, you kind of know in advance, and then they issue warnings in advance, like days in advance, and you can have a choice depending on your area to hunker down and, get your supply and food ready, or just evacuate somewhere else. Of course, most people don't have the means to evacuate, but anyway, yeah, hurricanes are just like, I don't know, it's of course very dangerous if you're not ready for it, but when you are ready for it and you can hunker down a bit, it's kind of like a snow day, Yeah, exactly. Anyway, that's weird. But we're actually going to get into that, discussing about hurricanes, because we're now, I think, tomorrow is going to be, not tomorrow, Sunday is going to be June 1st, and I think that's officially like the start of hurricane season. So be on the lookout. But we'll discuss hurricane news later. Here, I did want to speak on a lot more about like tornadoes and like the effects of cutting like climate research and like how meteorologists are feeling unprepared. Like it's just the load that they have to take is too much, and there are already like setbacks. Like that's the thing too. Like even under Biden, a lot of these meteorologists were probably being under supported, right, with their budgets, underfunded, cuts in staff, and then Trump just comes along and does even more cuts. So it's like they're really behind, Anyway, so here, and this is like a local Chicago news article, ABC 7 Chicago, but they're discussing here about meteorologists and like the dangers that come with these cuts and warnings of tornadoes. So this will be a little more Doge focused, even though actually today, like, because I'm recording on May 30th. And again, as I said before, like I have to record over multiple days and I get caught up with work. So I'm sorry if I can't, record and release as quickly, but hey, I'm doing the best. But yeah, actually, so Elon Musk has officially left his position in the government, although he's still going to have like personal like relations with Trump and like still serve as an unofficial advisor. It's weird. But yeah. So we'll discuss here ABC 7 here, Chicago, the different news of these cuts and the ability to warn ahead of time for tornadoes. So here, Washington, from here, Chicago, written in Washington. So as nasty tornadoes popped up from Kansas to Kentucky, a depleted National Weather Service was in scramble mode. The agency's office in Jackson, Kentucky had begun closing nightly as deep cuts by Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency began hitting, but the Weather Service kept staffers on over time Friday night to stay on top of deadly storms, which killed nearly 20 people in the Jackson's office forecast area. So yeah, there was other areas that were hit pretty hard, and like there were supposedly mass casualty events. So yeah, it's intense. So it's a scenario likely to be repeated as the U.S. is on track to see more tornadoes this year than in 2024, which was the second busiest tornado year on record. Forecasters said there was at least 10% risk of tornadoes Tuesday for 10.6 million people in parts of Missouri, Arkansas, Oklahoma, and Texas. Weather Service veterans expressed concern about the agency's ability to keep up in the face of cuts. Rich Thompson, lead operations forecaster at the NWS Storm Prediction Center in Norman, Oklahoma, said the job is getting done, but he acknowledges that staffing cuts have made it harder on us. Quote, "It has made it hard on the local offices just to make sure that we have all of our important duties covered, but I mean, most of the people take those important duties seriously, so we're going to do what it takes to cover it," Thompson said. Quote, I hope we're not in the same staffing situation long term. It would be hard to sustain this for months or years, end quote. I have bad news for him. It's going to probably get worse. The NWS spokesperson, Eric Grossi, said the Jackson office, quote, remained fully staffed through the duration of the event, using surge staffing, end quote, and has had support from neighboring offices. And then again, this is what they try to do here. They try to make these cuts, and they try to they want to streamline efficiency, but then of course, I don't know, it's like this business mentality. They want to run everything like a business, so they want to streamline cuts, but they want the same productivity. It doesn't make sense, but they don't care about that. So another paragraph here. A leaner weather service is seeing more extreme weather. So again, they're going to start making cuts towards the weather service and meteorologists and research, but there's going to be more extreme weather events. And yeah, man, we're just so unequipped for this. Next paragraph. A leaner weather service is seeing more extreme weather. The Storm Prediction Center had tallied 883 local tornado reports this year as of Monday, which was 35% higher than average for this time of year. Many former Weather Service employees, especially those fired by the Trump administration, remain connected to the agency's inner workings. They describe an agency that somehow gets forecasts and warnings out in time, but it is also near the breaking point. It's just crazy. They're just barely getting by, but it's going to be a point where the load is going to be too much. They're going to be overloaded. So here, quote, they'll continue to answer the bell for as long as they can, but you can only ask people to work 80 hours or 120 hours a week, for so long, end quote. Said Albert Joe Friday, a former Weather Service director. Quote, they may be so bleary-eyed that they can't identify what's going on the radar, end quote. Tom DiLiberto, a Weather Service meteorologist and spokesman who was fired in earlier rounds of the job cuts, said the situation is like a boat with leaks, quote, and you can have certain amounts of pieces of duct tape, and you can keep moving duct tape to different holes. At some point, you can't keep up. So right here, as of March, some of the Weather Service offices issuing tornado warnings Friday and Sunday were above the 20% vacancy levels that outside experts have said is a critical threshold. Those include Jackson with a 25% vacancy rate, Louisville, Kentucky with 29% vacancy rate, and Wichita, Kansas with a 32% vacancy rate, according to data compiled by Weather Service employees and obtained by the AP. Technologies used to predict tornadoes have significantly improved, but radar can't replace a well-rested staff and has to figure out how nasty or long-lasting storms will be and how to get information to the public, said Karen Kosiba, managing director of the Flexible Array of Mesonets and Radars, or the FARMS facility, a network of weather equipment used for research. Quote, there really are not enough people to handle everything, end quote, said University of Oklahoma meteorology professor Howard Bluestein, who chased 6 tornadoes Sunday. Quote, if the station is understaffed, that could affect the quality of forecasts, end quote. Man, I would, storm chasing, that seems like a lot of fun. I mean, those guys are certainly wild. They're a different breed of people, but it is important because you have to have somebody on the ground to collect that data, especially the change in the pressure systems. I mean, again, there's so much that happens in the atmosphere that creates these weather events, and you need people to research it. So I bet it's a lot of fun. Still, though, it's so funny whenever they just they take a truck, because there's certain storm chasers that have the armored vehicles, which makes sense, right? Because being in a tornado is very dangerous, with all the debris that gets blown around. You basically got trees getting split apart, and then those splinters are like spears, going through, drywall, right? That can puncture you. So you have to be careful, So it's intense. So yeah. Anyway, but again, there's so many people who have to follow this on the ground, and also with the radars, and trying to make sure that people are safe. Especially with the meteorologists on television, they'll really like be on the television, and like, especially, depending on how dangerous the situation, they'll just speak for, they'll just take over the show. Like, it's pretty fascinating. So yeah. So again, continuing next paragraph, cuts hit in different ways. So here, former Weather Service Director Louis Uccellini, I hope I'm saying that right, Uccellini, said budget cuts have drastically reduced the number of weather balloons launched, which provide critical information for forecasts, and weather service workers aren't being allowed to travel to help train local disaster officials for what to do when they get dangerous weather warnings, he said. Continuing, though the number of tornadoes is nearly at a record pace, Thompson and other experts said the tornado outbreak of the last few days is mostly normal for this time of year. For tornadoes to form, the atmosphere needs a collision of warm, moist air from the Gulf of Mexico and storm systems chugging through via the jet stream, the river of air that brings weather fronts from west to east, said Thompson, Bluestein, and Harold Brooks of the Weather Service's National Severe Storm Laboratory. Quote, the moisture that we're getting from the Gulf of Mexico is a lot more than we used to get, said Bluestein. Quote, that makes the likelihood that we're getting a stronger storm higher, and that's pretty unusual, end quote. Yeah, so I mean, like, that's going to increase, over the years. You're going to see increased moisture being blown from the Gulf of Mexico as the oceans warm up, and then more intense weather events. And then again, it's like a window, right? Like, it's like a period, the storm season in the Midwest, so it's going to be longer. It's going to be in more unexpected times of the year. So temperatures in the Gulf are a couple of degrees warmer than usual for this time of year, according to the National Weather Service. Yeah, of course. Always, it's faster than expected, warmer than expected. Right, the connection between climate change and tornadoes is not well understood, as the links between other types of extreme weather, such as heavy rainfall and heat waves, experts say. Quote, under the climate change scenario, we're kind of supercharging the atmosphere on some days and then actually reducing the favorability of others, end quote, said Ohio State University atmospheric science professor Jana Hauser. Scientists are also seeing more tornadoes in January, February, March, and other times when it used to be too cold for twisters to form, especially in Alabama, Georgia, Mississippi, and Tennessee, she said. More people are also living in harm's way, Brooks said. That's why Uccellini and others see increasing risks to property and people. Quote, when you have this kind of threat and you're understaffed at some point, something's going to slip through the cracks, end quote, Uccellini said. Quote, I can't tell when it's going to happen, end quote. So yeah, I can imagine that there's like an anxiety, thinking like, oh, we're going to have the big one. I'd imagine that that's something that they think about, and whether or not they're going to be prepared for it. Because like the storm that hit St. Louis, that wasn't, it was still big, of course, and caused a lot of damage, but it's, not the big one that they're, in suspense of. And of course, you have other areas. They just wrote here that like 20 people died in a town. And I would imagine even then they didn't get the proper weather warnings. It's going to be serious. It's just crazy to think about. As I mentioned earlier, you got these red states that are the most prone to, these events and these disasters. And then you got also with the mentality from conservatives and right-wing people, oh, we don't need big government. We don't need, we need less government. You got to be self-sufficient, self-reliant. And then, of course, their home gets blown away. And then now it's like, where's my FEMA? I need my FEMA check. Where's the government? That was happening with, in Appalachia with those floods. That was what people were saying. Where's the government? Where's the government? And then the government shows up. And then there's reports of people shooting like FEMA and National Guard people. Like, it's crazy. Anyway, and of course you got places like Florida, right, and Texas, very right-wing red states, and they're, every time they get hit, they need assistance, Like, you're gonna make cuts to the National Weather Service in a state that desperately needs like up-to-date information and details for an upcoming storm, or like Texas, where like if we get hit by a hurricane, the power grid just falls apart, and then you're stuck with the heat with no AC for weeks sometimes. Like, it's bad. Yeah. So that's at least, just a little touching on some U.S. news, climate news that broke out, and weather events that broke out. We're just now getting into the hurricane season, so that's going to be something to look out for, especially if you live in the Gulf areas, as I do. I mean, I don't live directly on the coast, but I live close enough where if a hurricane hits, a big one, we'll get some wind, some big storms. So, yeah, so that's something there. I did want to touch now on like certain positive developments that have like sort of developed, particularly in a place like Hawaii, because there are places where people are trying to make changes and trying to enact reforms, and a lot of the climate emissions that are happening is because of tourism. Like ecotourism. I should say eco-colonialism, right? Because that's really what it is. You have people in the States who want to move to a tropical exotic area, and then they expend all these emissions to get there, either like through private jets, airlines, and cruise ships, right? People still use cruise ships, even though it's like one of the worst, like in terms of carbon emissions, one of the worst polluting forms of transportation. Of course, if you mention that to people, it's, you're such a downer. You're so negative. And then again, they're going to Hawaii, which is a colonized area. Again, the links of colonialism and climate change are just like inseparable. So you got people, these tourists, these colonizers going to Hawaii, and then they burn all these emissions, all this fuel, and then they also, like, I would imagine most of them aren't exactly the most mindful when it comes to littering, right? They go to that area and they just treat it like, it's a little playground that can do whatever in, using cruise ships or private, jetliners, right? Anyway, I mean, it's interesting, actually. So we just had the movie Lilo and Stitch that came out, and I'm not going to get hung up on a kid's movie. I mean, it's Disney, whatever. But there's actually like a lot with it that's just kind of messed up from the perspective of like Hawaiian, like the image of Hawaii, I mean, it's interesting too, because we just had in my workplace, like a couple weeks ago, they were having like a lunch celebration, just something fun for the residents, and they had like a luau, like Hawaiian themed lunch party, and I'm just sitting here like, it's fun. Of course, I don't want to ruin the mood, but I'm just sitting here thinking like, that's all it is to them. It's just like some like exotic, like, it's funny. Oh, luau. Oh, look at that. Like tropical sort of cosplay, when really like a luau, like the hula, like it's important for them. It's like an important aspect of their culture. So it's just, again, goes to show that when it comes to places like Hawaii and even like Puerto Rico, like the same issues there. It's like they go and colonize these areas, and then they sort of like sanitize it. They try to, wash it away, literally whitewash it to fit their own like sort of consumerist agenda. It's just like another thing to consume, right? Hawaiian culture. And as I was mentioning with Lilo and Stitch here, so supposedly, like, with that movie, apparently at the end of it, the older sister, Nani, instead of her keeping Lilo to keep the family together, because that's the whole point of the original movie, was so they could stay together. Eventually, they actually change it to where she goes to school, and her daughter. I mean, like, that's basically who Nani is. She's the mother now because the parents died. Like, oh yeah, we're just gonna give her away to like one of your neighbors, but you can still visit. We're still gonna have the happy ending, and it's just like totally like a misunderstanding the whole point of the original movie, and also like just like the values of that culture too, because I mean that's the whole point. Ohana means family, and it's just like, again, that's what Hawaii has turned into. It's just a little playground, just something to to make little toys of. Oh, look at that! Oh, we put Stitch in a hula outfit. Oh, look at that! How cute! Like, that's all it is for them. Anyway, I need to get more focused because I'm trying to talk about this climate news, and I didn't have an opportunity to talk about it because it's a discourse now, of course, and of course Disney wants to commodify it, And also, they want to use it as an excuse to promote tourism to Hawaii, like a Hawaiian-themed tourism. And they think, oh, well, if I go take a vacation on the, Hawaiian cruise liner, the Disney cruise liner, I'll be supporting the Hawaiian economy. No, you're not. You're not doing that. So yeah, so don't vacation in Hawaii, just for starters, because it's a colonized area. Of course, when you mention that, people, oh, you're just bringing down the mood. Again, it's like, if you're woke, you're seen as being anti-fun, even when it's like a serious issue. Like, because this is a colonized area, we are taking advantage of this area. There's a very real like echo, like colonialism that's happening here. And yeah, it's not good. You're not helping the locals. So I'm going to read here from Hawaii. Now actually getting on track. Again, I'm sorry for getting off track with Disney and Lilo and Stitch, because the original like movie is actually one of my favorites as a kid growing up. It was one of my favorites. So it's just kind of messed up to see Disney just like create all this like live action slop, because that's all it is. So yeah, here I'm reading from USA Today. This recent legislation that passed in Hawaii that would create a tax for tourists, against tourists, because they are, they burn emissions and fuel, and they're helping to drive the climate crisis, because they do all this travel to Hawaii, and then they're just driving up this carbon emissions. So yeah, so Hawaii becomes the first U.S. state to charge a green fee on tourists. So this is a step in the right direction, but of course, Americans, they're treatler rights. So anything that might negatively affect them, or like might, create extra costs. And even though it's to help to prevent climate change, as a means to like mitigate the effects of climate change, they're still going to get upset. Like, why am I being charged? This is ridiculous. Why am I being, it's the self-entitlement, So right here, I'm going to read from USA Today, as I said. So Hawaii became the first U.S. state to establish a climate impact fee on Tuesday, placing an additional tax on tourists to fund climate change resiliency projects and environmental stewardship within the islands. As the country's inaugural Green Fee, Act 96, will raise the state's current transient accommodations tax, TAT, by 0.75% for a total of 11% placed upon the nightly lodging rate, effective January 1st, 2026, according to a press release by Governor Josh Green's office. The fee will apply to travelers staying in hotels, short-term vacation rentals, and for the first time ever, cruise ships. For a nightly hotel rate of $300, that would be an extra $225 each night. Quote, as an island chain, Hawaii cannot wait for the next disaster to hit before taking action, end quote. Green said in a statement, quote, we must build resiliency now, and the Green Fee will provide the necessary financing to ensure resources are available for our future, end quote. The new fee is expected to generate $100 million annually. The funded projects are to be confirmed next legislative session, but will span environmental stewardship, climate and hazard resiliency, and sustainable tourism. Previously, cruise ship passengers had bypassed the TAT, but the new law seeks to promote, quote, equity across the tourism industry, end quote, by ensuring all travelers contribute to protecting the island's economic and natural resources. The bill came as a response to the growing frequency of natural disasters exacerbated by climate change, specifically the 2023 Maui wildfires, the deadliest wildfire in the country in over a century that decimated the community of Lahaina. In just hours, over 100 people were killed within homes, businesses, and cultural sites burned to the ground. After the fires, the governor formed the Climate Advisory Team to develop climate disaster policy recommendations. A key measure from the group was to secure a source of funding for climate change mitigation and disaster relief, according to the release. Quote, the Green Fee Bill marks a historic investment in climate disaster resilience and environmental protection, end quote, said Chris Benjamin, the leader of CAT, in a statement. Quote, using the TAT to fund resiliency projects ensures that the financial burden of safeguarding our island and people don't fall upon residents alone. We take the legislator, industry, and countless community groups individuals who advocated tirelessly for this bill, end quote. Tourist tax are quickly emerging worldwide as more destinations face the impacts of over-tourism and climate change. Last year, Greece, Bali, and the Galapagos Islands are all implemented or raised their fees on travelers to contribute to various programs based on sustainability. Experts say the effectiveness of such a tax is still up in the air and heavily depends on the outcomes and goals. In some cases, like in Venice, a small tax hasn't deterred tourists, but in other places, it has successfully funded beneficial projects. I just find it crazy that like the Galapagos Islands is now becoming a tourist haven. It's supposed to be like this ecological safe haven, right? And then they're going to develop it into a tourist resort. It's fucking ridiculous. So you got animal species that are found nowhere else in the world, and of course, tourists want to go there. And they want to bulldoze it and put a water park, right? It's fucking, oh my god, dude. But these sort of taxes might help to mitigate that traffic. Because of course people are going to be like, oh, they're charging us too much. I don't want to go here. So that will probably help reduce traffic. And then of course, it's going to increase spending or increase funding for those projects. Yeah. So I support this. I do support this. And again, they also mentioned the cruise ship tax. That's also helpful. I mean, just in general, like that's like the one industry that people don't need. It's just like, oh, you're just ruining the fun. Like that's the attitude that people have. Oh, you're just ruining the fun. It's like, no, man, it fucking sucks. Like, what do you even do on a cruise ship? You just walk around. It's like a floating mall. That's all it is. And then like, it's a floating mall, and then what happens? You're in the fucking ocean. Even if it's like a giant ship, you're still in the ocean. A lot can go wrong, dude. Like, there's so many videos I've seen where they hit, rough waves, and then you see people sliding around. It's like, no, man, like, fuck that. Like, I'm not afraid of the ocean per se. I just respect it. And, unless you're like in the merchant navy, you really don't have any business staying on the water for extended periods of time. Like, you're not built like that, I'm sorry. Anyway, and of course, again, the climate, right? The climate emissions from it, like it's some of the cruise ship fuel is some of the dirtiest fuel to burn and emit. It's ridiculous. It's like a floating like septic tank. It's fucking ridiculous, man. Again, it's just I don't get it. I don't understand it. Ban all cruise ships, okay? Right, what was it? There was like a Bill Burr bit, right, where he's like, yeah, he's gonna be in a U-boat sinking cruise ships. I'm like, yes, fully support that. Anyway, but yeah, Hawaii passing a green tax, definitely support that. They should protect their homes from this tourist menace. Yeah, man. It's again, that's just what we have to do. And of course, this is an area, again, there's a colonized area that is experiencing, that has experienced natural events and disasters. And again, they mentioned the wildfires in Lahaina. I mean, that used to be like one of the traditional capitals, right, of the Hawaiian kingdoms, and it burned to the ground. It's ridiculous, man. It's crazy. Yeah, man, like, these people, they lost their homeland, and then now all these white folks, they want to bulldoze it and turn it into a Disney World theme park, Lilo and Stitch theme park. Meanwhile, their culture is being sanitized and commodified. It's ridiculous, man. But of course, you can't mention it because you ruin the mood, and you're so negative and you're so woke. You can't have anything fun, And then again, this is also happening in like Puerto Rico. Like that's a big thing over there also. Like I was just reading a report how all the tourism and development that's happening is putting this frog, which is like, if you know anything about Puerto Ricans, they will tell you that this is like a national, like, every country, right? Every country or people or nation, they have like a spiritual animal, right? So you have like, how would you say? You go like in places like Turkey, right? Like their national animals like the wolf, right? Or United States, the bald eagle, right? Or some other place where they have like an animal that represents their national spirit. So in Puerto Rico, or Boriquen, because that's the real name, Boriquen, they have the coqui, which is like a little frog that has like a specific, like, this little, like, it's the sound that it makes. It goes koki, like that's the sound, koki koki, like that's the name of it, and that's like a sort of national animal, like that they identify with, and it's at risk of extinction, like because of all this tourism and development, and like all these white people, they want those frogs gone because it's annoying. Again, that's the fucked up thing too about these tourists that eventually become colonizers because they want to stay there. You have these people who retire and they start buying up all these beaches, and they start blocking it off because they don't want the locals getting access. And then they want everything to be quiet. Oh, I just want things to be quiet. And don't get me wrong, I don't mind. I like my peace and quiet. But it's another thing when you're, going into an area and then just being like, I don't want people playing past 10 p.m. or, oh, you can't come visit here. This area that used to be public. Oh, well, you're trespassing because I bought this strip of beach, and then now they want to like kill off this important, frog that represents the national spirit of Puerto Rico, Borinquen. Yeah, man. So again, that's just what tourism is. It's ecological colonialism. And all these white people, they come into this area. They want to colonize the world. They want to retire and do all this tourist, traveling. But then they want to bulldoze it and bring America with them. So they don't really want to like experience the culture. Then, like again, I don't mind people who travel, who actually try to live and like sort of absorb themselves into the local environment. That's cool. Like, I respect that. Like Anthony Bourdain, right? Like, there was actually some Zionist journalists talking shit about Anthony Bourdain. But, like, if every white person was like Anthony Bourdain, who actually went to these areas and respected the traditions and the culture and actually wanted to learn and live among the people, that's cool. Don't get me wrong. And I would like to do stuff like that. I wish I had more money because I would love to travel. But most boomer, and again, this is like a boomer quality, maybe even Gen X, they want to go to an area, they want to settle down there, and then they just want to like remove anything that's like alien and then make it a little like they want to bring that bubble of the US with them, because that's all Americans are. They're so self-entitled and so absorbed in their own little bubble. Anyway, I just got off the rails. Like I just this idea of a tax is good. Of course, you're going to hear a lot of tourists complaining, oh, everything's so expensive now. This green fee, but there's real reasons behind it. And this might help to, this might help these local areas to preserve some local traditions and, who they are, their culture. So, yeah. So that was just a quick thing there. Now, I don't want to speak on some more climate news and just recent developments about, the global temperature limits. Again, as we can, as I go over time and time again, all of the developments that are happening in the news is always going to be worse than expected. We're in the worst of the worst case scenarios. And even then, we still have no idea just how bad it is. I mean, again, it's just fascinating the dismissiveness that most regular people have, where it's like, oh, well, yeah, it's going to get hot. That's to be expected. And it's like, no, man, you have no idea what's coming. Like, it is not just going to be a little, oh, it's just going to be a little hot. Just turn up the AC. Like, nope, it's going to be apocalyptic. So we're heading towards the 2030s. Man, I mean, it's going to be scary. Just that's all I'm going to say. So yeah, here, and I'm reading from the UN. This is just an article on climate change and their temperature limits here. So climate change, the headline, world likely to breach 1.5 Celsius limit in next 5 years. So again, everything's speeding up and faster than expected, warmer than expected, just unprecedented climate news. So right here. Okay, so here's a quick fact, right? So 2024 was the warmest year on record, but the heat is far from over. A new report from the World Meteorological Organization warns that global temperatures will likely continue rising, with an 80% chance that at least 1 year between now and 2029 will even be hotter. I mean, yeah, this is going to keep happening. This is going to be a very hot summer, I can imagine. We've been lucky this far, at least in May, that things have been slightly cooler, and we just had some rain, so, things have been cooling down. But as I'm looking here, yeah, we're going to be into the 90s. Yeah, some good rain. That's what I want. Just keep raining, because, man, the heat here and the droughts here, they can be heavy. It can suck, and it gets humid out here also. We get all that Gulf moisture, so at least, Huntsville is less humid compared to Houston, but it's still kind of suffocating at times. Anyway, so here, according to the Global Annual Decadal Climate Update, the planet is predicted to experience temperatures between 1.2 Celsius and 1.9 above pre-industrial levels over the next 5 years. Breaching critical thresholds. In 2024, the WMO estimated that the average global temperature was between 1.34 Celsius and 1.41, higher than in pre-industrial levels, and that is between 1850 and 1900. The WMO now projects the 20-year average warming for 2015 to 2034 to reach around 1.44 Celsius above pre-industrial levels. The report finds a staggering 86% chance that global average temperatures will exceed 1.5 above pre-industrial levels in at least one of the next 5 years, and a 1% chance of one of those 5 years, exceeding 2 degrees Celsius of warming. There is a 70% chance that the 5-year average itself will exceed this 1.5 degree threshold. The WMO stressed that the 1.5 Celsius Paris Agreement target refers to long-term averages over 20 years, meaning its threshold has not been breached quite yet. However, those near-term spikes are warning signs of an accelerating climate crisis. The forecast also highlights regional precipitation impacts, including weather-than-average conditions expected in the African Sahel, Northern Europe, and South Asia. Conversely, the Amazon region could see continued drought. So here, Arctic warming accelerates. The situation is even more catastrophic in the Arctic than in the rest of the world. The average Arctic temperature over the next 5 winters, November to March, is expected to be 2.4 degrees Celsius warmer than the 1991-2020 average, more than 3.5 times the increase in the global average temperature. Sea ice is expected to keep shrinking, particularly in the Barents, Bering, and Okhotsk seas, contributing to rising sea levels and distributed weather patterns worldwide. As the world enters this critical window, the UN agency urged climate action to prevent even more dangerous warming in the decades ahead and keep long-term warming below 1.5 degrees Celsius. So yeah, that is promising news for the future. That's, of course, to be expected. It's, it's concerning, of course. I mean, like... It's concerning, but it's to be expected at this point. And also just, you can tell, especially in day-to-day life, that people don't really care about this sort of thing. But then, of course, when it gets hot, then it's like, oh man, it's hot. It's hotter than the motherfucker. Like, that's the attitude that people have. But of course, yeah, that's the climate crisis. And unfortunately, people aren't as tuned in about it. I mean, how can you expect them to be, right? People have to go about their day-to-day life. They got enough shit on their plate, Then a guy like me comes around and tries to ruin the fun, right? I don't know, man. It's, all the signs are there, and there's no urgency. And not just, no urgency, just in general dismissiveness. For people, it's just like, oh, whatever. We got air conditioning, right? So who cares about the heat? Not thinking about the ecological damage that's going to come from that, the agricultural damage that's going to come from that. I mean, that's what climate change is. It's going to turn into a food crisis. I mean, the food, where do you think the food comes from? You're going to see mass migration, starvation all over the world, millions, potentially billions of people on the move. And then, of course, that's going to create more reactionary politics and more right-wing fascistic politics. And even liberals, you're going to see liberals now, they're going to take a harder stance on immigration. It's the slide, that we're going to have. Crazy, man. Crazy. And of course, you're going to read, increasing reports here, like I was reading about this glacier collapse in Switzerland, of all places, okay? But, like, this was a pretty, like, intense, like, event that occurred here. So, apparently, right, with the warming climate and glaciers that are going to, be melting increasingly, what happens sometimes, depending on the size of the glacier, what happens is that when the melting occurs, it creates a bit of an internal lake. So you might see it from the sky, from the outside, just like a big glacier, big shelf of ice. But if it has been melting, inside of it, you'll have like millions and billions of cubic meters of water. Okay, so it's a big lake, internal lake, and sometimes the walls of ice that keep that lake intact, it can't contain it anymore. It weakens and then it collapses, and then eventually what happens is the glacier collapses, and you have just a huge wall of water that just wipes out the whole face of a mountain, right? Because again, like, these are like billions of cubic meters of water, and water, you can't sleep on it, especially when it comes to about this level of flash flooding. It will wipe out entire towns, okay? As we'll touch on here. So this was sort of like a mudslide that happened, glacier collapse, mudslide collapse, that happened in Switzerland, of all places. I mean, this is a pretty wealthy country, even though there's like some very rural, like, villages in the mountains. It's a fairly developed, country, wealthy country. So again, it goes to show that these events are going to happen in Europe. This also happened, I think, in some either France or Italy, in the mountains, the Alps. There was another like glacier collapse that happened and buried this resort that actually had tourists in it. This town had evacuated beforehand because thankfully, because like the whole town is just like gone, like it's just wiped out. So so reading from the AP News, Associated Press. So here they're writing on the Swiss collapse. So Swiss glacier collapse renews focus on risks of climate change as glaciers retreat around the world. So here, and this is from Tammy Weber. Right. So the landslide that buried most of a Swiss village this week is focusing renewed attention on the role of global warming. In glacier collapse around the world and increasing dangers. How glaciers collapse from the Alps and the Andes to the Himalayas and Antarctica can differ, scientists say, but in almost every instance, climate change is playing a role. In Switzerland, the mountainside gave way Wednesday near the village of Blatten in southern Lotschental Valley, because the rock face above the Birch Glacier had become unstable when mountain permafrost melted, causing debris to fall and cover the glacier in recent years, said Martin Truffer, a physics professor at the University of Alaska Fairbanks who studies how glaciers move. While the debris insulated the glacier and slowed melting, its weight caused the glacier to begin moving, which accelerated dramatically a few weeks ago. Authorities ordered the evacuation of about 300 people as well as all livestock from the village in recent days, quote, when it became clear that there was a whole mountainside that's about to collapse, end quote, said Truffer, who is from Switzerland. The glacial lakes pose a threat. So lakes that form at the base of glaciers as they melt and retreat also sometimes burst, often with catastrophic results. Water can even lift an entire glacier, allowing it to drain, said Truffer, adding that Alaska's capital of Juneau has flooded in recent years because a lake forms every year on a rapidly retreating glacier and eventually bursts. In 2022, an apartment-sized chunk of the Marmolada Glacier in Italy's Dolomite Mountains detached during a summer heat wave, sending an avalanche of debris down the popular hiking destination. So that's what I was talking about. So it was in Italy. Sending an avalanche of debris down the popular summer hiking destination, killing 11. A glacier in Tibet's Aru mountain range suddenly collapsed in 2016, killing 9 people and their livestock, followed a few months later by the collapse of another glacier. There also have been collapses in Peru, including one in 2006 that caused a mini tsunami. Most recently, a glacial lagoon overflowed in April, triggering a landslide that killed 2. Quote, "It's amazing sometimes how rapidly they can collapse," end quote, said Lonnie Thompson, a glacier expert at the Ohio State University. Quote, "The instability of these glaciers is a real and growing problem, and there are thousands and thousands of people that are at risk," end quote. Scientists say melting glaciers will raise sea levels for decades, but the loss of inland glaciers also acutely affects those living nearby who rely on them for water, for drinking, and agriculture. And then right here, so no way to stop the melting. Yeah, so continuing. So scientists say greenhouse gases from burning of fossil fuels such as coal have already locked in enough global warming to doom many of the world's glaciers, which have already retreated significantly. For example, glaciers in the Alps have lost 50% of their area since 1950, and the rate at which ice is being lost has been accelerating, with, quote, "projections that all the glaciers in the Alps could be gone in the century," end quote, Thompson said. Switzerland, which has the most glaciers of any country in Europe, says 4% of its total glacier volume disappeared in 2023, the second biggest decline in a single year, after 6% drop in 2022. A 2023 study found that Peru has lost more than half of its glacier surface in the last 6 decades, and 175 glaciers disappeared due to climate change between 2016 and 2020, mostly due to the increase in the average global temperature. A study published Thursday in Science said that even if global temperatures stabilize at their current level, 40% of the world's glaciers still would be lost, but if warming were limited to 1.5 degrees Celsius, the long-term warming limit since the late 1800s called for by the 2015 Paris Climate Agreement, twice as much glacier ice could be preserved than would be otherwise. Even so, many areas will become ice-free no matter what, Truffer said, the University of Alaska expert. Quote, "There's places in Alaska where we've shown that it doesn't take any more global warming," end quote, "for them to disappear," Truffer said. Quote, "The reason some still exist is simply because it takes a certain amount of time for them to melt, but the climate is already such that they're screwed," end quote. Yeah. So again, this glacier melting does pose serious risk of collapse and slides and flooding. It's just what's going to happen. And of course, you have, especially in these Alps in Europe, these are where all the rich people go to, they go to their cabins right in the middle of the Alps, and it's going to be an increasing threat where you're going to see avalanches and flash flooding, mudslides, landslides. It's yeah. Again, you look at some of these images and it's like, imagine if they didn't have the proper warning ahead of time. That's why it's important to do that research, and that sort of it's preventative. And, it's you need to have people to survey the area and check on the glaciers. Like, they have entire teams of people doing that. Like, again, you have guys that go with these helicopters, especially during the winter time. They'll go around, they'll patrol, and then if they see an area that might be avalanche, that there's a risk of avalanche, they'll sometimes just drop like a little explosive to see if the avalanche will form. I mean, again, that's what needs to happen to protect people. And of course, in Europe, at least they understand the importance of social spending. Imagine in America. Imagine if this was happening in America. They wouldn't, as they just showed here, right? The fucking button at the fire department didn't work for the tornado sirens. Like, it's always like they don't keep up with it. And then when the actual disaster happens and then they have to actually press the button, nothing works. At least here they finally kind of understood ahead of time, oh, there's a risk of a collapse. And yeah. And of course, they're talking about this professor living in Alaska. It's a pretty red state, but, you have to keep people safe, and you have to, have some sort of funding in place to patrol these avalanches or glaciers to protect people. It's just what do you have to do? Same thing with Florida. They need to have hurricane weather reporting because they have to keep people safe. And anyway, it's just one of those interesting moments where like ideology and like the practical like necessities collide. And of course, because people don't want to die, they're gonna do what they have to do to keep people safe. And yeah, it's anyway. So that was at least some climate news and weather events that occurred. Now I did want to speak on highlighting on certain like pandemic news and just public health news in general, especially with this administration that wants to make cuts like here, especially this increasingly anti-vax attitude that the government's going to have. They just recently canceled a contract for vaccines, particularly bird flu. So the Moderna contract cancellation of $766 million. They canceled the contract. And this is not going to bode well for future pandemics that will come. There will be future pandemics and our ability to prepare for it. So, yeah, I'm going to have to start, again, I've been hinting at stocking up on masks, but again, that's what I got to do is start buying more masks because, I live in Texas and we've been having measles coming back. It's crazy. Of course, that outbreak I think is slowing down, but still, it's crazy. And then, of course, bird flu that was going through the chicken stock that we had, the flocks that we had, people calling that, egg shortages, like crazy stuff. So it's not just about our own personal public health safety, but it has real effects on, the economy. It has real effects on like food supply. Yeah, man. So here, reading from NBC News about this cancellation of the contract and this increasingly anti-vax stance, or I should say, maybe they won't be straight up anti-vax, at least Trump. I mean, they have RFK Jr., who is like, we can't have it. I'm not going to do the voice. I mean, whatever. We have RFK Jr. just like speaking as some authoritative source, even though he's a fraud, former heroin addict, just, and I don't say that to like denigrate and like talk down to people who have substance abuse issues, but it's like, yeah, it's not your fault, obviously, but you shouldn't really be in charge of, public health research. Anyway, just speaking on here. So, reading from NBC News about this contract cancellation. So, the Trump administration cancels $766 million Moderna contract to fight future pandemics, including bird flu. So, yeah, this is just a quick read about the cancellation. So the Trump administration has canceled $766 million awarded to drug maker Moderna Incorporated to develop a vaccine against potential pandemic influenza viruses, including the H5N1 bird flu. The company said it was notified Wednesday that the Health and Human Services Department had withdrawn funds awarded in July 2024 and in January to pay for developments and purchase of its investigational vaccine. The funds were awarded through the Biomedical Advanced Research and Development Authority, BARDA, a program that focuses on medical treatments for potential pandemics. The new vaccine, called mRNA-1018, used the same technology that allowed development and rollout of vaccines to fight COVID in record time. Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has expressed deep skepticism regarding the mRNA vaccines, despite real-world evidence that the vaccines are safe and save millions of people. The cancellation came as Moderna announced positive interim results from an early-stage trial of the vaccine that targeted H5 bird flu virus, tested in 300 healthy adults. Quote, while the termination of funding from HHS adds uncertainty, we are pleased by the robust immune response and safety profile observed in this interim analysis, the company said in a statement. The H5N1 bird flu virus spilled from wild birds into cattle in the U.S. last year, infecting hundreds of animals in several states. At least 70 people in the states have been sickened by bird flu infections, mostly mild. One person died. Scientists fear that continued mutations of the virus could allow it to become more virulent and more easily spread in people, with the possibility that it could trigger a pandemic. Moderna received $176 million in July 2024 and $590 million in January. The January award would have supported a late-stage clinical trial that could have determined the vaccine's efficacy against pandemic viruses, including bird flu, a company spokesperson said. So yeah, that is just a quick read there. And of course, this is part of the Doge cuts, right? Oh, we're going to cut down, right when Elon Musk said, we're going to, we accidentally cut Ebola support. You know, we make some mistakes sometimes. Like, what an idiot, I swear. You know, so that's what's going to end up happening. They're going to cut research and cut funding for vaccines. And then you're going to have these absolute frauds in charge and, you know, trying to like spread health awareness, right? Like Dr. Oz is even now part of the government. Like, I forget which position, but he is like a public health official now. And it's just like, we're literally being run by snake oil merchants. Like, it's ridiculous. It's crazy, man. Absolutely crazy. Yeah, that's just like one like report, you know, that's mainly focusing on like funding and, yeah, you know, the contracting that's going to happen there, and that puts us at risk for future pandemics. And I think what's even going to happen, like, this is my worst fear. What's going to happen is they're going to try to undermine and sabotage, like, the distribution of these vaccines, trying to, like, say, like, well, we're trying to protect the people and protect the Americans, and we don't know what's in these vaccines. Like, that's going to be, like, an official stance from the government now. It's ridiculous, man. Just utterly ridiculous. Anyway, so here, and this article, this last one I'm going to read is more specifically on RFK Jr., his work as the head of human health services, and, you know, just, again, this clusterfuck that we're in, like, he's a fraud. He's a fucking disaster. So right here, so this is another, and this is an opinion piece. So this is from MSNBC, just about RFK Jr. and his work in this department and all the things that he's saying. Like, he even like released a report that had like non-existent citations. Like, this guy is just so schizophrenic. Like, it's crazy. Fucking brainworms, man. I swear. So here, RFK Jr. has named himself the official arbiter of science. So this is an opinion piece written by Hayes Brown. So here, just 2 weeks ago, Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. told Congress that his, quote, opinions about vaccines are irrelevant, end quote, and that nobody should take advice from him about getting them. So then why are you the health services, like, secretary? What the fuck? How quickly things change. In one decision after another, the Trump administration's recent actions have shown that Kennedy, with his poor understanding of basic science, has deemed himself the final arbiter of vaccine science in the U.S. On Wednesday, Moderna announced that HHS canceled a $766 million contract with the company to develop potential pandemic influenza viruses, including H5N1 bird flu. In the same statement, Moderna also announced that the new vaccine it had been developing against H5 influenza viruses, mRNA 1018, had positive results after being tested in 300 adults. As its name indicates, the developmental vaccine used messenger RNA, the same method that was used to develop the COVID-19 vaccine. Earlier this month, Kennedy announced that all new vaccines would need to be developed without using mRNA technology, despite its proven efficacy and safety. He has also demanded that new COVID boosters undergo more rigorous trials than previously required, including full placebo studies to gain approval for the market. The decision follows last week's announcement from the Food and Drug Administration that annual COVID boosters will be limited moving forward to 65. Oh, this fucking idiot, man. Like, what the... God damn it. I totally missed that part. So COVID boosters will be limited moving forward to people 65 and older and or with high risk of severe COVID, according to the FDA. This is what I mean. They're gonna start limiting access to vaccines. These fucking assholes. So according to the FDA, eligible conditions for the later range from asthma to pregnancy to diabetes and physical inactivity. The FDA estimates that, quote, 100 million to 200 million Americans will have access to the vaccine in this manner, which calls into question the need to limit them at all. Oh my God, man, these guys are going to get us killed. In a commentary in the New England Journal of Medicine, FDA Commissioner Mary Macquarie and vaccine chief Vinay Prasad cited the hesitancy of Americans to get the booster as a reason for pulling back who can access it. In a moment of extreme irony, the pair also blamed the booster program for declining vaccination rates more broadly. Quote, there may even be a ripple effect. Public trust in vaccination in general has declined, resulting in a reluctance to vaccinate that is affecting even vital immunization programs such as that for measles, mumps, rubella vaccination, which has been clearly established as safe and highly effective. In recent years, reduced MMR vaccination rates have been a growing concern and have contributed to serious illness and death from measles. It is duplicitous at best to say more study is needed to reassure the public when the science isn't what's in question. A more apt culprit could more likely be their boss, as Kennedy has been at the forefront of the movement to paint vaccines as unsafe. The anti-vax campaign has helped measles go from a disease of the past to a current concern as outbreaks pop up around the country. Kennedy went even further Tuesday with the surprise announcement that the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention would no longer recommend including the COVID vaccine in its immunization schedule for, quote, healthy children and healthy pregnant women, end quote. According to the Washington Post, the CDC itself was unaware that this change would be coming before Kennedy posted about it on X. Moreover, the video Kennedy posted, the guidance given internally to CDC staffers, and the FDA's commentary last week all contradict one another about exactly who still qualifies for a COVID booster. Kennedy's influence over what the scientists under him can say could strengthen even further in coming days. Earlier this week, he threatened to stop government researchers at the National Institutes of Health and other agencies from publishing their findings in major medical journals like the NEMJ and the Lancet. Quote, unless those journals change dramatically, we are going to stop NIH scientists from publishing them, and we're going to create our own journals in-house, end quote, Kennedy warned in a podcast appearance. Unbelievable, man. Just fucking... Again, this is just... I get so mad, man. I fucking hate these people so much, dude. God, they're such idiots. It is the antithesis of science that predetermined outcomes be substituted for observation and analysis. It would likewise be naive to suggest that there has never been any sort of political influence on how science is practiced, but Kennedy's blatant positioning of himself as the ultimate judge of how to keep Americans healthy goes beyond the pale. He may say nobody should take advice from him about vaccination, but he's not offering advice anymore. He's telling Americans how things are going to be from now on. So yeah, that's ridiculous, man. Just like reducing access to boosters and trying to like reduce the mRNA vaccines, and my goodness, man. Yeah, this is the dark age that's coming. We're heading into a dark age, and then you're gonna have. I mean, that's the fucked up thing that I'm just gonna be so pissed off about, especially if I have a kid one day and I'm gonna have to put them in the school with other children whose parents probably might be anti-vax, and then it's gonna suck if, say, like, because this happens sometimes, right? Where like kids, they don't know about politics, they just get together and then they get along, and then it's like, okay, you know, our kids are hanging out, and then you try to get to know the parents, and then it's like, oh, they're like a right-wing psycho, like. So that's like, I would imagine that's gonna be stressful for some parents now, especially where you're in school and then one of the parents, it just takes one parent, okay, who doesn't vaccinate their kids, and then that becomes a vessel for the rest of the school to get infected. Wow, man. It's just crazy, dude. And yeah, thanks to idiots like this who are bringing measles back, or we're getting measles, folks, and then we're going to have even worse pandemics down the line. Unbelievable, dude. But yeah, that's the decline. That's the collapse. That's to be expected, right? Everything's happening faster than expected. Wow, man. Again, I try not to get emotional and like hung up and invested on things anymore. But then I read stuff like this where it's just like, it's just so upsetting. And it's just so, these people are the worst, man, really. But yeah. So that's what I wanted to highlight. some quick climate news, weather news, and the pandemics that are slow burning but still pose a severe threat, and the undermining that's happening now. Again, I don't understand why they're doing stuff like this. Like, they're just undermining our safety. And like, how many times has Trump and Biden been infected with COVID? Like this, like even the highest echelons of the government aren't safe from this. It's like, what do you think, man? My God. Again, I'm lucky that I don't do anything. Like, I just stay home, right? I go to work and I stay home, and I don't really have any close contact. I mean, it's kind of sad actually, because I'm lonely. I don't really have much of a social life. But when you consider these like vaccine concerns and the pandemics, and that's like one of the ways that I stayed safe from COVID, is that I didn't really hang around in public and didn't really go into like big public spaces, and having very limited physical contact with people. Again, it's kind of sad when I say it out loud, but that's just the one caveat of it, that I don't have to worry about getting sick. Yeah. And of course, I work in a retirement home, so that's my concern. Like, would I be eligible, given that I'm like technically a healthcare worker and I'm working with the elderly? Like, would I be able to qualify? I doubt it, but that's just what they're going to do now. They're going to start limiting access to the vaccines. Like, that's what's going to happen. They're going to limit the supply. Wow, man. It's just crazy, man. Crazy. Again, as I said, dark ages. We're slipping into a dark age. Yeah, dude. Snake oil merchants running the government, telling you, what vaccines you can take, and then of course they're going to start limiting, like, they're going to start affecting like the preservatives. We're getting rid of the high fructose corn syrup and beef tallow. All their chips are going to be fried in beef tallow. Like, that's just what it's turning into. My goodness, man. God, everything's so stupid, man. I don't know what to even say anymore. So that is the episode. A lot of recording, long episode, and I want to have to edit even longer. Again, there's so much that I have to say, which is why I want to turn it into streaming eventually, so I can be more up to date on things. But yeah, that's just what I'm recording here quickly, and I have to release. And as I said, I'm in a new place now, so just trying to manage that, because I don't really have like a desk like that. Like, I'm actually like sitting on the floor. Like, I have like I put some pillows and blankets, and like, so I'm like kind of like sitting, crisscross applesauce on the floor, which is not bad actually. This is a nice position. I just need to find a way to make it so my back doesn't get messed up, or don't put too much pressure on my tailbone or something. Yeah, but this will be a new setup and a new adventure, and we'll see how things unfold. But I appreciate y'all listening in. Again, I want to plug in, depending if y'all even listen this far, because again, this is a longer episode. So, last episode, I mainly recorded for 2 hours, but this one is going to be longer. And if you stayed this long, I appreciate it. So definitely give a show support on my Patreon. You can support as little as $1. That helps out a lot. I have a YouTube, which I also need to be more active on. Other platforms, mainly Twitter. That's mainly where I'm on. X.com, so you can follow me there. And also, don't forget to review the show. I need to start doing that more. Don't forget to review the show if you like it, or if you don't like it. If you think this is a shitty show, leave a comment there also. I mean, it's kind of funny reading some comments, but yeah, definitely have a look there. And again, I know I talk about a lot of weird news and topics, and especially now with this administration, sometimes it's a bit gloomy. It's a bit dark. That's just the future that we're heading towards. So yeah, anyway, I do appreciate y'all listening in, and I hope if you're going through anything difficult, that you just power through it. I actually did want to leave a closing remark now that I'm talking about, mental health and such, because there was a bit of a Twitter discourse that happened over the last week. And again, some of you will probably know who I'm talking about. And it's terrible that this is like a discourse, right? So there was the recent Twitter post from this individual, this trans girl, who left a Twitter post, and it was essentially a suicide note. They had a picture of the skyline, the city skyline, and it was basically like their last moments, talking about, how nice the view is, but then also they basically fell into a lake. They were on a higher position, and then they fell. It's sad. It's sad details to read about. But then you see also on the right-wing side, because now Twitter has become 4chan, where people are mocking it. And they're starting to dunk on the suicide of this trans child. There's a 17-year-old girl by the name of Charlotte. And they were dunking on it, and they treated it as a joke. And then, you have people posting about it. And it's just like, when I see stuff like that, it's just like, it's of course infuriating, especially because like these people feel so safe online saying all these horrible things, and then like they go about their day-to-day life without any consequences, and it's just, it's a lot, and I just wanted to take a moment for any queer individuals, especially now that we're heading into Pride Month. Oh my God. Yeah, we're heading into Pride Month, and this place is going to turn radioactive with homophobia. So, again, for those of you, and I'm explicitly speaking on, any queer, trans individuals who listen, again, life is tough, life is difficult. It's already difficult enough, and then you have to add on the fact that, the country hates you, like your very existence is like, just, you're living your life, and you're not, forcing it upon anybody. And still, you're going to have people who are going to hate you and even try to kill you. That's a real thing that, queer people have to deal with. They want to, create conditions to the point where when you take your own life, it's a victory for them. And I just want to say, like, please, like, you are loved, even though, like, again, there's certain people that they get abandoned by their families, and then they straight up have nothing. And it's sad and unfortunate. But again, you have to fight and stick with it. Like I was reading one post where it's like, you have to live in spite. And it's like, yeah, sometimes you have to. Sometimes, it's not your fault that you're protecting yourself and living in defense of your own life. Like, sometimes you just gotta be that asshole that says, fuck you, I'm here. And if you're gonna do something about it, then do it. Come at me. It's just, I don't know, man. I don't know what to say. It's just like some closing thoughts that I had, because I know I've been through it. Of course, like, I have never had to deal with like any issues of like identity crisis or crisis in my sexuality, anything like that. But dude, it's just like, there are people out here that are really plotting for your downfall. It's really sad, but that's the truth. There are people out here who will plot for your downfall. You can go your whole life without causing any issues, treating people with respect, but just because you're slightly different, then you're an alien, and that needs to be eradicated, that and needs to be shunned away. I certainly have to deal with issues because of my views, right? With certain members of my family, because I'm too radical and dangerous with my views and opinions, but then they have no issue breaking bread with Zionists and people who support Israel's genocide. So again, it's just like, some people are just hypocrites, and you just got to turn a blind eye to it. Even if they are members of your family, your own flesh and blood. It's just like, it's not your fault that they're presenting these ultimatums and making you live differently. Because I don't go around telling people, if you don't do this, then we're done. Like, I don't do shit like that. But it happens to me all the time. So if you are in those positions where you're living your life, minding your business, and then somebody who's close to you says, if you don't change X, Y, and Z, then we're done. Like, hey, it's tough, but you gotta stick up for yourself. Because what's the alternative? Being a doormat where everybody can just like step over you, and then like eventually you're making so many changes and compromises that you're not even, like, you're just an entirely fake person, and you don't even know who you are anymore. Like, that's the alternative. So you gotta fight for yourself. You gotta defend yourself. We gotta get mean. Yeah, I mean, sometimes we gotta start getting mean with people, and I guess that's the attitude that I have nowadays. It's like, you're calling me an asshole all these years, well then now I'm going to start getting mean, and you're going to see what a real asshole looks like. If that's what you were looking for. You want me to be an asshole? I'll be an asshole. At least I'm an asshole who doesn't support a genocide, you know? So yeah, I mean, anyway. I got off track. That was just something that I wanted to say because, like, I really do want to at least be some word of comfort. I know sometimes that can be difficult, you know, going day to day and just being like, what's the point? Like, you know, you gotta stick through it. You gotta fight on. If not for yourself, at the very least, you know, in spite as a fuck you to these assholes who are total like rejects and like cretins, just weird freaking animals, you know? And I don't want to use that language referring to other people, but like there's just certain people that are just like, you're not a person, you know? And that was it's entirely self-inflicted too. It's like, you're not a person, you're just a animal that goes about your life and like, you know, you just want to cause misery and pain and like prey upon people who are different than you, who are lower and weaker than you. Yeah, man. Anyway, again, just to make final points, because it's just like you see all this transphobia and queerphobia that people on the internet, online, these rejects, they're treated like, oh, this is super based. Oh yeah. Again, I just hate it when people say that word. Oh, this is based. Like, grow the fuck up. Talk like a real human being for once in your life. Like, Jesus Christ, man. They're in these online communities, totally insulated from the real world. But then, if you actually spoke to just a regular person about these instances, you told them like, oh yeah, this person just posted an image mocking the suicide of a trans child, a 17-year-old. Like, of course, to regular people, that's utterly disgusting and just like inhuman. But to these online idiots, it's like a joke. Huh, you're so triggered. I triggered you. Oh my god, man. One of these days, one of these idiots is going to find out in real life, and it's going to be a happy moment. That's all I'm going to say. Anyway, so that's all I want to say. I'm actually going to stop it here because I'm sort of off the rails and you know, having a lot on my mind, and I have to actually record and edit the rest of this down. So thank you for tuning in. Again, support the other platforms, review the show, 5 stars. We're going 5 stars all the way. It's a beautiful show, our big, beautiful podcast. And support the Patreon, $1, you know, 40-hour early access. That helps out a lot. Or, you know, you can deal with the ads, however you like it. But I appreciate y'all listening. Again, as I said, if you're going through it, stick through it. You know, we're all in it for each other, right? We gotta stick together. We're heading into Pride Month, so any of my queer listeners, happy Pride. Again, I love you as you are. And you know, we gotta get mean. That's all I gotta say. I mean, you know, we're all about love and pride. There are people here who really want to, you know, like take us away, take us out. I don't mean us, because I'm straight, but I'm just trying to say, like, we gotta stick together. So anyway, thank you for tuning in. I love you guys. Stay hard. stay strong. And yeah, we'll see you on the next one. Thank you.